Stop it.
Welcome, Lord Stewart of Duddleton.
My Lords, I do begin by craving the indulgence of Lord Speaker in your Lordship's house. I had temporarily stepped outside to collect another piece of paper, and with your Lordship's indulgence, I will now begin to open and beg that this bill now be read a second time. My Lords, I'm speaking to the House today as a member of the Government for the Bill, not in my formal law officer capacity, and my contributions and responses will reflect this. My Lords, the United Kingdom has a proud history of providing protection for those who are most in need through our provision of safe and legal routes. Since 2015, we have offered over 500,000 people safe and legal routes into the United Kingdom through our Afghanistan, Ukraine and Hong Kong routes. This includes over 28,700 refugees, including over 14,000 children, via our formal refugee resettlement schemes. These established resettlement schemes play a key role in the global response to humanity. Of course.
He got going, but I just wanted him to clarify his opening remarks. Is he saying he's speaking to this House as a general government minister and not in his capacity as a law officer, or did I mishear him?
Your Lordship heard me correctly, and I remind the House of the convention that relates to the law officers, whereby we do not divulge whether or not our opinion has been sought, nor do we divulge the content of that opinion. And it was in order to clarify my position that I was not trespassing upon that convention that I spoke, and I hope that that satisfies the noble Lord. I'm obliged. My Lords, I was discussing the refugee resettlement schemes which this country has in place. These established resettlement schemes play, as I was saying, I think, a key role in the global response to humanitarian crises, saving lives and offering stability to those most in need of protection. But our willingness to help those fleeing war and persecution must be tied to our capacity to do so. And critical to this is tackling illegal migration. There is nothing generous about allowing the status quo to continue. That would only serve the deplorable people smugglers who facilitate these dangerous crossings. It would only put more lives at risk, and it would continue to strain our communities and our public services. As the Prime Minister has made clear, it is the government's priority to stop the boats, and I welcome the fact that this is a shared objective across your Lordship's House. The government is making good progress in stopping the boats. Last year, in 2023, small boat arrivals to the United Kingdom fell by around a third, with Albanian arrivals down by over 90%, whilst we saw illegal entry rise elsewhere in Europe. We have ramped up efforts to prevent crossings and disrupt the smugglers, with particular success stemming from increased collaboration with the French authorities. Our joint work with France prevented over 26,000 individual crossings by small boat to the United Kingdom. Since July 2020, the Joint Intelligence Cell and French law enforcement partners have dismantled 82 criminal gangs responsible for people smuggling of migrants via small boat crossings. As of September 2023, immigration enforcement visits were up 68% compared to the same period in 2022. Last year, the Home Office arrested 92 individuals identified as small boat pilots and 253 people smugglers. In addition, during financial year 2022 to 23, the National Crime Agency conducted what is believed to be the biggest ever international operation targeting criminal networks suspected of using small boats to smuggle thousands to the United Kingdom. The operation saw the seizure of 135 boats and 45 outboard engines. But, my lords, the increase in crossings in recent years means around 51,000 otherwise destitute migrants are currently being accommodated in hotels, costing the taxpayer in excess of £8 million per day. The small boats problem is part of a global migration crisis, a challenge that most of us would accept has no single solution. But this government remains resolute in its commitment to preventing the misuse and evasion of our systems by illegal migrants, stopping these dangerous crossings, and addressing the concerns of the British people. Operationalising the Rwanda scheme is a key part of the government's efforts to deliver this mission, a partnership which has always been part of the wider programme of work to deal with one of the most significant challenges of our time. It is only by fully implementing the Migration and Economic Development Partnership that we will create the strong deterrent necessary to stop these dangerous crossings and break the business model of the criminal gangs. Doing nothing is not an option. My Lords, the Supreme Court's judgment on the 15th of November 2023 concluded that deficiencies in the government of Rwanda's arrangements for determining asylum claims could lead to risks of refoulement. But the Lordships also recognised, explicitly and in terms, that those deficiencies could be addressed in future. In response, the Home Secretary signed a new internationally binding treaty between the United Kingdom and the government of the Republic of Rwanda, which responds to the concerns raised and resolves those issues. The government also introduced the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill, which buttresses the treaty, confirming that the government of the Republic of Rwanda will fulfil its obligations under the treaty and supporting the relocation of a person to Rwanda under the Immigration Act. The bill is limited solely to the issue of the safety of Rwanda and relocations to that country, and makes it clear that, with the new treaty, Rwanda is a safe country. This bill also makes clear that Parliament is sovereign and that its acts are valid notwithstanding any interpretation of international law. Let me make clear, my Lords, that this does not mean that doing so legislates away our international obligations, nor does it seek to overrule or contradict the view of the Supreme Court. The purpose of the bill is to say that, on the basis of the treaty and the evidence before it, Parliament believes those obligations to have been met. And the concerns raised by the Court dealt with, not that the government, I beg your Lordship's pardon, and the concerns raised by the Court dealt with, not that the government does not care whether or not they have been. The bill creates a conclusive presumption that the Secretary of State, immigration officers, and courts and tribunals must make decisions about relocation to Rwanda and review any such decisions on the basis that Rwanda is safe for the purposes of asylum, and in particular will not send someone on to another country, the practice of refoulement to which I referred earlier, in breach of the Refugee Convention. The Supreme Court's conclusions were based on the evidence submitted prior to the High Court hearing in September 2022, and did not, indeed could not, consider subsequent work and efforts by and with the government of Rwanda to strengthen the readiness of Rwanda to receive and support individuals relocated under the partnership. Crucially, my Lords, this has included work to bolster Rwanda's asylum system in terms of both decision-making and processing by delivering new operational training to asylum decision-makers, establishing clear standard operating procedures which capture new processes, and guidance in the asylum system on reception and accommodation arrangements, the safeguarding of vulnerable persons, and access to health care. Strengthening the Republic of Rwanda's asylum system and appeals body, and strengthening procedural oversight of the Migration and Economic Development Partnership. When considered together with the legally binding provisions in the treaty, alongside the evidence of changes in Rwanda since the summer of 2022, this means Parliament can conclude with confidence that Rwanda is a safe country. My Lords, Clause 2 of the Bill also contains a clear notwithstanding clause, requiring courts to honour the previous clauses, notwithstanding all relevant domestic law, the Human Rights Act to the extent disapplied by this bill, and any interpretation of international law reached by the court or tribunal. The government remains committed to ensuring rights and liberties are protected domestically and to fulfilling our international obligations. We will always ensure that our laws continue to be fit for purpose and work for the people of the United Kingdom. We recognise that some of the provisions in the bill are novel. However, the government is satisfied that the bill can be implemented in line with both our domestic law and our international obligations. And the provisions...
I'm very grateful to the noble Lord. Will he, before he sits down, tell us what the government's reflections are on the debate on the International Agreements Committee report in your Lordship's House last week? And will he also tell us clearly whether the government intends to send anyone to Rwanda under this bill, under this act, before all those concerns are met or not?
I'm obliged to the noble Lord for that intervention, and whether I deal with it in this part of the speech or whether it's left to the end, I'll consult with colleagues. My Lords, as I say, we recognise that some of the provisions in the bill are novel. However, the government is satisfied that it can be implemented in line with both domestic law and our international obligations. And the provisions in this bill will ultimately allow us to deter people from taking unsafe and illegal routes into the country. It is also clear to us all, my Lords, that people will seek to frustrate their removal through any means, and to prevent people from making claims to prevent the removal. The bill disapplies elements of the Human Rights Act 1998. It disapplies Section 2 in relation to any systemic challenges to Parliament's settled view that Rwanda is safe, Section 3 in relation to the whole bill, and Sections 6 to 9, where the courts and others are considering whether Rwanda is safe and whether the test that must be met before removal is whether it will result in serious and irreversible harm. In the context of this bill, which deems Rwanda a safe country, this will ensure that people cannot frustrate removal by bringing systemic challenges in our domestic courts. And when considering any question relating to the safety of the Republic of Rwanda, domestic courts and tribunals are not required to have regard to the Strasbourg jurisprudence. It makes clear that the courts and tribunals should defer to Parliament's sovereign view that Rwanda is a safe country as defined. My Lords, the bill does not allow individuals to bring challenges against removal. I beg your Lordship's pardon once again. The bill permits, it does allow individuals to bring challenges against removal to Rwanda in exceptionally narrow circumstances, where there is compelling evidence relating specifically to their particular individual circumstances. The basis upon which an individual may bring such a challenge is if an individual can demonstrate that there is a real and imminent risk that they would face serious or irreversible harm related to their particular individual circumstances if they were relocated. If people try to abuse this route by making claims without clear or compelling evidence, or in regard to general claims that they would be unsafe in Rwanda, their claim will be dismissed by the Home Office and they will be relocated from the UK before they can challenge that removal. It is possible, but not necessarily likely, that those subject to removal may be subject to injunctions from the European Court of Human Rights. the bill is clear that it is only for a Minister of the Crown, and Minister alone, to determine whether to comply with an interim measure of the Strasbourg Court. It also makes clear that domestic courts may not have regard to the existence of any interim measure when considering any domestic application flowing from a decision to relocate a person to Rwanda in accordance with the treaty. My Lords, the terms of the treaty we have negotiated with Rwanda address the findings of the United Kingdom domestic courts, and they make specific provision for the treatment of relocated individuals, guaranteeing their safety and protection. The rule of law partnership we have signed with Rwanda is a partnership to which we and Rwanda are both completely committed, and this bill, along with the treaty, puts beyond legal doubt the safety of Rwanda. We want to make sure that this legislation works, my Lords, and it is essential that we act now and do whatever it takes to stop people being manipulated into making dangerous crossings across the Channel. Illegal migration is one of the most significant challenges of our time, and the government is acting in the national interest. My Lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, this is the third time in as many years that the government has asked this House to consider legislation to stop boat journeys and to reform the asylum system. The third year of being presented with increasingly rushed, unworkable and inhumane solutions to the problem of small boats and asylum. There is a very real problem that needs fixing. This bill, like its predecessors, will not do that. The opposition does not support this bill or the schemes that underpin it. The record of votes cast at the second reading in this place and the third reading in the other place will attest to this. This bill, however, completed all stages in the House of Commons, and so our role is not to undermine the will of the elected House, nor is it to rush through legislation without due consideration. We must treat this bill in the usual manner. We must scrutinise the details of the proposals and advise changes where we think the government has got it wrong. We should not deny ourselves the opportunity to do so or deny our neighbours the chance to consider our work. And it is in this spirit that we will not be supporting the amendment by the noble Lord German. My Lords, this bill, as it stands, threatens the UK's compliance with international law. I know this point will be spoken on at length in further stages, and so I will not dwell on it for too long at this moment, nor will I speak very long for what this bill demands of our domestic courts. When introducing this bill, the Secretary of State claimed that the UK is a country that demonstrates to the whole world the importance of international law. Is this the message that this bill sends to the world about the UK's respect for international law? How will the decisions we make now be cited in the future when other countries are asked to follow international law or respect human rights? Is this the contribution we want to make? And what does the bill say about our respect for our own courts? If the treaty fails, if refoulement happens, if there is a coup, or if asylum seekers are shot or killed, the government says that British courts cannot consider those facts. It is a large price to pay for what is ultimately a hugely limited scheme. The government has stated that the Rwanda government has made an initial provision to receive a few hundred people. To put this figure in context, over the first 9 months of 2023, 63,000 people claimed asylum. So this bill and this plan, even if somehow worked out in exactly the way the government hopes, would only relocate a small proportion of asylum cases. Can the government confirm whether Rwanda can still only receive a few hundred people? Can they outline what is to happen to everyone else? Given that the Illegal Migration Act, a majority of which has not yet been brought into force, rests on the idea of the use of third countries rather than returns to original countries of origin, are we right to question what will happen to the 99% of people who will not be sent to Rwanda? We still do not know the full cost of this scheme. The government has been reluctant at every stage to divulge the cost of this flagship policy. In December, the Secretary of State appeared to indicate that around £400 million will have been sent to the Rwandan government by 2027. Can the Minister confirm this figure? It's an extraordinary sum of money, but not the whole picture. According to the treaty, there are additional per-person costs of the scheme. The economic impact assessment for the illegal migration bill was only published after considerable pressure from noble lords from across the House. This document, in this document, the Home Office was prepared to tell us that the average imagined cost of sending an asylum seeker to a third country would be £169,000. However, the details of the treaty suggest that these costs may be higher for sending somebody to Rwanda. Before we begin to fully debate the details of this legislation and its role in the implementations of the Rwanda plan, will the Minister be clear about how much this plan is actually going to cost? This bill, whatever its impact, will not address the state of our asylum system that it is currently in. The UK deserves a managed asylum system that upholds strong border security and that can process claims fairly, accurately and quickly. A system that can return those with no claim to stay and help those who rightfully seek sanctuary. That is not our current asylum system. We have a backlog of 100,000 asylum claims waiting for decision, 40,000 people who have yet to be removed from the UK, and up to 17,000 people the government cannot account for. The pace of decision-making is improving, but the backlog that has been permitted to develop will take time to fully clear, and more work is needed. Nor will the bill help us negotiate returns agreements. Threats to our compliance with international law undermine our ability to establish returns agreements from other countries. Far from helping us, this bill may greatly harm our ability to reform our asylum system. The government has repeatedly said that it is motivated by a desire to see the end of criminal smuggler gangs and to prevent boats crossing in the first place. Yet this is now the third bill that seeks to end small boat crossings without any measures to directly target the gang activity behind them. In fact, the latest police workforce statistics show a fall in the number of National Crime Agency officers, the law enforcement body responsible for fighting against smuggling gangs. Between March and September 2023, their numbers fell by 343 personnel. £400 million is just under half of the total budget this year for the NCA. Would the government's money not be better spent increasing the size of operations fighting against human traffickers, working with European counterparts and going after the supply chains? This bill and the deal behind it will do nothing to stop boats coming to our shores. The government's plan hinges on the idea that the Rwanda scheme presents a deterrent effect without presenting any evidence that this will be the case. It is certainly difficult to imagine what deterrent effect a 1 or 2% chance of being sent to Rwanda would have. It is even more difficult to imagine why this would stop criminal traffickers. Nor will the bill present those fleeing conflict and persecution with safe alternatives to channel crossings. Last summer, the government committed to publishing a report detailing existing and proposed additional safe and legal routes. A report has arrived, but it contains no proposal for creating safe routes for those seeking asylum. Can we assume, then, that the government's additional pledge to implement any proposed new routes by the end of this year is to be broken too? This was an issue that was raised repeatedly in both houses during the passage of the illegal migration bill, and it is disappointing that the government has not taken the request seriously. If we are to truly address the challenge of migration, we must accept that we cannot do so alone. The government is acting as though the challenge here is not related to those in other countries, particularly of our European friends. The UK lacks the leadership needed to succeed in a world now marked by increasing conflict the climate emergency and the erosion of law and order, for all of which fuel migration. We need to approach an approach that restores the AIDS budget, puts a renewed focus on conflict mitigation and resolution, and seeks international agreements and cooperation, an approach that is workable, strategic, humane, and rooted in the conventions which we have signed. My Lords, I will conclude shortly, but I want to mention that one colleague, my noble friend Lord Dubs, is unable to join us. He's in Berlin taking part in events to mark the anniversary of the Kindertransport, which began in late 1938. In June, it will be 85 years since he arrived in Britain, having been put on a train by his mother in Prague. Although we miss his contribution today, we can be reminded of what and who we gain when we play our part in helping those who flee conflict and persecution, and we look forward to his return. My Lords, I hope the House will not be deterred from changing this bill when it sees fit. It certainly needs our help. I hope too that the government, rather than trying to communicate through press conference, engages with this House in good faith and through more conventional channels. We are faced with a deeply broken system and layers of bad legislation which have only made things worse. I hope the government rethinks this bill, this plan and this approach to migration, but I fear we will be left without the change we need until we change the government.
Amendment, Lord Chairman.
My Lords, I beg leave to move the amendment standing in my name on the order paper, and in doing so, direct attention to my interests as laid out in the register. My Lords, the treatment of asylum seekers and refugees which this bill is seeking to effect is completely contrary to how we should be acting as a country with a reputation for protecting individuals' rights and freedoms, where the rule of law is upheld. I do not need to repeat the key points of last week's debate on the Rwanda Treaty, but the decision of this House is significant in respect of this bill. This House resolved that it could not ratify the treaty which the government is using to declare that Rwanda is safe. The House determined that the safeguards and protections outlined in the treaty must be fully implemented. The House agreed that future assurances of changes in the processing of asylum seekers in Rwanda were not sufficient. The changes needed to be fully operational and effective. But, my Lord, significantly, the treaty is the instrument by which the government declares it can state in this bill that Rwanda is safe. Clause 1(2)(b) is clear. It says, "This Act gives effect to the judgment of Parliament that the Republic of Rwanda is a safe country." But, my Lords, this House of Parliament has not determined that this is the case. The treaty is the platform on which this bill sits. And if this platform is not in place, the bill sinks. My Lords, the legs have come off the table, or put it another way, the bill's foundations have been removed. It was the settled will of this House last week that the treaty cannot yet be ratified. So how can this House consent to a bill which relies on that treaty having the approval of this House? This is critical because the decision of the Supreme Court was based on its analysis of the facts. The contrary case put forward by the government in this bill has not been supported by this House. The bill before us requires Parliament, and Parliament of course includes this House, to agree that, in our judgment as a House, Rwanda is safe. This House, in this respect, needs to be consistent with itself, with the decision it took last week. This bill places the UK at risk of breaching our commitments under international law. We, as a country, have signed up to comply with the obligations of these international treaties and conventions. Having done that, we need to demonstrate that, as a country, we can be relied upon to uphold international treaties and that we promote a rules-based international order. Because if we do not, then we cannot expect others to comply. We are in no position to call out other countries when they fail to comply with international law. The West is often accused of double standards, And under this legislation, this accusation will only increase. Our global leadership, our ability to have a serious voice on the world stage, will be severely damaged. We will no longer be a country whose voice is respected and listened to. We simply cannot rely on our historical traditions when our current actions are going in the opposite direction. Global responsibility sharing is the foundation of the 1951 Refugee Convention. It relies on us all doing our part. The government says this plan is a partnership and burden sharing, but frankly, it's offloading. Offloading the most vulnerable people on our planet and offloading our responsibilities under international agreements we are signed up to. If this bill is enacted, we would be legislating contrary to our international legal obligations. Our domestic law would be out of step with these obligations. Now, some might say that is acceptable, but I don't believe that's the case. I think this House will stand up for the object and the purpose of these international instruments to which we are signed up. Our courts would have their hands tied by this legislation. There's a strong possibility, particularly without pre-existing safeguards being proved operational and effective in Rwanda, that this would lead to refoulement and breaches of Article 2 and 3 rights. And this is why it's critical for the steps set out in the treaty to be seen to be working before this bill can have any effect. The bill introduces the option for ministers to refuse to comply with a Rule 39 injunction from the European Court of Human Rights. Ignoring an injunction would be a clear breach of international law, as the President of the Court declared last week. And this view is strengthened by the Rule 39 reforms which the Court itself has introduced. Domestically, this bill undermines the rule of law, and further it ousts the jurisdiction of our courts. The rule of law is a central tenet of our society, expressed by A.V. Dicey, well known to all lawyers, who wrote, "We speak of the rule of law as a characteristic of our country. Not only that with us no man is above the law, but that here every man, whatever be his rank or condition, is subject to the ordinary law of the realm and amenable to the jurisdiction of the ordinary tribunals." My noble friend Lord Thomas of Gresford will elaborate on this in his contribution. This bill seeks to exclude a group of people from accessing the legal protections we grant to everyone else in our society. It is critical in a democratic society that the law is applied equally, that human rights apply to everyone, not just some in our society. The government's bill prevents the right to access redress which is afforded to the rest of us. Further, this bill is an abuse of Parliament's role in reversing the Supreme Court's factual assessment of risk of harm in Rwanda. If the government believes they have new evidence to show that Rwanda is safe, then surely the correct procedure is to follow it, is to let the courts decide and consider the evidence and come to a judgment. That's the proper way to go. If Rwanda was indeed safe, there would be no need to have the option to ignore interim injunctions from the ECHR or disapply elements of the Human Rights Act. This bill represents an overreach of Parliament, and it's critical that we retain the balance in our democracy achieved by the separation of powers. Despite all this, the bill won't actually achieve its stated aim, and it certainly doesn't represent good value to the taxpayer. £368 million at the last count. Added to that, at least £169,000 for each person removed to Rwanda. These are staggering, eye-watering costs, which could pay for 100 million free school meals or nearly 6 million more GP appointments. Far from being a deterrent, this bill will promote smuggling, a point which my noble friend Baroness Northover will develop in her remarks. It doesn't address real solutions to prevent people using criminal gangs to take dangerous journeys to the UK. The focus on deterrence is misplaced. 2/3 of all those who have crossed the Channel since the Illegal Migration Act was passed came from 6 high-grant countries. The push factor for these people is far stronger than any deterrent the UK may dream up. We need safe alternatives to dangerous journeys, and this must be part of the strategy to reduce dangerous crossings. Swift, efficient, accurate and just determination of asylum claims and humane removal of those who do not qualify will be a deterrent in itself to people without a protection claim. We also need constructive engagement with European neighbours on cooperation around asylum. Addressing the root causes of displacement and onward movement is critical, and a strong international aid and development budget is key to that. Instead, we are presented with a political totem of the Tory right, a device to satisfy their internal party politics, a bill for which there is no going back. If Rwanda is found to be unsafe, then this bill will act as a block to putting matters right. This legislation was not in the government's manifesto. The Addison-Salisbury Convention doesn't apply. I maintain that this is one of the rare occasions which has been used by both Conservative and Labour parties in this House, and as was foreseen by a report of the Constitution Committee, when this House should vote against a bill at second reading. It is within our powers, as described in the companion. My Lords, this bill asks us to build...
Grateful to Lord Jermyn for giving way. I wonder if he agrees with me that the function of this House, second chamber, is a revising chamber. It's not a vetoing chamber, it's a revising chamber. So can he explain to me Liberal Democrat novel, I think, constitutional thinking, that by throwing out this bill, on second reading, he is prevent the revising chamber from revising?
Well, I'm afraid that the noble lord is wrong, because I think in 2011 he voted against the Health and Social Care Bill at second reading, as has happened before in earlier versions by members of the Conservative Party. So if our laws and our rules of this House say we can do it, then we can do it, and it has been done by both sides here. I maintain, and this chamber should listen to the real power of what people will be saying this afternoon about the nature of this particular bill. Because, my Lords, this bill asks us to believe that black is white, that facts are not facts. It breaches conventions and treaties to which we're signed up. It damages our credibility on the world stage. And, of course, the agreements that we have with other countries. It seeks to damage our relationships with things that we've already signed up to, including the European Convention on Trafficking, including the CTA with the European Union, including the United Nations, including the ECHR, and many more. It damages the separation of powers in this country, which is a fundamental tenet of our democracy. It offends against the rule of law. And, my Lords, fundamentally, it treats some of the most vulnerable people in the world, people who are facing persecution, torture, and fleeing for their lives, as undesirables. And for us on these benches, that is unconscionable. I beg to move.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been moved to leave out from that to the end and insert the words set out on the order paper. The question I now therefore have to put is that this amendment be agreed to.
My Lords, the United Kingdom is a three-legged stool. Each of the legs, the judiciary, the government and parliament, wax and wane a bit in their thickness as power shifts in small ways. A subject of much work and comment for my predecessor, the noble and learned Lord Judge. But each leg is required to operate independently to ensure that balance, the balance at the core of our democracy. It would not do for one of the legs to instruct another as to how to operate or how to look at a particular issue. And by way of example, it would be quite wrong if the House of Lords sought to instruct the judiciary as to whether to hear a particular case. I do hope that the Prime Minister, sitting atop, as he does, the government leg of the stool, will reflect on those simple thoughts as he thinks back to his words of the 18th of January at the Downing Street press conference concerning our role and this bill. The duties of this House are inextricably linked with a series of conventions by which we, an unelected chamber, cohabit with our elected neighbour. Among these conventions, the Addison-Salisbury or Salisbury Convention is especially pertinent today, and to this bill in general. The convention has a number of parts, but in simplifying matters for reasons of time, one is that a government bill with manifesto characteristics will be given a second reading in the House. You can see that the convention has a number of people concerned about it, and as you know, I'm preparing a series of papers on this convention at the moment. For my part, I feel that this convention is engaged here, and accordingly I will not be supporting the amendment to the second reading motion in the name of the noble Lord, Lord Jermyn. The convention also has elements concerning the speed with which the House will consider things. The House is already assisting the speed of consideration of this bill. We've changed our business around and freed up today for the second reading. 3 days have been set aside for committee, which, given the likely number of amendments that will be tabled, could only work if the House sits late. And by that I mean to at least midnight, and probably on 2 of those 3 days. I'm sure, however, that on those days, and late, the benches will be very full and the quality of the debate will remain very high with our natural and respectful tone. I expect that this House will send back various matters to the other place for their consideration, to think again, as is our role, and I imagine that we will then enter a ping-pong phase. Conventions will apply if agreement cannot be reached. But the elected House, at the end of the full due process, has the right to pass law, whether that law be good law or whether that law be bad law. In the meantime, this House will engage in our full processes, uncowed by any creaks and groans in the other legs of the stool.
My Lords, in almost every tradition of global faith and of humanism around the world, the dignity of the individual is at the heart of what is believed. In the Christian tradition, we are told to welcome the stranger. Jesus said, "I was a stranger and you invited me in." In numerous places in the Old Testament and New, the commands of God are to care for alien and stranger. My Lords, it has already been said, and I agree with it, that the way this bill and its cousin that we debated in the summer works is to obscure the truth that all people, asylum seekers included, are of great value. We can, as a nation, do better than this bill. With this bill, the government is continuing to seek good objectives in the wrong way, leading the nation down a damaging path. It is damaging for asylum seekers in need of protection and safe and legal routes to be heard. It is damaging for this country's reputation, which it contradicts even as late as last week, where the Prime Minister himself spoke eloquently on the value and importance of international law for this country. It is damaging in respect of constitutional principles and the rule of law. And most of all, my Lords, it is damaging for our nation's unity in a time when the greatest issues of war, peace, defence and security need us to be united. We are united on, I think, almost all benches in agreeing the boats must be stopped, and the government is to be congratulated that the number has come down, that the people smugglers who trade in human misery must be brought to justice, and it is good news that so many groups have been broken up. And we need to be united on effective controls on agreed limits to immigration. The right way forward, though, is to enable the unity on ends to be translated into a unity on means. And that is not happening in the way these bills are successively brought to the House and brought before the country. The challenge of migration is, as has been said, long-term and global, and so must our response be. We need a wider strategy. I spoke at this at boring length in the summer, and I won't repeat it. We need a wider strategy for refugee policy, which involves international cooperation and equips us for the far greater migration flows, perhaps 10 times greater, in the coming decades as a result of conflict and climate change and poverty. Instead, this bill offers only ad hoc one-off approaches. Rwanda is a country I know well. It is a wonderful country, and my complaint is not with Rwanda, nor with its people. It has overcome challenges that this House cannot begin to imagine. But this bill continues, wherever it does it, to outsource our legal and moral responsibilities for refugees and asylum seekers, when other countries far poorer are already supporting multitudes more than we are now, and to cut back on our aid. 76% of refugees globally are being hosted in low and middle income countries at the end of 22, countries far poorer than our own. The UK should lead internationally, as it has in the past, not stand apart. Others on these benches will say more about international and domestic law, human rights and constitutional impact. I will simply say that a pick-and-choose approach to international law undermines our global standing and offends against the principle of universality that is their increasingly threatened foundation. Finally, I and my colleagues on these benches take its revising role seriously. When we vote to seek to improve something. I will, sadly, not be voting with those who want to vote this bill down today, although I found Lord German's speech convincing and powerful. But I think we have to wait until third reading and have done our revising work. We have been criticised many times over many decades on these benches here by those thinking defence of the government of the day should be our highest virtue and aspiration. We were accused last week of voting against the government's whip. I'm sorry to say we don't take the government's whip. It may be worse news for this House to recognise that on those benches, on the Labour benches, it's not 95%, which is a false statistic, of times that there's been a vote against the government whip. It's been 100%. Maybe they should be criticised for that obnoxious behaviour. We serve on these benches as independent members. Last week, as recently as Thursday, we were discussing what had happened in a particular vote, and we saw that we'd cancelled each other out. Bishops often cancel each other out in every possible way. We vote because we feel that we value deeply the traditions of this country and this House and the truth we derive from the Bible and our service to Jesus Christ, our first priority. Slightly to misquote Luther, on that we stand, we can do no other.
My Lords, this chamber has had to consider many complex and challenging bills, as has already been observed, and this bill is in that category. Legal experts and experienced hands in the realm of international affairs in your Lordship's House will have their views, and we've already heard some of them. But I am looking at this issue through a different prism, one based on pragmatism, not party political tribalism and certainly not ideology. The exploitation of vulnerable, frightened people by repugnant criminal gangs and extortionists is unacceptable and it must be stopped. Watching and listening to the harrowing accounts of overturned boats and drownings in the Channel demands that action be taken. Little dignity in any of that for these poor souls. What I have gleaned is that across the gamut of opinions about these perilous channel crossings, one inescapable conclusion is drawn. Something must be done. The Most Reverend Primate referred to that. But paradoxically, with the exception of the government's proposals, I have seen no other credible, deliverable solution advanced. And so far in this debate, I'm afraid to say, that lacuna remains. So I have been prompted to speak in this debate in support of the government, not because I consider this measure is excellent, but because I think it is the only thing to do. And I therefore do not support the noble Lord German's amendment. Why are the criminal gangs able to extort money from these vulnerable victims? Well, regrettably and tragically, it is because their victims, desperate to reach the UK, feel that any risk, even the risk of drowning in the Channel, is worth taking, and the gangs ruthlessly exploit that desperation. The gangs couldn't care less about the safety of the migrants. All they care about is money. So we have to cut off that money supply, and that will only happen if migrants seeking to come here illegally realise they will not be able to stay here. And I would say to the noble Lord on the benches opposite, there is an example. The examples of Australia and Albania indicate that approach does work. Now, recent measures to reduce the flow, and they have been referred to, can only ever be a mitigation. The government is obliged to find a solution, and I believe this bill with the accompanying treaty provides it. This solution is not perfect, but I do not believe that a perfect solution exists. Those who believe it does have yet to produce it. I am clear that pragmatism has to usurp perfection, and we have to act. I am in no doubt that the bill and the treaty place onerous obligations on the government. I do not agree that the treaty should be delayed for reports to Parliament on how the arrangements are unfolding. We shall only know how the treaty and bill are working once the arrangements have been delivered in practice. There is no other way to make a meaningful assessment. On the face of the treaty and on the face of this bill, there are explicit safeguards, but these require the UK government to know in detail who has been sent to Rwanda, where they are, what is happening to them, the outcome of the individual's application, and of course continuing engagement with the Rwandan government. Without that information, the United Kingdom government is not in a position to assess if these safeguards are being met. So can my noble friend the Minister reassure me on these points? My Lords, I am clear that parliamentary sovereignty is a uniquely precious attribute. It is fundamental to a nation's democratic freedoms that when a grave and extraordinary situation confronts that nation, the government must be able to act, and act untrammelled. I am sure that it was never intended that the laudable arrangements entered into long ago by different nations would, as clement challenges emerged, render these nations powerless to deal with them. That would be perverse. Mainland European countries are now wrestling with such challenges. And that is why I believe Section 2 and the other provisions in this bill are justified and necessary. And can I make two final points to my noble friend the Minister? In Scotland, we have a worrying skills deficit, incapable of supplement from the indigenous population. Are we clear that where such deficits exist, we are realistic about the need to meet them, including from immigrant applicants? And in relation to asylum seekers, in my own community, many volunteers have supported asylum seekers with language education, provision of clothes, and including them in social activities, such as attending my own local church and church events. There now seems to be a Home Office instruction to disperse asylum seekers, separating them from that human contact and support. So in conclusion, may I ask my noble friend the Minister, is that a sensible approach, and can he offer me any reassurance on that point?
My Lords, I'm pleased to follow the noble Baroness, for whom I have great respect, but telling asylum seekers to suck it and see, to find themselves in Rwanda, and if we've made a mistake, we might be able to do something about it, is frankly ridiculous. And I say to the Noble Minister, the Noble Lord the Minister, who clearly has a terrific job in reading out something he didn't agree with, I just say to him, when you mentioned resettlement routes, which did used to exist, the resettlement was from other dangerous parts of the world to the UK, not from the UK to other countries. And I want this afternoon, in the brief time available, in a moment, to address that issue, because others have and will address the question of convention rights, the morality, the reputation of this country, the clash between the different parts of our constitution, which has already been mentioned. I happen to take a Jonathan Sumption view of the balance between Parliament and the courts. But there's one thing that's absolutely clear in the Nationality and Borders Act, in the Illegal Migration Act, and now in this so-called Safety of Rwanda bill, that this is nothing to do with finding solutions. It's everything to do to virtue signalling, as you might, in quotes, put virtue, to a particular part of the electorate, and to find scapegoats for government failure. The scapegoats are, of course, the opposition, the courts themselves, and this House. And this House cannot fall into elephant traps by allowing the government to say that if only they'd been able to process this bill and they'd been able to show the British people that this worked, then they would have been able to do so. But because this House declined to give a second reading, they weren't able to do so. It's a very silly and old elephant trap, and anyone who falls into it needs to take a degree in politics. I just want to say this about the issues before us today. It seems to me that members of the House of Commons, Tory members of the House of Commons, didn't understand the issue of the one-way ticket to Rwanda. You can understand the electorate not understanding something which we've never ever done before. In fact, we've said the opposite. Time and time again, the government have said that asylum seekers should have chosen to claim asylum in the last country they were in. This is the last country they will have been in when they're sent to Rwanda. Refused by the illegal migration bill the right to claim, but only to claim in Rwanda. And I ask you in the wind-ups, what will they be claiming? Will they be claiming asylum in Rwanda? What happens if they choose not to claim asylum in Rwanda, having chosen to claim asylum in the United Kingdom under their convention rights? And if they don't claim asylum, will they be at risk? If they do claim asylum, and with the help of the UK judiciary, who are in massive short supply, by the way, met a barrister this weekend who was defending an individual 4 years on from the alleged crime. Our judiciary and court and criminal justice system in meltdown. We're going to send people over there to try and ensure that this is safe. When someone has their asylum claim processed and a duly accorded refugee status, why are they not allowed to come back to the United Kingdom? If Georgia Maloney, who's addressing African leaders today, can say that her offshoring proposals would allow the return to Italy, Lord help us, the brothers of Italy can do it, but our Tory government in 2024 can't. What sort of country are we? And if you can't return, then all the risks that are being debated on this bill click in, including, by the way, what happens to the most vulnerable when they don't get the proper treatment and support after their claim has been approved. And when they do get their claim approved and they are allowed to settle in Rwanda, what would stop them in time being able to come to the United Kingdom? Surely they'd have travel rights, or are they imprisoned in Rwanda? These are questions I hope will be addressed at the end of this afternoon's debate, but make no mistake about it. We are not dealing here with practical issues. Yes, the Albanian agreement was a success, quite rightly. It is entirely responsible for the drop in numbers. What is not in any doubt in my mind, that the threat to asylum seekers, because it's not a threat to traffickers, the threat to asylum seekers is not the reason we've had the drop so far. And what will achieve that drop is Britain getting its act together, securing the borders, ensuring the processing, and yes, reaching further agreements with the French. What won't do it is the Safety of Rwanda bill, which is shoddy and less than this country deserves.
I greatly admire Lord Jermyn, but I can't support his amendment. I dislike the bill as much as he does. I explained in last week's debate at length why I disliked it. In the time available today, I just want to add 2 points. First, sequencing. I was struck as a member of the International Agreements Committee by Rwanda's rejection rate for asylum seekers from Afghanistan and Syria. It's 100%. Rwanda has always rejected them all out of hand. That was one of the reasons why the committee recommended, the IEC recommended, and the House last week resolved that the new treaty should not be ratified until the reforms prescribed in the treaty have actually been implemented. The government clearly accepted the Supreme Court's ruling that without these reforms the Rwanda scheme would be unsafe, and the House agreed, adding that fine words weren't enough, what matters would be implementation. Until the new systems are up and running, and none of them yet are, Rwanda can't be deemed safe for those the government want to send there. Yet, my lords, that is precisely what Clause 2 of the bill does. We are asked to deem Rwanda already safe now, today. And we're asked to require everyone, individuals and courts, from the moment the bill becomes law, to treat Rwanda as safe. This is Lewis Carroll country. In Alice, the Queen believed 6 impossible things before breakfast. To make sense of the nonsense, we have to get the sequencing right. It has to be first implementation, Rwanda reforms, second ratification, when Parliament is satisfied that Rwanda has reformed, and third legislation, a bill, maybe this bill, when all are clear that Clause 2, the determination of safety, is based on real facts, not Trumpian alternative facts. And if the government insists on reversing the right sequence, they must surely consider amending Clause 9 to introduce appropriate commencement conditionality so that our looking-glass world aligns with reality. My only other point concerns deterrence. Clause 1 of the bill says its purpose is to prevent and deter unlawful migration, and the government makes much play with the deterrent effect. I can't see it. The Home Office Permanent Secretary couldn't see it either, or at least he couldn't quantify it, and so couldn't justify the Rwanda scheme as providing value for money, just as the lawyers won't let the Home Secretary claim it's compatible with convention rights. Those seeking asylum here are fleeing from war, torture, famine, persecution. In the year to last September, 93,000 applied, 46,000 arriving on small boats. The largest groups, much the largest groups, came from Afghanistan, Iran, Eritrea, Sudan, and Syria. Of those in these groups whose cases were considered, there's still a backlog of 165,000, 75% of whom wait for more than 6 months. The large majority of the cases considered, over 99% of the Afghans and the Syrians whose cases were considered, were granted refugee status. So our rejection rate verges on 0. The Rwanda rate is 100%. It's hardly surprising it verges on 0. We know all about the Taliban and the Ayatollahs, the atrocities and the bombing. It's absurd to suggest that these people wouldn't have tried to come here, risking the Channel Passage, if they'd heard about our Rwanda scheme. If you're an Afghan now in Pakistan at the risk of being sent back now, you've already faced far greater dangers than the Channel. Crossing the Mediterranean kills many more than does the Channel. If you've made it to Calais, and 9,000 Afghans did last year, would you turn round and go home if we passed this bill? Of course you wouldn't. Supposing the government had been able to send 200 to Rwanda last year, as they hoped, 200 out of 46,000 small boat arrivals, so less than a 0.5% risk of Rwanda. If you'd heard about it in Calais, it certainly wouldn't have deterred you. Of course, there would be some deterrent effect if the Rwanda system stays unreformed, maintaining its 100% rejection rate. But the reforms, if they're implemented, will eliminate that. Any vestigial deterrence disappears as Rwanda reforms. The policy eats the policy. It's a Goya. Saturn is devouring his children. So I profoundly believe that the deterrence argument just doesn't stack up. The Rwanda scheme will not break the smugglers' business model. What would put them out of business, as Lord Jermyn said, is new, safe and legal routes. But there are none in the government's Section 61 report, despite what we were led to expect. Or like the Italians in Albania, we could try offshore processing. But instead of offshoring, we're offloading with a treaty that offloads responsibility in defiance of convention commitments and a bill to create alternative facts in Africa. Next step, shall we legislate the sky green and the grass blue?
My Lords, Rwanda, rather like that venerated old Irishman, I wouldn't have started from this point either, but we do. And so many countries are struggling. Germany, France, Greece, little Malta, and even the muscular Turks, who have 3.5 million refugees massed on their southern border. The challenge is being felt around the world, not just here. I wish some years ago we could have realised the world's new direction of travel and accepted that the international conventions on human rights and refugees were created for a very different era. Before jumbo jets, before the criminal gangs and modern slavers, and before the scourge of mutant lawyers whose objective isn't to uphold the law, but to evade it. I wish we had reached out to others, tried to create new conventions and a new understanding of the challenges of mass migration, but we haven't. And while that must surely eventually happen, many countries are struggling with the short-term consequences. This bill is not our final destination. It's a means to a specific end, and the end is clear: to break that sickening trade of the people smugglers, to protect the weak, the children, the vulnerable young women, and to smash the criminal gangs whose trade is human flesh. Now, I believe that we in Britain have come closer to living out Martin Luther King's dream of racial togetherness than perhaps any other country in the world. I've spoken before in this House about that. It's work in progress, of course, but this dream, his dream, has taken root here. We are a good and a decent people. Yet that is under significant threat. Look elsewhere. Wir schaffen es, Angela Merkel said. Oh, no, she didn't. And look what is happening today in Germany as a result, and France, and elsewhere. Extremism and intolerance are on the rise. Now, no one is pretending that there are easy solutions, but the problem is real, it is growing, it is a pressing and present danger to us all, and even here we might find that we so easily fall back into those dark days when race was a dividing line that cut so deeply through our community. Yes, these are all connected issues, and no amount of hand-wringing is going to make it go away. And I might say that there's no dignity of the individual to be found
in a small boat in the hand of people smugglers. So to all those who have their doubts, who say they don't like this direction, who claim the moral high ground, I simply ask, what is your alternative? How will you smash the evil trade? How long will you wait, watching the suffering, refusing to offer any hint of an alternative solution, content to sleep comfortably in your beds, wrapped up in your consciences? The opposition, so silent about what they would do, say that we are rushing things through. The words from the opposition front bench, from noble Lord Ponsonby, will delay, delay. They insist, will do nothing. It's the silence of the lambs. While ordinary, decent British people want us to do things more rapidly, they believe that we have not moved fast enough. And if I've got it wrong, I'm looking forward very much to hearing the specifics of what the opposition would do instead. Yes, we'll wait, and we will wait, and we will wait. So, look, weigh a doubt against a certainty, my lords. The doubts about the destination in which we are asked to travel against the certainty that if we stand still and do nothing, the consequences for this country are likely to be catastrophic.
My lords, to understand a nation and its people, you need a feel for the inner bundle of practices, characteristics, and states of mind, which create the image of a country carries of itself, which in turn shapes the way that others see it. For those of us fortunate enough to have been nurtured within the bounds of our cherished archipelago in the cold northern seas, the rule of law has a fair claim to be the most lustrous of our values, almost talismanic in its properties. So anything that threatens, weakens, or tarnishes our crucial, defining value, the inspirational principle for governing and living well together, is a first-order matter. I regret to say, my lords, that the bill before us today falls into that category. For this is a moment of immense significance for Parliament, the judiciary, our people, and the very quality of our democracy. In no way do I diminish the electric charge of the question of uncontrolled immigration generates, but I fear that the government has become fixated on its talisman, the Rwanda policy, which ministers claim will break the economic model of the cruel, evil, heartless people who put the boats and their desperate passengers to sea off the beaches of northern France. For what it's worth, my lords, my own view is that it cannot be beyond the capability of Whitehall to work up a scheme for the swift dispatch of asylum claims with safe and humane shelter provided in the UK for claimants while they wait for the results of their applications. By rushing this emergency legislation through Parliament with the intention of getting the deportation flights to Kigali underway by late spring, the government has already secured for itself a special place in British political history. The day may not be far off when the Rwanda Bill, having cleared all its parliamentary stages, will be forwarded from the Cabinet Office to Buckingham Palace to receive the royal assent. In the few minutes it takes to pass down the Mall and across the tip of St James's Park on its return journey to Whitehall, our country will change. For the government will have removed us from the list of rule of law nations. We shall be living in a different land, breathing a different air, in a significantly diminished kingdom. My lords, is this what any of us really want?
My lords, it's easy to list the defects in the Rwanda proposal. It's expensive. It's cumbersome. It's, as we were told at the beginning, it's taken up an inordinate amount of parliamentary time without any guarantee that it won't yet be challenged in the courts. And let's admit that there is something slightly distasteful. There's an aesthetic objection to shifting the problem halfway around the world. I get all that. I've heard all the arguments, believe me, my lords, I've heard them from many of the people in the chamber now. As Lord Ponsonby reminded us at the beginning, we've spent a great deal of time debating this 3 times in as many years. And I've heard those arguments very eloquently articulated, but I have not heard a plausible and credible alternative. Politics is often a choice between imperfect outcomes. In fact, these days it is almost always such a choice. In an ideal world, there'd be no need for a Rwanda scheme. In an ideal world, we'd have a Rolls-Royce Home Office bureaucracy where all claims were processed swiftly and immediately. In an ideal world, we would have no judges who push the limits in an attempt to overturn deportation orders. We'd have a judiciary that rules solely on the basis of what the law says rather than what it feels the law ought to say. In an ideal world, we'd have neighbouring countries that played by the rules of the game and took back people who had entered our territory improperly from theirs. In an ideal world, international conventions would have kept up with changing circumstances. But, my lords, the world we live in is not ideal. It is gross and sublunary, and we have to make choices which are less than perfect. I think we are deluding ourselves when we repeat pieties about smashing gangs, as though somehow if you took away the people who are offering the supply, that the demand would dry up. The demand comes not from gangs, but from the fact that people understand very well what the figures say here, which is that once you've entered this country, it is highly unlikely that you will ever be removed from it. And I also think that there is a certain wishful thinking in what seems, I'm willing to be corrected, what seems to be the main argument of the opposition, which is that all of this can be solved with better collaboration across the Channel, as though that's something that nobody's thought of before or that nobody has tried before. I looked up just before the speech the figures from when we were last subject to EU jurisdiction and were covered by the returns agreement. So in 2020, we attempted to return to other EU countries 8,502 people who shouldn't have been here, people who'd arrived here improperly, and we succeeded in removing 105 of them. The other way around, the rest of the EU tried to remove 2,331 to the United Kingdom, and we accepted 882, a rather significantly higher proportion. It seems to me very difficult to argue that a returns agreement with the EU would mean anything other than taking more people from the EU than we send there. My lords, I'm not going to argue that the Rwanda scheme will be alone enough to solve the problem. It won't even be the biggest component of it. I think there is more to be done in terms of individual return agreements. We've all heard, I think there was agreement on all sides about the efficacy of the Albania scheme, as the noble Lord Blunkett said. I think there's more to be done in terms of speeding up claims. And yes, there is probably more to be done in terms of collaboration. But it is part of a package to have some element of deterrence. The facts of geography mean that people have to pass through several safe countries on their way here. And if they think that there is a prospect that they will end in Rwanda, even if it is a percentage chance and not a certainty, that is bound to have some impact on whether they make their final claim here or in another safe country en route. And it's in that spirit, not in any great mood of joy or enthusiasm, but in rather a spirit of grim realism, that I oppose Lord Jermyn's motion and support the legislation.
My Lords, Baroness Brinton is taking part remotely. I invite Baroness Brinton to speak.
My Lords, Lord Hannan speaks with his usual eloquence. I think one of the problems from our benches is that he seems to think it is an acceptable risk to actually breach the rule of law. And it's that fundamental issue that certainly my noble friend Lord Jermyn set out in his motion, and why this unusually should be something that we should vote against at second reading. My Lords, this weekend, the iPaper reported that 4 Rwandans have been granted refugee status in Britain over well-founded fears of persecution. Now, these cases are in addition to 6 people who Home Office figures suggest had asylum claims approved between April 2022 and September 23, according to The Observer. So how can the Prime Minister say that Kigali is unequivocally safe? My Lords, I want to raise a couple of issues in the short time that I have available on the details of how this will work. Firstly, Lord Dirleton referred to access to healthcare, but the British Medical Association raised the important point that the use of offshoring has previously led to asylum seekers being removed to countries where they are unable to access medical care that they need. Medical reviews of 36 people under threat of removal to Rwanda revealed that 26 displayed medical indicators of having been tortured. My lords, is it right that people like that should be going elsewhere? The government website on the agreement with Rwanda talks about age assessment for both accompanied and unaccompanied child asylum seekers. It says at point 4 that it confirms it will not seek to relocate unaccompanied individuals who are deemed to be under the age of 18. Any who are subsequently in relocation deemed by a court of tribunal in the UK to be either under 18 or treated temporarily as being under the age of 18 shall be returned to the United Kingdom. So can I ask the Minister the following questions? How is that going to work if they're assessed in Rwanda? How is the decision made on who are deemed to be under the age, given the provisions of the Nationality and Borders Act 2022 and the Illegal Migration Act 2023 and the arrangements set out in the Rwanda Treaty? And will an unaccompanied child or young person have been entitled to appeal prior to removal to Rwanda? Or will, as the latter part of that paragraph implies, they will be sent to Rwanda, assessed with other asylum seekers, and then only returned to the UK? My lords, that is against the United Nations Rights of the Child Declaration. And will Rwanda use age assessment, as we debated in the Nationality and Borders Bill and the Illegal Migration Bill in their passages? And I particularly ask an issue about those who are accompanied, but to remain with their families, and it's good that families are kept together. But Rwanda does not have a secondary school system. So does the arrangement that is being made with Rwanda ensure that these children will have access to education if they're at secondary age? My lords, Open Democracy reported that LGBTQ asylum seekers in Rwanda have previously been given immediate verbal rejections by officials responsible for registering applications, who said, quote, "It is not a place for them," or Rwanda does not deal with such issues, according to evidence from UNHCR submitted to the Home Office. So, my lords, is it appropriate for these vulnerable people to be sent to Rwanda? And finally, my lords, the Illegal Migration Bill stipulates that if someone arrives in the UK irregularly, there will be a duty on the Home Secretary to detain and remove them, even those arriving who are known to be victims of modern slavery. So, in the passage of this bill in the Commons, Theresa May, former Prime Minister and Home Secretary, said that it would consign more people to slavery if they went to Rwanda. Lord Dobbs asked what opposition parties will do. We would ensure swift and effective assessment of cases, but what we will not do is to send them to a country where we do not yet understand how the treaty will work. Because what is said in the treaty is that there are arrangements proposed, but they have not yet been sorted. For vulnerable asylum seekers, that is not good enough. It's certainly not good enough for what any British government and British Parliament should do. So above all, my lords, for vulnerable people, for Rwanda is not a safe place. And as the treaty says quite specifically, there is much still to be sorted out. I believe that this House should not agree to this bill at second reading.
My Lords, the movement of large numbers of people seeking asylum is in danger of overwhelming the international asylum system, as the government's policy statement on the bill suggests. And this does require a different response. And there appears to me to be two alternatives. Work collaboratively with all countries affected, a global response to a global problem, or take this government's approach, working in the United Kingdom's sole interests, or arguably in the interests of party politics. As the most reverend primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, said in this House on the 12th of July last year, Hansard column 1872, and I quote, "This is a massive international issue on a generational basis. It is essential that the solutions as we go forward bring together the whole of politics, all sides of both houses, and unite our country instead of using this as a wedge issue to divide things," something the Most Reverend Primate reiterated this afternoon. The government quotes figures from last year where boat arrivals into mainland Europe apparently increased by 80%, while boat arrivals into the UK fell by about a third, according to the Noble Lord the Minister in his opening remarks, as if this is some kind of victory. I'm sure for domestic party political purposes it might look that way, but I doubt our European neighbours see it in the same light. I'm all right, Jack does not translate well in continental Europe. The government insists that the Rwanda scheme is only one part of the plan to stop the boats, cooperation with our European neighbours arguably being a far more important part of the plan. What will our European neighbours think if, as the Prime Minister seems intent on doing, the United Kingdom ignores so-called pyjama injunctions issued by a so-called foreign court? What the government, of course, is referring to are Rule 39 indications issued by the European Court of Human Rights, an international court of which the UK is a member. As the Noble Lord Jermyn has said, last Thursday, the President of the ECHR said, and I quote, "Where states have in the past failed to comply with Rule 39 indications, judges have found that the states have violated their obligations under Article 34 of the Convention." If the government decides, like Russia, it no longer wishes to be bound by international law, because, like Russia, it does not agree with the decisions of judges of the ECHR, then it should ask Parliament to remove the United Kingdom from the European Court of Human Rights. 2 days on from Holocaust Memorial Day, perhaps we should remember why the UK was instrumental in establishing such a court, and consider the impact such a withdrawal would have on the willingness of our European neighbours to cooperate with us on this issue. What other steps might ease the flow of asylum seekers? A representative of the International Organisation for Migration told the BBC4 Today programme this morning what drives people to migrate is that they feel they have no options in their home country, with climate change overtaking conflict as the biggest driver. If the government was serious about doing whatever it takes to stop the boats, why has it pushed back the deadlines for selling new petrol and diesel cars and the phasing out of gas boilers? Why has the government announced plans to issue hundreds of new oil and gas licences and given the go-ahead to a new coal mine that will produce an estimated 400,000 tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions a year? Why has the government reduced overseas aid from 0.7 to 0.5% of gross national income, while spending almost 30% of that budget in 2022 on housing asylum seekers in the UK, rather than spending it overseas? I'm not saying that these are not legitimate political decisions, just that they are not consistent with the claim that the government is doing everything it can to stop the boats. My Lords, doing everything the government can to stop the boats should include doing whatever it can to encourage cooperation with our European neighbours and to improve conditions in asylum seekers' home countries. It should not ignore or withdraw the European Court of Human Rights. It should reinstate its previous commitments to combat climate change and its commitment to 0.7% overseas aid. What one might call a strategic approach. As the Noble Lord Ponsonby said, and the Most Reverend Primate has said, this bill is not the answer.
Lord Howarth of Newport is taking part remotely. I invite Lord Howarth of Newport to speak.
My Lords, the bill exhibits several characteristics of this government. Exhibit A is its contempt for the courts, the rule of law and the Constitution. They are smarting at the judgment of the Supreme Court, which found conclusive factual evidence that Rwanda was not a safe place to send asylum seekers. The court found serious and systematic defects in Rwanda's procedures for processing asylum claims. The Rwanda authorities practiced refoulement and had breached an agreement with another country, Israel, on that issue. Rwanda's president, Paul Kagame, has ruled by dint of rigged elections and contempt for civil rights. He dispatches his agents to murder political opponents. He targets journalists who report killings, disappearances, and torture. Even as the government has been insisting that Rwanda is safe, Home Office officials have been giving asylum to Rwandan dissidents, accepting that they have a well-founded risk of persecution. The government's policy is morally and practically chaotic. It is a monstrous fantasy to assert that by hastily negotiating a treaty with the regime and by legislating to declare that it is safe, Rwanda thereby becomes safe. The bill is unconstitutional. It usurps the function of our domestic courts. It ousts their jurisdiction in regard to its main provision. It requires tribunals and courts to treat Rwanda as a safe country, whatever the reality may be, and notwithstanding any existing provision of statute, common law, or international law. By giving ministers the power to refuse to comply with the interim rulings of the European Court of Human Rights and preventing a UK court from having regard for them, the government shows particular contempt for a court that we were once proud to have been instrumental in establishing. The government is also supporting the civil service by obliging civil servants to act on a basis they know to be false. The bill would legitimise and institutionalise dishonesty in Whitehall and its agency. Exhibit B is therefore the government's denial of reality. The persecuted of the world are not going to be deterred from seeking asylum in Britain by this policy. They won't understand the law. The traffickers won't break their own business model by informing their clients there's no point in them travelling to Britain. The traffickers, who get paid before they launch the small boats, will have no incentive to desist. The former immigration minister, Mr. Robert Jenrick, the biggest enthusiast for deporting asylum seekers to Rwanda and deeply informed, says the bill won't work. Clause 4, which provides limited scope for individual cases to be heard in our courts, intended to provide a veneer of conformity with international law, creates a major loophole. Exhibit C is the cruelty of the policy it seeks to implement. Desperate people, fleeing from persecution and danger to their lives, instead of being greeted with compassion, respect, and help, are to be deported out of hand. To dispatch people who may well be suffering the physical after effects of torture and whose mental health is highly likely to have been damaged by their experience as asylum seekers to a country with an underdeveloped health system is horrible. Exhibit D is political misjudgment. This would-be populist appeal to the worst in human nature is to misread the British people. The great majority of the British people do not want to see their government acting cruelly. They want to see fair play, competent administration, and the rule of law upheld. Exhibit E is obsession. What the government would have us believe is a great crisis, an invasion by foreigners in small boats, is a confected crisis, blown out of all proportion. In the peak year of 2022, 46,000 people crossed the channel in small boats, whereas 1.2 million migrated legally into the UK. According to Migration Observatory, 86% of asylum seekers arriving in small boats, whose cases were determined between 2018 and 23, were granted refugee status or permission to stay. By closing off safe and legal routes, while disingenuously pretending its purpose is to save lives, the government has forced these people into acting illegally and then scapegoated them. Instead of cynically buying ourselves out of our obligation, the government should deal humanely and competently with these arrivals. Instead of the literal displacement activity that the bill exhibits, the Prime Minister should focus on the real ills and challenges of the country.
My Lords, there are so many impermissible aspects to this bill that it's difficult to know where to start. There's the overarching point that the Rwanda Treaty, which underpins the central theme of the bill, that Rwanda is a safe country, has not yet been ratified. Then there are all those aspects of the bill which contravene our constitutional norms or breach our international obligations. The bill seeks to preempt any future consideration by the courts on the factual question whether Rwanda is a safe country. This is a blatant usurpation of the judiciary's function. Contrary to Article 13 of the European Convention on Human Rights, the bill contains no domestic remedy should the courts conclude at any time that the bill is incompatible with Articles 2 or 3 of the ECHR. The courts could make a declaration of incompatibility under Section 4 of the Human Rights Act, but that would not be an effective remedy in the present case, as it is plain that the government has no intention to comply with its obligations insofar as they conflict with the bill. Clause 4 of the bill, which provides for a decision not to remove based on compelling evidence relating specifically to a person's particular individual circumstances, is inconsistent with established jurisprudence that in the case of members of a particular social group within Article 1A2 of the Refugee Convention who have a well-founded fear of persecution, it is sufficient merely to establish membership of such a social group. This is of particular importance to LGBT plus people. I was given assurances from the dispatch box in the course of the illegal migration bill, both by the noble Lord the Minister and by Lord Murray of Blidworth, that those principles to be found in H.J. Iran 2010 Supreme Court case would continue to apply. The Ministers expressly confirmed that if the open expression of a person's sexual orientation would prevent them living in a third country without facing persecution that would constitute a risk of serious and irreversible harm, Rwanda is such a country as the government itself accepts and as the current travel advice of the SCDO describes. Clause 5 of the bill, which gives ministers the discretion to ignore interim measures of the ECHR, the Convention, is a plain breach of the Convention. It would deny a refugee an effective right to apply to the European Court and be in direct conflict with the obligation to comply with decisions of the Court. The UNHCR, in its latest analysis, has repeated that the bill represents impermissible burden shifting in contravention of the Refugee Convention. Finally, the proposed Rwanda Treaty does not remedy the human rights deficiencies in Rwanda other than refoulement, mentioned in the Supreme Court judgment. I've already described the hazardous situation there of LGBT plus individuals seeking to live openly, consistent with their sexual orientation. What conclusion can we draw from all this? It is that the bill is a travesty of our constitutional and legal norms and of our historical moral standards.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord, Lord Etherton. He's among those noble lords who've shown authoritatively and powerfully the moral, constitutional, legal, financial and practical difficulties of this bill. So in the time available, I shall focus on three narrower points. How safe is Rwanda? Where does public opinion lie? And how alien to us are the laws this bill proposes to breach? First, the measures in Clause 3 of the bill set out in detail in the treaty, intended to meet the arguments of the Supreme Court that Rwanda is not safe, are not in place. It is therefore just not possible to accept that Parliament can decide by passing this bill as it stands that Rwanda is safe, as was extensively discussed and agreed in the debate on the report of the International Agreements Committee. At present, Rwandans flee to Britain. Will the noble Lord the Minister tell the House what was the well-founded fear of persecution of each refugee from Rwanda granted asylum here since 2022? How many Rwandans have our police warned to beware of assassination by Rwandan government agents? Is it the case that Rwanda will not take LGBT refugees and that blasphemy is a crime there? Secondly, the Prime Minister has warned parliamentarians not to defy the will of the people by finding fault with the bill. In fact, YouGov, widely respected, polled on the 17th of January that a majority did not support getting the policy through, and thought that the proposals were not effective or not very effective. Only 19% thought they were value for money. Members in the other place cited Savanta's findings that 72% of Britons were dissatisfied with the policy, hardly a ringing endorsement. As the noble Lord Kerr has noted, the permanent secretary of the Home Office told the Select Committee that he could not supply value for money figures. I asked the Minister, can we see them now? Thirdly, as regards the so-called foreign laws, that is, international law, which members of the government party have decried as alien to the processes in the bill, my Lords, the clue is in the name, international, or literally between nations. These treaties and conventions were hammered out with full, often leading British participation. They are our laws too. Usually, when a new government is elected, they undertake to honour the international agreements made by previous governments. I asked the noble Lord the Minister, did his government do so? In conclusion, this bill would allow contravention of laws we are party to. It abrogates the rule of law to achieve unknown and possibly dangerous results at vast expense to the taxpayer, in order to get rid of a very small proportion, probably less than 1% of the asylum seekers who arrive in boats. As currently drafted, it looks like a desperate and absurd answer to a real and tragic problem, but I await the Minister's answers.
My Lords, the policy of offshoring asylum seekers for assessment and resettlement abroad will indeed be costly, to judge from the down payment already made, and its likely deterrent effect is at best uncertain. But as a lawyer, I start by acknowledging three things. The policy was given statutory force in the Illegal Migration Act, which we passed last year. It is consistent in principle with the Refugee Convention, which does not oblige us to settle asylum seekers here, but only to avoid sending them to places where their lives or freedoms are threatened. And the principle was not called into question by the Supreme Court's recent ruling. The only issue that remains is safety. This bill, said the Minister, and I quote, puts beyond doubt the safety of Rwanda. But how could it? The Supreme Court has already found that Rwanda operates a profoundly dysfunctional asylum system. And we know from our own International Agreements Committee, whose conclusions we supported last Monday, that work still needs to be done to build institutions, change attitudes, and monitor compliance. A solution may be within our grasp, but it is not a legal fiction, still less a legal fantasy. A way must be found of determining whether Rwanda is and will remain safe in reality. When we are concerned about the safety of a country, we often consult the Foreign Office travel advice. Expertly informed and responsive to events, it is a valuable resource. Yet, in expecting Parliament to come to a judgment, in the words of the bill, that the Republic of Rwanda is a safe country, this bill makes no provision for expert scrutiny or second thoughts or revision of that judgment. Flattering as it may be for some of us to be treated as infallible, to cast Parliament as decision-maker in this changeable and fact-specific context is fraught with constitutional danger. If we are persuaded to take on that role, we will surely need at least, as the noble Lord Kerr has hinted, an independent body on the ground to tell us when the deficiencies already identified have been remedied, and a mechanism for ensuring that when conditions change, the verdict can change. Ouster clauses, even partial ousters such as those in Clause 4 of the bill, are among the most fundamental attacks on the rule of law because they challenge, as the noble Lord Jermyn said, Dicey's first principle, and indeed, more impressively still in my book, the first principle of the noble Lord Hennessy, that nobody, not even the government, is above the law. But the very seriousness of these issues means that we owe the Commons the courtesy of our careful consideration of them. For that reason, I will not be supporting the noble Lord Jermyn's motion tonight. My Lords, finally, I come to Clause 5, with its proposed exclusion of the right to seek interim measures from the Strasbourg Court. I view with dismay the proposal to defy successive rulings of the Court whose opinion on the matter is decisive under Article 32 of the ECHR, to the effect that these measures are binding on the states party to the Convention. As we acknowledge in our own legal systems, and have previously acknowledged in this context too, the effective adjudication of any case can depend on a workable system of interim measures. Perhaps the Minister will tell us whether interim measures will be a feature of the new Rwandan asylum law, which, as far as I'm aware, no one has yet seen. We did, it is true, accept in the end Section 55 of the Illegal Migration Act. But that was presented as a negotiating ploy, perhaps a productive one, since the Court is now in the course of improving its procedures for interim measures. But this clause is different. No such conditions are mentioned in it. The crocodile, having devoured the bun offered by the International Court, now proposes to kick it into the water with a casual swipe of its tail. Some will say that this pass is sold, but I hope that if only out of self-respect, your lordships will push back hard at this casual dismantling of international protections that are as necessary now as they ever were.
Yeah. My Lords, I declare my interest as laid out in the Register. I stand in agreement with the arguments already made regarding the domestic constitutional, international standing and human rights concerns surrounding this bill, and echo the belief that we should not outsource our moral and legal responsibilities to refugees and asylum seekers. However, today I hope to bring some insight to this debate through my own experience of Rwanda. Rwanda is a country that I love. It is a country I've travelled to on 20 occasions since 1997. I have observed the amazing transformation of Kigali and some aspects of the whole nation. My visits take me to rural villages, small towns and cities, not simply the glamour of a great international city. I've had the privilege of becoming friends with many local people whom I've met and stayed with there. The conversation I had there last August further led me to conclude that this policy simply will not work. Under the new UK-Rwanda Treaty, Rwanda is required not to remove any person relocated under this partnership. Instead, those who are sent to Rwanda will remain in the country and live there for the foreseeable future. But I ask the Minister, is Rwanda truly capable of delivering the support and opportunities that are required for each of these refugees and asylum seekers to rebuild their lives? Can Rwanda offer enough employment opportunities for them to provide for themselves when many of their young people are leaving because there are no jobs? In Rwanda, you need Kinyarwanda and English. Will adequate language training be available to enable those sent there to successfully integrate? Locally also, Kigali residents know where a few hundred might be initially housed. They offered to take me to see it, but seriously wonder how thousands would or even could be received with dignity. From what I've observed during my time spent in Rwanda, there will not be enough in all of these areas, I note. Low incomes in the country require people to rely on their own land to provide crops. However, those who are removed there from the UK will not have ownership of or access to such land. In a country without high levels of social security, who will ensure that these people do not face destitution? Each time I have travelled to Rwanda, I have been met with great kindness and hospitality. I am aware, though, that this is not the case for every individual that steps foot on Rwandan soil. I note, for example, the arrest of pastors who criticised the government in 2018 following the closure of churches due to legislation, some of which made sense. How can, though, we ensure that Rwanda is safe for people of all faiths to practice their religion? Courts and decision-makers should not be compelled to treat Rwanda as safe without a commitment to ongoing scrutiny. Simply put, the bill is not workable, either in the UK or in Rwanda. My Right Reverend friend, the Bishop of Bristol, regrets that she cannot be in her place today. But I express her concerns that this bill might also create a greater risk to victims of modern slavery. There is reason to be sceptical that survivors will be as safe in Rwanda as they would be in the UK. According to the 2023 Global Slavery Index, prevalence of modern slavery in Rwanda is more than twice as high in the UK, and Rwanda is not a signatory to ECAT. I further worry that this legislation will apply to people who have been receiving support from the UK's national referral mechanism for some time. Could this support be replicated to the same quality in Rwanda? And what would be the impact of removal of any such people on their physical and mental health? My Right Reverend friend, the Bishop of Bristol, will seek to pursue this issue at committee stage. My Lords, we are speaking of some of the most vulnerable people, many of whom have experienced the devastation of war and conflict, leaving behind their homes and livelihoods. They are human beings, each with value and deserving of dignity. We need solutions where people are provided with adequate support and opportunities to rebuild their lives. I and many others in this House have made many proposals as to how this can be done better. I am afraid this bill will not achieve it.
My Lords, last year I listened to quite a lot of the debate on the illegal migration bill and contributed to it once or twice because I had difficulty making my mind up as to whether I was going to support it. And eventually, although I expressed my reservations about whether Rwanda was a suitable place, I was persuaded that it was a good thing to support, and I gave it my backing. Unfortunately, in the sight of subsequent events, we now have this bill, and at the moment, having considered it carefully, I must say I think the details of this bill, or its main point, as in Clause 2, are a step too far from me, and I don't think I could possibly support this bill unless it is substantially amended as it goes through this House, and we should urge the Commons to revise it. My motive was, firstly, I do think it is necessary to have a credible and effective policy on illegal migration. It's a big problem, it's growing, it's small in relation to our total migration, but its symbolic effect on public opinion is very important. I think the public need to be reassured that we have control of immigration into this country, and if they think we have lost control, then that threatens a very nasty change in public attitudes caused by doubts. I think we should all be proud of the relatively strong, multicultural, multi-ethnic society we've created in this country, much more successfully than most other European countries, and I think that's going to be threatened by reactions to illegal immigration if it obviously starts to grow again and is out of control. I also thought that the only policy that I heard in the debates, either here or anywhere else so far, that really resembled a possible working policy was that of using a safe third country, party country, to consider the refugee status of applicants. I listened to debates here, most of which were legalisms, arguments about international law, which I last studied for my postgraduate degree and I have never practiced. I thought some of them were legalisms. I did actually think that the safe third country proposal, if you could find a safe third country, was worth a try, and I continue to back it in principle. What happened was that that policy hit a brick wall when it got to the Supreme Court. And it failed in the Supreme Court not because any finding of international law that a policy of using a safe third country was in any way contrary to any convention. The Refugee Convention, the European Convention on Human Rights. Government was defeated on an issue of fact. 5 Supreme Court judges considered the evidence which had been submitted to the High Court, and all 5 of them were persuaded that on that evidence, which they had heard arguments testing, Rwanda was not a safe country for this purpose, particularly because of the risk of refoulement. And that brought the Rwanda aspect of the policy completely to a stop. Now, the government's reaction, which we're asked to improve, is quite startling to me. They have decided to bring an Act of Parliament to overturn a finding of fact made by the Supreme Court of this country, and if we pass this bill, we are asserting as a matter of law that Rwanda is a safe country for this purpose, that it is always going to be a safe country for this purpose until the law is changed, and the courts may not even consider any evidence brought before them to try to demonstrate that it's not a safe country. This is a very dangerous constitutional provision. I hope it will be challenged properly in the courts, because we have an unwritten constitution, but it gets more and more important that we do make sure that the powers in this country are controlled by some constitutional limits and are subject to the rule of law. Somebody has already said in this debate that Parliament apparently, in the claiming the sovereignty of Parliament, could claim that the colour black is the same as the colour white, or dogs are cats. More seriously, that someone who's been acquitted of a criminal charge is guilty of that criminal charge and should be returned to the courts for sentence. Where are the limits? I always fear, as time goes by in my career, echoes of the warnings that Quinton Hailsham used to give us all about the risks of moving towards an elected dictatorship in this country. And the sovereignty of Parliament has its limits, which are the limits of the rule of law, the separation of powers, and what ought to be the constitutional limits on any branch of government in a liberal democratic society such as ours. The way this should be resolved is, the government says, the facts have changed. We're not hearing arguments testing those arguments. I'm meant to cast a vote as to whether Rwanda is safe, and I've received an email, the text of the government's treaty, and the explanatory notes. I do not have the expertise on Rwanda that the Bishop of Durham has just demonstrated. I've never been there. I know it's been a one-man dictatorship for over 20 years, that we sometimes give refugee status here to people fleeing persecution in Rwanda, and indeed that it has, not as bad as some African countries, but has a rather dodgy record on human rights in various respects. I'm not surprised by the judgment. But the government says things have changed, but I have no means of testing that, and I agree with all those who've said change is subject to the Rwandans actually complying with the treaty, to the training being effective, to change on the ground, reaching the required standard, and periodic checks being made of that. And that is not what Clause 2 is actually setting out, and which we're asked to approve. So I do hope that we consider this bill with very particular care. I'm probably going to be attracted to support some pretty startling amendments which go to some of the main purposes in the bill. I do think if the government wishes to demonstrate that facts have changed, then some means should be found of going back to the court, facing another challenge, having a proper hearing of up-to-date evidence, and in the light of demonstrated improvement in the situation of Rwanda, getting a fresh judgment, if necessary, from the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, search for other safe countries. Don't vote for the Liberal amendment today, because as Lord Blunkett has said, although I'd love to see the Conservative Party got out of this particular mess, the main effect of that would be to get the government out of the hole that it's dug for itself. They have absolutely based far too much on this Rwandan policy, putting it at the heart of their political ambitions for the election, to be able to turn round and said they would have stopped the boats, but the unelected House of Commons and the Liberal Democrats and the metropolitan elite stopped them, will be a save this government from what I think are its follies in crashing on with this particular policy in this way, and I hope we won't fall into that trap, at least in our proceedings.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble and learned Lord Clark, since he sets the foundations of what I'm about to say, and I agree with everything he said except his conclusion. This bill does two things. It creates a legal fiction that Rwanda is a safe country for asylum seekers. Secondly, it purports to exclude the courts of this country from examining that fiction. But first, let's consider the morality of creating a legal fiction that a country is a safe haven for an asylum seeker, when in fact, as the Supreme Court has found and as this House has agreed, it is not. Is it in accordance with the ethical standards which the British people were once proud to carry across the world to deal with refugees from oppression, or indeed any person within this jurisdiction, on the basis of a lie? A lie, moreover, which may put their very lives in danger, not least for the reasons given by the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Durham. And how is that legal fiction, this lie, to be created? By the judgment of Parliament. This is a new constitutional concept. It is certainly not a judgment in the legal sense, which requires an impartial tribunal weighing the evidence and arguments on both sides of an issue and coming to a considered conclusion. How then is the judgment of Parliament to be ascertained? By a majority of vote, in which case the upper house of Parliament is determined that for the moment Rwanda is not safe. It seems that the government construes the judgment of Parliament as a majority vote in the House of Commons only. Your Lordships will quickly appreciate that the so-called judgment of Parliament is a very different animal from a legal judgment of the Supreme Court. The word judgment is even spelt differently in the bill from the conventional spelling of a court judgment. It cannot subsume or supplant the legal judgment of the Supreme Court. In our Constitution, under the doctrine of the separation of powers, it cannot usurp the Supreme Court's function. Sir Winston Churchill championed the ultimate sovereignty of law in his book History of the English-Speaking Peoples, Volume 2, page 169, where he wrote, and I quote, "The underlying idea of the sovereignty of law, long in existence in feudal custom, was raised into a doctrine for the national state. When, in subsequent ages, the state, swollen with its own authority, has attempted to ride roughshod over the rights or liberties of the subject, it is to this doctrine that appeal has again and again been made, and never as yet without success." Close quotes. And finally on this point, this legal fiction could exist only in domestic law. It has no effect on international law, international courts, and United Nations institutions, not least the European Court of Human Rights. International law, poof, say the obituaries. I remind them that we're currently relying on the doctrine of self-defense in international law in bombing the Houthis. Now, turning to the second issue, the denial of access to our courts. To none will we sell, to none will we deny, to none will we delay justice and right. It's just Magna Carta, chapter 40. In 1769, James Somerset, born in Benin, was brought to England by a customs officer who had purchased him in a Virginian slave market. 2 years later, he escaped his master, who pursued him and imprisoned him on a ship bound for Jamaica. He was to be sold there to labour in a plantation. He was not denied access to the Court of King's Bench in habeas corpus proceedings. Lord Mansfield ordered his release. Slavery was odious, not recognised in the pure air of England. That was a judicial decision. It was another 60 years before Parliament abolished slavery in the British colonies. The judgment of Parliament, it's a novel concept, introduced, I suggest, into this bill to avoid judicial review. After all, how would you judicially review Parliament as a body? Whose clever, tricksy idea was that? Habeas corpus disappears, as the major protector of the liberties of all within the jurisdiction of this country, whether foreign-born slave, like Mr. Somerset, or an asylum seeker. Trash our legal obligations in international law. This bill is more odious as an affront to the 800 years of the common law of these islands, its values and its traditions. This bill must go no further.
My Lords, the flow of migration, rather less obstructed, is rather like the flow of water. It finds its own level. And this bill is, of course, intended as an obstruction to that level. To take my water analogy, the Thames barrier is a necessary obstruction to prevent the flooding of the City of London. Now, the number of people who are potentially going to come to this country, we read in many assessments, is now over 100 million. The number who can come is obviously limited by the capacity of a country to absorb them, either temporarily or permanently. And the natural level, but migration will find itself, if not impeded to a level which meets the capacity of a country, is when the standards of living and what the country can provide has been diluted to a level so close to the country from which people want to come, but the journey is no longer worth the risks and the hazards and the costs of undertaking it. That being said, what is absolutely clear is that the government has made a huge mistake in choosing Rwanda. Why Rwanda? We've heard from the Nobel Prelate what a good place it is, and I'm sure I accept absolutely that. But Rwanda is a small, landlocked country in Africa whose size is only a tenth of the size of the United Kingdom, and whose population, per density of population, is double. In fact, the figures are for the United Kingdom per square kilometre, 278 people. For Rwanda, 569. So what I'm going to ask the minister to do is to reveal to us the process of thought by which the government came to the conclusion to even suggest Rwanda as a suitable obstacle to try and get the right number of people moving who we can absorb. Some of your lordships may remember that I put forward in 2015 and again in 2016 an alternative plan, which again was based on an obstacle. It was an obstacle of finding another country. And I said we needed a country which is very big and which had desert and was very underpopulated. And I suggested that the problem we had of migration was a global problem and must be dealt with by the United Nations. And bear in mind, this is 6 years ago. I suggested that perhaps Libya would meet the aim. And I thought that perhaps an area of desert could be negotiated by the UN, to which everyone would go, and there they would be determined whether they went where they wanted to or went back where they came from or whatever. And the population of Libya, my lords, is 4 per square kilometre. So I don't say now that Libya is suitable, but what I do say is I cannot understand why the government is persisting with Rwanda, since it is obviously wholly impractical. I hope the Minister will address that point.
My Lords, it's a privilege for this daughter of migrants to share your Lordship's house. But today in particular, it's a huge responsibility. People were once imprisoned for being in debt and transported across oceans as punishment for the smallest crimes of hunger and desperation. I believe future generations will come to look at this government's flagship policy with an incredulity similar to our feelings about those past inhumanities. But that's just my opinion. It's also just my opinion that this bill is repugnant to each tradition represented in your Lordship's house. It's discriminatory, undermining the dignity of our fellow human beings, which is what asylum seekers and refugees are. It is illiberal and unconservative in its attack on a hard-won international rules-based order, the creation of which a previous generation of British statesmen was so proud of. It is unchristian, indeed contrary to the better instincts of all the great world faiths in its cruelty and dehumanisation. People aren't sacks of carrots or widgets to be shunted around the globe for processing. To offshore one's humanitarian responsibilities is as immoral as it is to offshore personal wealth as a means of evading public duty. But as I say, my Lords, that's just my view. However, that the Republic of Rwanda is not currently, or yet, a safe place for those seeking asylum is not mere opinion. It is, as we've heard, fact. Furthermore, these are the facts found by the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. Not international or foreign, as the Prime Minister, another child of migrants, likes to caricature referees whenever he concedes a penalty or misses a goal. The highest court in a land that has contributed so much to the development of the rule of law across the world. Your Lordship's International Agreements Committee has ably reported on the factual conditions that must be met before the Rwanda Treaty, the trigger for the commencement of this proposed bill, can even begin to assuage the concerns of the Supreme Court. My Lords, wisdom counsels changing our minds when the facts change, not doctoring the facts when our minds are made up. And in attempting to change facts with a draftsman's pen, while simultaneously ousting the jurisdiction of our courts, the bill is repugnant to the rule of law in general and the separation of powers in particular. And in purporting to take ministerial powers to ignore interim rulings of the Court of Human Rights, a permanent member of the Security Council will lose any moral authority to lecture other states on their international rule of law obligations in dangerous times. My Lords, it's hard to justify unelected legislators in a democracy. Noble Lords no doubt have their own arguments to offer their children and grandchildren. Arguments like the expertise, experience and wisdom of a scrutinising and revising chamber. But for me, the most important argument in an unwritten constitution that lacks entrenched protections even for the independent courts themselves is that independent parliamentarians will stand with the judges against executive abuse. Because, my Lords, before democracy, before even our modern notion of rights and freedoms, the bedrock of any civilised society is the rule of law.
My Lords, the international system for dealing with refugees is breaking. That's hardly a surprise, given that in 1951, when the Refugee Convention was approved, there were about 2 million refugees, whereas now the UN estimates there are about 110
million forcibly displaced persons. We need a new system, but that would take years of painstaking multilateral negotiation. His Majesty's government have reached instead for unilateral solutions. To be fair, so have other countries which normally welcome refugees, including Denmark and Sweden. But unilateral approaches to complex international problems generally fail. This policy has little chance of success. When considering any new policy, civil servants always ask the key question, does it represent value for money for taxpayers? On the 13th of April 2022, in the early days of the Rwanda scheme, the Permanent Secretary at the Home Office sought a ministerial instruction on value for money grounds. 2 years and at least £260 million later, without a single refugee sent to Rwanda, evidently Sir Matthew was right. But the government persists, wanting to dump our problem on a fragile Central African country which is only now beginning to put in place systems to cope with traumatized refugees. Other noble lords have pointed out the constitutional, legal, and moral problems of this bill. I add my voice to those questioning the bill's most basic contention, that Rwanda is safe. Rwanda is safe, but only for people on the right side of the regime. It is not safe for others, not at all safe for its political opponents. It is not safe for the LGBT+ community. Rwanda is a well-run country in its neighborhood, but it is a dictatorship. No one can safely challenge President Kagame. No one doubts the outcome of the next presidential election on the 15th of July. After 24 years in office, he will be elected to a fourth term, this time for 5 years. Rwandan institutions depend on Paul Kagame. What happens when he goes is uncertain. A country whose institutions are only 30 years old and one man deep cannot be said to be safe for vulnerable refugees simply because it signs a treaty promising to treat those asylum seekers well. But such a country can provide reassurance by proven good performance over time. That is the position taken by the International Agreements Committee of your Lordship's House. Listening to today's debate, we can all foresee many amendments will be proposed during committee stage. We can be sure that the government will reject them. So report stage will be fractious. Whatever we then send to the Commons will no doubt also be rejected. As the Prime Minister points out, we are merely an appointed House. He expects us to accept the Commons draft in toto. After the Commons rejects Lord's amendments, we will face a choice: either to cave or to insist on, say, one essential change. That single change might possibly relate to when the bill's provisions can be implemented. The International Agreements Committee set out 10 changes or tests related to structures, recruitment and training needed before the UK can safely proceed. We could insist that the Commons pays attention to that single deep concern. In the end, what is the point of a revising chamber if it doesn't do all it can to improve fundamentally flawed legislation? My Lords, I hope we do just that.
My Lords, I will be supporting the bill tonight, not because my whips are suggesting I should do it, but because I was the Home Secretary in 1990, the first Home Secretary who had to deal with a huge surge of illegal asylum seekers. In the previous 40 years from the Refugee Convention, there had been very modest applications over the years of people genuinely suffering persecution, and many were allowed in. But in 1990, it surged to 45,000 in Britain, 90,000 in Germany. We soon moved on to 70,000 and 90,000. And what had happened is that the traffickers, human traffickers in the world, had realized that there was a wonderful loophole in the Convention, in that it gave the right of every citizen in any country of the world to go to another country if they were facing persecution. So redefined persecution. And so they sold to a lot of people who were not suffering persecution, but in fact suffering destitution, poverty and hunger in their own countries, the chance of going to another country. Who can blame them for paying that money if it was going to improve their lives? No one could possibly blame them for that. And they said to them, when you go there, try and persuade that persecution covers destitution, say if the government refused to employ you or something, whatever it may be, and if you don't succeed, appeal, stay on, you will never be deported. And that is the position that it now exists. Because where are the safe countries to which you will be deported? The only country we've deported people to are Albanian refugees to Albania. Albania won't take refugees from Syria, Iraq, or Turkey, or Egypt, or any of the sub-Saharan Africa countries. And what we tried to do in 1990, the Foreign Secretary Douglas Hurd and myself tried not to stop immigration. You know, we all need immigration. Every country needs immigration. And last year, Britain approved 745,000 people to come to this country, and we will welcome them in a friendly way and in a way that is much better than most European countries do. So immigration is a fact of life. Controlled state immigration, yes. Illegal immigration. What happened in 1990 was that they could say to human traffickers, look, once you get in, you'll be there for good. And although my honourable friend, Lord Clark, said we must search for safe countries, can anybody mention a safe country that would take refugees from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, any of the sub-Saharan Africa? Anybody can name a safe country? Is it a cry of one country? Your lordships, you ought to know, you're highly intelligent, informed people. Where are these safe countries? There aren't any left. And so, in fact, those human traffickers know that once they can get a refugee into any country, they will stay in that country. Now this, my lords, does present huge political problems. I don't know whether your lordships, any of you, heard the speech by the President of Germany at the weekend speaking about the AfD. The AfD is now the official opposition in West Germany. It is a right-wing, vicious party, supports violence and huge repatriation. And he said that they are likely to win 3 states in West Germany in elections this year. But that is the problem for Germany, because they're having 400,000 applications of asylum this year. Take Holland. The very popular and successful Prime Minister of Holland for 10 years was thrust out because Holland was going to abandon its policy of open borders. And they are now following closed borders. There are many European countries which are already transgressing international law. Hungary doesn't care a fig for it. They have created fences all around, and if nobody gets over them, they provide the refugees with coaches to take them to the borders of Slovenia and Austria. France, Macron has just appointed a right-wing prime minister in order to try to hold off the growth of the right-wing party in France, which is now ahead of them in the opinion polls. And this is happening right across Europe. And so we have a problem. Because, as I say, once a refugee gets into any country now, they're likely to stay there. And so I would say, I believe that the Prime Minister's policy of trying to stop them starting, leaving, and entering on the march to immigration is the right one to do. And it's an immensely difficult policy to achieve. It will inevitably involve applications from the individual countries themselves by individual immigrants, making their application themselves, and some will be approved and some will not, which is what is the pattern as we do now. The 745,000 came in on that basis. And America is close to doing that. But of course, the whole policy is going to be turned entirely upside down by Trump. He has decided that he can win the next election this year by focusing on migration. And the governors in the southern states have now loaded busload after busload of immigrants and sent them off to Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles. The most liberal part of America is Brooklyn. Brooklyn has been invaded by, in fact, immigrants. And even Brooklyn is now saying, go home, go home. And I'm quite sure that when Trump takes, well, if he does win, and I think he's likely to win, he will not give a fig for international law or the views of other countries. And it's interesting, he has a slight problem with inflatable boats, which are now taking refugees from Mexico across. And he will deal with inflatable boats in a rather different way than we are dealing with inflatable boats. And so I would say to your lordships, I think that one has to realise that there's got to be international agreement. We can't do this policy by ourselves. And I hope that our leaders will cooperate with Europe to try and find a way in which one can contain mass immigration. Because, my lords, if it becomes a conflict between humanitarian zeal and national politics, human nature being what it is, national politics will win over. And that, my lord, has very ugly prospects.
My Lords, I begin by urging noble lords interested in the circumstances in Rwanda to pay close attention to the speech of the noble Lord MacDonald of Salford. The Rwandan Green Party has been at the absolute forefront of opposition to President Kagame, and they have paid dearly for it, including paying with their lives, and I want to acknowledge that today. But my noble friend Baroness Jones of Morscombe will later be concentrating on the contents of this bill, its hideous human impacts and its indefensible politics, the indefensible politics behind its existence. I'm going to focus chiefly on the amendment of the noble Lord German, which he so powerfully and effectively introduced to us. I'm going to set out why the Green Party believes we should vote down this bill today. In that, I am disagreeing with the noble Lord Ponsonby, who suggested making arguments with which we're all too familiar. We're the unelected House, we cannot overrule the elected House. Well, my lords, could you really claim to have a functioning government majority in the House of Commons, a fast-shrinking majority, put in place with the backing 4 years ago, 3 Prime Ministers back, of little more than a third of registered voters, the majority of voters choosing opposition parties? It's not working, our constitution created over centuries of historical accident. The government is seeking to overrule on a matter of fact, as the noble lady Baroness Chakrabarti set out so powerfully, a judgment of the Supreme Court. And I'd ask those who've been in this House for decades to mull on that reality and consider how shocking, how unbelievable, how banana republic you would, a decade or two ago, have considered a suggestion, even a suggestion that that might happen. So what do you do? How about apply? We often hear praise for the independence of your lordship's House and the relative weakness of the party whip on those old-fashioned parties that do still whip. How about you apply independence, judgment, independent thought to this bill, as your lordship's House did last week in scrutinising the Rwanda Treaty? That scrutiny that the government has said it is going to dismiss without any consideration at all. Now, if the House cannot stop this bill that the UNHCR tells us is in breach of the basic principles of international law, what is this House for? What defence is there for its existence? Its very curious composition. Sure, we can scrutinise, we can tidy up the government mistakes in legislation, straighten out some of the worst elements, loosen things a little, and that is a job worth doing. But what use is that if we are within a deeply broken system to which the noble Lord Ponsonby referred? I think the noble Lord meant the asylum system, but it fits perfectly too as a description of our constitutional system, unable, it would seem, to defend the basics of the rule of law. Now, there is one point in which I am somewhat in disagreement with the Noble Lord, Lord Chairman. The Noble Lord said the West is often accused of double standards. Well, the West is often guilty of double standards, something that's all too often been hidden in the past behind gunboat diplomacy and economic might. Well, the balance of the world is changing, my lords, and we are not any longer in a position to suggest that other nations should follow the rules while we do not. We desperately need the norms that have been established, very often by British campaigners, civil society, lawyers, over decades. We need those norms to be upheld, and that means we need to hold them ourselves. As the Noble Lord, Lord Chairman said, to pass this bill would be to undermine our global standing and undermine the principle of universality. However often in the past the West has ignored it in its own interests. Now, the Noble Earl Canul, for whom I have the highest respect, said the Commons has the right to pass bad law. Well, my lords, the question that I'm going to leave you with is, how far would you go in accepting that precept? How bad does the law have to be? I've asked this question before when we passed a policing bill explicitly targeting Gypsy, Roma and Traveller people. I asked it in the Nationality and Borders Bill when we declared millions of Britons to be second-class citizens, capable of having their citizenship taken away by the stroke of the Home Secretaries' pens. The Noble Lord, Lord Clerk, asked, where are the limits? That's the question I put to your Lordship's House today.
My Lords, along with many other noble lords, I'm frankly distressed and shocked to see this proposed legislation in front of the British Parliament. To me, it's hardly credible that a British government should ask Parliament to pass a bill that insists on denying facts that are established, almost certainly breaking international agreements, lowering our reputation sharply in the world, taking away judicial powers and handing them to the executive, treating other human beings, including genuine refugees, in an outrageous, cavalier and reckless manner, and all this in some desperate and false attempt to fool the electorate that they, the government, are actually serious about immigration. Yet the bill is in front of us, and we've been warned, if not threatened by the Prime Minister, at perhaps the most ludicrous press conference ever heard at Number 10, that if warned to pass the bill speedily and without amendment or else. This was surely the wrong approach, and only encourages those of us who believe the bill to be unconstitutional and not worthy of this country, make us even more determined. I want to concentrate briefly, if I may, on Clause 1, 2b, and agree exactly with what the Noble Lord, Lord Clerk of Nottingham told the House a few minutes ago. That clause is a bold statement of fact, not of opinion. Although there is an attempt at Clause 1, Subclause 5, to give a ridiculously inadequate definition of a safe country. As a statement of fact, it is false. All the opinion, the best regarded opinion, is that Rwanda is, alas, not a safe country. That's what the Supreme Court unanimously found, and anyone who saw yesterday's Observer newspaper, for example, will know that there is striking evidence that opposition, any opposition really to the government there, is just not tolerated. And again, by way of example, how does the Minister begin to explain how for Rwandan citizens, all supporting the opposition party, have in the last 4 months all been given refugee status in this country. One of them, ironically, at the time that the Supreme Court was considering the case. Doesn't that not perfectly describe how absurd it is, in the face of so much evidence, to say that our courts, our judges, have to assume that Rwanda is a safe country? My Lords, like many others in this House, I was privileged to be at the memorial service last week for our late and much-missed colleague, the noble and learned Lord Judge. The reading was from Deuteronomy and concerned the obligations on those asked to do justice. One phrase struck me as being really relevant to this bill, and it's the direction given in the Bible in these words, and this is the modern translation: you must not distort justice. If this bill becomes law with a plainly false proposition at its heart, how will it be possible not to distort justice? So I agree with those who say this bill is not worthy of our country, neither its traditions, nor its present, and certainly not its future.
My Lords, I don't want to add to what's been said about the content of the bill, but I do want just to make one or two observations on the role of your Lordship's House in dealing with it. As has been said, this is not a manifesto bill, so it is not covered by the Salisbury-Addison Convention, and there is no constitutional bar to the House's refusing to give it a second reading. On the other hand, when the elected House, having heard the arguments, has passed the bill even under the duress of the majority and has passed it without amendment, I agree respectfully with the convener that gives it some of the aspects of a bill covered by the Salisbury-Addison Convention. So I think the House would be wrong to refuse to give the House a second reading, and I think it would be wrong, therefore, to vote for Lord Jermyn's amendment. So the role left to this House is to exercise our role as a revising chamber, amend the bill and send it back for further consideration. But, my Lords, I think we need to be realistic about what in these circumstances is meant by a revising chamber. I do not believe that amendments are possible which would make the bill unobjectionable and yet meet the government's amendments. Amendments passed by this House are likely to be regarded by the government as wrecking amendments, and I've no doubt, as Lord MacDonald said, the government will use its majority to reverse those amendments in the House of Commons. So, will we be wasting our time in debating and amending this bill? In one sense, yes, we will. Debates will take place, amendments will be passed, and in the end we will surrender after ping-pong and the bill will go through. But in another sense, I believe that we will not be wasting our time. In our democracy, political parties and members in this House have a right and a duty to assert their positions, as the noble Lady Chakrabarti said. If we did not do so, we would, in my view, be adding to the damage to our democracy that will be done by the bill itself. So, in my view, the number 10 spokesman was profoundly wrong in saying that this House This unelected House has no right to pass amendments removing what we regard as objectionable and dangerous features of the bill. This House has a right and duty to do so, even though we must recognise that such amendments will, in practice, be no more than a kamikaze operation.
My Lords, I share many of the concerns with this bill which have already been expressed by many other noble lords, but I'd like to focus on human rights. What underpins my contribution to the House is a fundamental belief that all people are made in the image of God. It is a belief that is not just the foundation of the Christian faith, but also of many other faiths and religion. People have an inherent, immeasurable value. They deserve a dignity and respect. Unfortunately, in this bill, the value of people is constantly maligned. For example, the bill decides who is and who is not entitled to human rights. My Lords, has history not taught us the risk of that? It is an odd situation that we find ourselves in when we feel that it is necessary to state in your Lordship's House that the government should obey the law. And yet the noble Lord, the Minister, has stated on the face of the bill that he is unable to say that the measures within it are compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. Clause 3 disapplies section of our Human Rights Act, and Clause 1, subsection 6 lists great swathes of international law that will be contravened in order to pass the bill. As many of the noble lords have said this afternoon, it is illogical that the government is disregarding international law, when at the same time relying on Rwanda's compliance with it to assure us that it is safe. This is not a mark of global leadership. Clause 5, subsection 2 states that compliance with interim measures made by the European Court of Human Rights will be decided by the Minister of the Crown. Disregarding these orders will cause legal uncertainty with profound impact for how we expect others to abide by international law. My Lords, we have a respected place on the world stage, with very few injunctions in comparison to other European countries because of human rights legislation. Because human rights legislation is so well embedded in our law. As a number of the noble lords have already said, this bill marks a change. We cannot afford to forfeit our place in the international community in the face of significant global challenges that must urgently be navigated. Global conflict remains a serious issue, and we must not lose our focus or our leadership on this issue. Our position, if this bill is passed, will mean that other international countries will be tentative in reaching forward to us on other international agreements. In addition, it is troubling that the vulnerable are not being protected in this bill, with no exceptions for victims of trafficking or children or who are either in families or are suspected to be adults. The Right Reverend Prelates of Chelmsford and Bristol are not able to be in their place today, but they hope to explore amendments to further protect vulnerable groups, which I hope that the government will give due consideration to. This bill disapplies parts of the Human Rights Act with respect to asylum seekers, and the government is doing the same in respect to certain prisoners in other legislation before this House. My Lords, this is a slippery slope. Making a majority group unprotected from the actions of the government undermines everyone's collective access to justice. If our courts finds this piece of legislation is indeed incompatible with rights under the ECHR and issue a declaration pursuant to the Section 4 of the Human Rights Act, could the Minister confirm that the government will make a statement to Parliament and bring forward regulations to remedy this incompatibility? My Lords, I want to conclude by underlining my overriding concern that in this legislation we are deciding to who human rights applies and to whom they don't. Again, I will say, has history not taught us the risk of this? I hope that the Government will consider this question before proceeding any further. As you have already heard, we on these benches will continue to engage in this bill to develop better legislation which will recognise the value of each human being. And you may not be surprised to hear that I would also like to support the Right Reverend Primate in his call for a long-term strategy for immigration, which is cross-government and worked out with our international partners.
My Lords, in the absence of an immediate returns agreement with France, for which there seems to be little appetite, it is only by delivering the Rwanda scheme that the government can achieve the deterrent effect necessary to prevent migrants from attempting to enter the United Kingdom by dangerous and illegal means. In the brief time available to me, I wish to focus on two matters which have been the subject of much misperception in your Lordship's House. The first of these is the effect of the Section 19(1)(b) statement on the face of the bill. As a person who has previously signed such a statement, I have carefully considered its significance. Contrary to a common misunderstanding among opponents of the bill, both in your Lordship's House and in the other place, and indeed, as we have just heard from the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, the statement does not mean that the Minister is certifying that the measures in the bill are incompatible with the Human Rights Convention. Following a practice introduced under the last Labour administration, a Minister will not make a Section 19(1)(a) statement of compatibility unless the Minister is satisfied that, if there was a legal challenge to the new law or to a decision taken under it, there is a greater than 50% probability that the Court will find the measure to be compliant with the Convention commitments of the United Kingdom. In all other circumstances, the Minister will issue a Section 19(1)(b) statement. That is what has happened here. Therefore, my Lords, the placing of a declaration of this kind on the front of the bill cannot and must not be characterised as a statement that the Government believes that the measures in the bill are incompatible with the UK's Convention commitments. The point is that in making such a declaration, the Government does not concede any breach of the Convention. And indeed, there is every prospect that the Government will prevail in any litigation, as occurred in the 2013 Animal Defenders case, which upheld the compatibility of a provision in the Communications Act 2003, which had, when before Parliament, been accompanied by a Section 19(1)(b) statement. In any case, my Lords, it is for Parliament to decide whether it thinks the bill is compatible with Convention rights, and it should not be misled by the way in which the Section 19(1)(b) statements are phrased, because that would be to misunderstand the substance. Given the treaty and the commitments underpinning this bill, what is evident is that this bill does not expose anyone to a real risk of removal to conditions under which they would be tortured or exposed to any other Convention violation. The second misperception, as exemplified in the speech of the Noble Lord, Lord Jermyn, today, and in the passage of this speech of the Noble Lord, Lord Kerr in last week's debate on the ratification of the Rwanda treatment, and again in his speech today, that the outsourcing of asylum claims made here in the UK to a third country is unlawful, or, in the words of Lord Kerr, dishonours our Convention commitments.
This is not so, my lords. In the recent Rwanda litigation, this very point was rejected by the Divisional Court, which held that third country processing was not unlawful or indeed contrary to the Refugee Convention. The claimants unsuccessfully sought to appeal that finding. The Court of Appeal unanimously on this point agreed with the Divisional Court. The Supreme Court did not even grant permission for any further appeal on the point, and therefore the law is clear. Third country processing of asylum claims is lawful. Having clarified these two matters, I make one final point. This bill will save lives and protect our borders. It warrants the support of this House.
My Lords, pleasure though it is to follow the noble Lord, I would urge him to stop his tango on the head of a pin. My Lords, it's a remarkable but welcome thing that an issue, the outcome of which will apparently affect fewer than 200 people, should be debated twice within 1 week in your Lordship's House. I agree with all the comments that have been made by noble friends and other noble lords on issues around the rule of law, including the noble lords Lord Thomas of Gresford, Lord Clark of Nottingham, my noble friend Lord Anderson and my noble friend Lord Etherton and others. This bill and the treaty that is said to underpin it have attracted both headline and detailed criticism. The headline part has included the unusual press conference in which the Prime Minister, in the past generally accepting of the role of your Lordship's House, took time out of his busy schedule to wag his finger at us. I would suggest that those who look after the Prime Minister tomorrow morning, when he's on his much publicised exercise bike, should place before him the magnificent speech by my noble friend Lord Hennessy, 3.5 minutes of sheer eloquent wisdom in this House this afternoon, because the Prime Minister was just wrong and this House will not be influenced by the finger wagging. Indeed, that episode reminded me of a brief remark by one of the heroes of my generation, Desmond Tutu, when he said of such debates, "Don't raise your voice, improve your argument." I've been waiting for the government to improve its arguments against those presented by most peers who spoke in last week's debate. And so far, at least, in this debate, the improvement has not occurred. I agree with those noble lords and baronesses who have said that the fundamental question here is Rwanda a safe country? At best, the government's position on Rwanda's safety is ambiguous. For example, as one noble friend privately said to me earlier this afternoon, if one looks at Clause 5, Subclause 2 and 4 of this bill, they are plainly in breach of the Constitutional Reform Act 2005, but the government seems completely to have overlooked that point. There is plenty of evidence that Rwanda is not a safe country. The government has said in court or out of court in a number of cases that individuals applying for asylum in this country could stay here because Rwanda is not a safe country. Last Friday, there was an article in The Guardian referring to an investigation by The Observer and the colourfully named campaign group led by donkeys, which has not been refuted by the government. They found that in the last 4 months, 6 Rwandans have been given asylum on the grounds that they would not be safe if they were sent back to Rwanda. And they were on various grounds. In one case, it was because they were connected with an opposition party. In another case, they simply said, "We accept that you have a well-founded fear of persecution and therefore cannot return to your country, Rwanda." How can a country in which opposition to the president makes it unsafe for a refugee to return simply to express his or her political views? So we have the spectacle in the teeth of the evidence of His Majesty's governance telling us Rwanda is safe, asking us, my lords, to legislate a lie. I hope we will not legislate that lie. An admired teacher of mine had the habit of quoting Plato at bemused 15-year-olds, but I stuck it out with him to the end of my schooling, and I remember him later reminding us of Plato's advice: to present arguments at a time when one is in doubt and seeking is a thing both frightening and slippery. This debate is about a proposal both frightening, slippery, and indeed duplicitous. If this bill is to be passed, it must only be brought into force once the misgivings contained in the International Agreements Committee's paragraph 45 are resolved and certified by this Parliament as properly resolved. Only then will I support this bill.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow the noble Lord and learned Lord Carlisle, with whom I have worked on the Illegal Migration Act, and it seems as though we will be working again on this. My Lords, I do not, as some have suggested on this bench, come to this issue as a matter of party political motives. I approach this very much from a personal perspective. How would I want to be treated? How would I want my family to be treated? And therefore, I must stand in the shoes of others and imagine. Indeed, as Shakespeare asked us to imagine in his brilliant speech, The Stranger's Case in Sir Thomas More, where the strangers have made their way from Calais to Dover. And the threat is whipped up and talked up, and the strangers are politicised. And in brief, my Lords, to a voice that says amongst the crowd that rebels in London, remove them, he says, you bid that they be removed. The stranger, with their children upon their back, their family at their side, their belongings at their feet, you bid that they be removed. Imagine you are the stranger, with your children upon your back, your family at your side, your belongings at your feet. Bid that they be removed and show your Montanish inhumanity. 400 years later, my Lords, I beg the same question. This bill is outsourcing legal and moral obligations, and I consider it not only unacceptable, but repugnant. It will have long-term profound consequences for the United Kingdom and in Rwanda, as outlined by the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Durham. The bill is unacceptable, as we have heard, for many reasons, legal, constitutional and moral grounds. In essence, my Lords, I believe that it is entirely unacceptable in any country that considers itself civilised or allied to the rule of law. The government has continually stressed that relocation to Rwanda, coupled with detention and the removal of rights within the Illegal Migration Act, are the deterrents that will end small boats crossing the channel and so-called illegal migration. My Lords, it is one thing for the government to try and fool its critics, but when it fools itself, we are all the losers, and democracy is the greater loser. Not in my names, my Lords, and not with my silence will this bill pass. It puts at risk the most vulnerable, minorities, individuals, and yes, I agree with the noble and learned Lord Etherton, that LGBT plus people will not be safe in Rwanda, and like he, I was given the same assurances during the passage of the Illegal Migration Act, and I seek those reassurances again of HJ Iran. Therefore, my Lords, in conclusion, let me just say what is at the heart of my concern. I believe that this drawback mentality offered by this government will achieve nothing except diversion and division and greater degrees of inhumane treatment against those who are amongst the most vulnerable and the most in need. My lords, I hang my head in shame when I see what my country has fallen to, and when all we can offer is a legislative lie.
My lords, I am honoured as ever to follow the noble Lord, Lord Cashman, who's made a very passionate case. Many speakers today have focused on the legality and morality, or otherwise, of the Rwanda scheme, and the astonishing claim that this Parliament has the overriding ability to decide whether Rwanda is safe. I will focus on another astonishing aspect, the simple unsuitability of this scheme. Last July, I was in Rwanda for a major conference on women's rights. While I was there, I visited with UNFPA the Mahama refugee camp in eastern Rwanda. Overseen by UNHCR, this houses 60,000 refugees, largely from Burundi, but also from other countries in the region which have been suffering conflict. There are strong cultural similarities between the refugees and their hosts. Full provision is made for housing, schools, and training. There are villages led by local leaders, markets for stallholders, and a bus service to enable travel to work. We visited impressive health clinics which covered a range of care, including minor operations, vaccinations, malnutrition care, and mental health services. What is more, the local population can access these facilities. They can therefore see a benefit from refugees amongst them. Contrast this with what the UK plans to do for those seeking assistance at our borders. None of these elements are in place. It's no surprise that the government does not want parliamentarians to visit the site, as we found. It is beyond amateur. It's in Kigali, in an unused housing development, surrounded by other housing developments for the local population. Its capacity is extremely limited, merely for a few hundred. And these will supposedly be men from diverse countries, backgrounds, languages, religions, and experience. People who have been uprooted from their countries, communities, and families. How is that supposed to work? Of course, it's not big enough to provide specialised healthcare, training, language support, cultural support, any of the facilities that such asylum seekers potentially need. Right in the middle of the local population, with the strong possibility of mutual fear, a potential recipe for conflict and exploitation. My noble friend Baroness Hamway refrained from speaking given the number of speakers today, but has mentioned to me points made by various organisations. Removing asylum seekers to a country where they do not want to be, with little prospect of work, not understanding the language, with inadequate support, increases the likelihood that they will seek to leave or be open to offers to help them do so. Israel had an agreement with Rwanda, and no one knows what happened to that cohort. They are not there now. It's very likely that they were smuggled onwards or trafficked and exploited. The noble Lord the Minister says that he seeks to reduce trafficking. Yet this policy opens up a new market for traffickers, and the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law has advised that the bill would put the UK in breach of the Convention on Trafficking in Human Beings. As the Bishop of Durham and the Archbishop of Canterbury have rightly said, Rwanda has made great strides since the terrible years of its genocide. Nevertheless, the UK Supreme Court has deemed it still an unsafe country, And we've heard a number of reasons as to why that is the case, not least, of course, from the noble Lord, Lord MacDonald. We have recently granted asylum to Rwandan refugees, as my noble friend Baroness Brinton pointed out. And of course, it appears to be part of the government's narrative for the right-wing press that Rwanda is a desperate place in which to end up, acting as an apparent disincentive to those who may seek asylum in the UK. Ironic that it then deems the country safe. Conflict and climate change will doubtless increase migration. Working on global strategies to tackle this, as the Archbishop of Canterbury has pointed out, is clearly vital. Right now in Central America, they're facing a massive traffic in migration. Costa Rica, population 5 million, is housing a further million from Nicaragua. One of the first things must be to invest in conflict prevention and development. Thus, the assistance that has been channeled to Rwanda since its terrible conflict has clearly improved the lives there of many of its citizens, so that there's less migration from Rwanda itself, despite the clear limits to freedom there. And yet we cut our aid budget. How short-sighted. Others have argued with overwhelming force that this bill offends both against morality and legality. From what I have seen of the UK's plan on the ground in Rwanda, compared with more effective ways of supporting refugees in that very country, it seems to me that we are pouring huge amounts of money into what is almost an amateur scheme. That hardly reflects well on the United Kingdom.
My Lords, many moons ago, I was a staff writer on the Financial Times and occasionally involved in writing leaders. Now, those of us who wrote leaders for national newspapers were well aware that leaders were not exactly the first point of interest. I don't know how noble members read their newspapers, but I start with the back pages. Particularly pleasant today with the announcement, with the record of the first win in India on the Test match. And then I went to the front pages, the news on the front pages, then to the features, and then finally to the leaders. But what I was aware as a leader writer was that the opinion expressed in the leaders is the collective view of at least the senior people on the newspaper in question. I was therefore very interested to read the views of the Times newspaper on January the 15th this year, where it said, under the headline, Return of Rwanda, I quote, "The legislation would prevent a general claim that Rwanda is an unsafe destination, but not rule out a specific case of an individual being at risk for some reason. That is in principle a sensible balance, respecting the will of Parliament and the rights of the individual. That is precisely the view our colleagues in the other place took, without any further amendment. We're here, of course, because the Supreme Court concluded that the government policy was unlawful. I therefore took the trouble to read the Supreme Court evidence, 57 pages of it. I understand from their procedures that it has to take a view on the hard evidence the point has been made. And the hard evidence it took was from the UNHCR before September 2022. But as Lord Stewart pointed out in his opening remarks, the problem with this approach is it does not look at the evidence today or as it may be in the future. It did not go to Rwanda and it took no evidence of that kind. But the fact is, as has been pointed out in many cases, that Rwanda is a rapidly developing situation. It is helping in the UK with its legal immigration, and return is getting a significant chunk of development aid. it hopes this will be a model for other European countries, and other European countries are following this closely, which will work for the future. And therefore, it has every incentive to make this policy work. This does raise the question, incidentally, of whether this sort of decision as to whether Rwanda can be trusted is a decision which should be made by the government, by governments, or by courts. And the Supreme Court did raise this question, but it did not, in the end, give a view. But we are where we are, and I do believe the government has made a big effort to meet the Supreme Court's points. In particular, he's put a lot of work into capacity building, and that is what the Australians did when they were faced with a similar problem over outsourcing to Nauru in the Solomon Islands. The Australians provided training, support, and expertise and had a permanent presence on the ground, and the UNHCR were kept in touch. This trilateral approach has worked and now has all party support. That is the opportunity we may be faced with here. I think it should be put to the test.
My Lords, I think we can all agree that this bill is contentious. And I also think that we can agree about what it's actually about. That is controlling permitted migration, ending illegal entry. And that is a good thing. But I suspect that's where the agreement ends. But, my Lords, what we're doing this evening is discussing something which is in fact a part of a much greater problem facing the Western world. And history, it seems to me, tells us there's only one way to respond to existential threats to Western Europe and tsunamis of migration, and that is by coming together and standing shoulder to shoulder. After all, for example, when Jan Sobieski led a European army to defeat the Turks at the Battle of Vienna, it was a composite army. When Wellington was victorious at Waterloo, a majority of the troops he was commanding were not British, and the day was saved by the Prussians under Blücher. And in the Second World War, when we played a very crucial part, eventual victory is in fact owed to Russia and the United States. And we are approaching it as if we can try and do this by ourselves. And I believe that that must be doomed to fail. We're all in it together. We've been told earlier in this debate that collective action has failed in the past. We've just got to remember what financial advisors tell you, say that the past is no guide to the future. We've simply got to make it work in some way or other, even if we end up with a collection of disjointed unilateral actions which have only some degree of coherence across them. But, my Lords, as long as there are boats and migrants on the other side of the English Channel, and as long as the view from there is that there is a better life in this country, there will be those trying to break into this country thinking it is a Shangri-La. And it is certainly going to be an improvement on life in camps at Calais. That's the reality of it. And sometimes I think we seem to be using the same political advisers as King Canute did on that beach at Hunstanton over 1,000 years ago. And on that occasion, the King appreciated they were talking nonsense. Now, my Lords, I am not a good lawyer, and in presence of so many distinguished lawyers, I shall keep my opinions private. But I will simply say that I think the bill as it stands is an attack on the rule of law. Quis custodiet ipsos custodios, if Parliament, led by the Executive, excludes proper and constitutional role of the judiciary and system of checks and balances in the system. And we are being asked to go into a world of Lewis Carroll's Wonderland, as has been explained earlier in the debate, where Humpty Dumpty expands the doctrine of words mean just what I choose, neither more nor less. Now, my Lords, much of this is fueled by what is a fashionable, at least in some circles, antipathy to the European Convention on Human Rights. And it may commend the Convention to some, at least in this chamber, that let's not forget it was devised by British conservative lawyers. And I think we should also recall the reason it came to being, and I think this has been mentioned earlier in the debate, was to deal with exactly the Humpty Dumpty school of legal interpretation, which once adopted, spread widely in the 20th century, to come to the basis of horrifying totalitarianism and all that that has led to. I believe we should not and must not allow this approach to the law to enter our system. My Lords,
Let's have some leadership from our leaders in the great British tradition of freedom, democracy and the rule of law, and not put our long-established traditions up for sale for the supposed benefit of a mess of short-term political pottage.
My Lords, this time last week I was in Strasbourg for meetings of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, a body dedicated to the rule of law, democracy and human rights. And on its first day, as is usual, there were two meetings, not one, two meetings of its various committees. I sit on its migration committee. We were pretty much preoccupied with the plight of abducted Ukrainian children being forcibly taken into Russia to be Russified and eventually turned back to fight against their own people. A horrendous situation indeed. But in the informal times between our business items, I was besieged by people from parliaments across Europe who wanted to ask me about what was happening here last Monday. I explained the nature of that debate. I wished I'd been here myself. There was a short gap in the proceedings that allowed me, with such technical ability as I have, to get the debate on my telephone screen. I was able to follow part of the debate that took place here last week. Just a small part, pretty much on the subject we're debating right now. I only got a snippet of the debate, but enough to make me think a great deal. I saw an exchange, some might call it a spat, between the noble and learned Lord Wolfson, who's in his place, an honourable man, of Tredegar, that confers the honourableness on him. And my noble friend, if I may be allowed to award him that accolade for the purpose of this debate, Lord Purvis of Tweed. The discussion was about the rule of law and the role of the UNHCR in the treatment of refugees and asylum seekers. I had sitting next to me Andreas Wissner, who is in Strasbourg the UNHCR official. The point at issue was the decision of the Supreme Court that the UNHCR is, and I quote, entrusted with the supervision of the interpretation and application of the Refugee Convention. I keep getting my bearings from the noble Lord Wolfson because it's him I'm quoting. And later, that UNHCR's guidance should be accorded considerable weight. The two words that the noble Lord singled out in the speech he made were supervision, that is, of the interpretation allowed to each member state to apply the laws and the conventions according to the lights of their own experience, and guidance, both of which, he argued, offered clear indication that UNHCR was not entrusted with final or binding decisions, but merely with the giving of critical advice and counsel. Lord Purvis was clear that the Lords Wolfson and Murray, not in his place, I could have been complimentary about him. I'm glad not to be given the opportunity, were wrong, both of them, in their suggestion that the UNHCR is not charged with the interpretation of the Refugee Convention. It is charged, said Lord Purvis, and the Supreme Court agreed with him. When lawyers, even distinguished lawyers, disagree, then it's sometimes a good thing, a minnow in a deep bowl swimming here for his life, it's sometimes a good thing to turn to the way the point at issue has been applied in previous cases. Indeed, Section 2 of the Human Rights Act requires courts to take into account the case law of the European Court of Human Rights in making their decisions. Good advice. Not only for courts, but for distinguished lawyers speaking in your lordship's house too. The UNHCR has given detailed attention to all three major pieces of legislation that have been before this House in the last short period. They make most interesting reading and have been very carefully drawn up. We have to bear in mind the role of the UNHCR, and in looking to resolve the dispute that was on air last week, case law, the way the laws have been applied, needs to play its proper part. The advice was clear. The way we're going will involve a serious breach of international law and seriously damage the UK's standing in the world. As I did some thinking on these matters in Strasbourg last week, the battery on my phone ran out. The screen darkened. So did my spirits lower, as I thought next week I'll be here trying to make some kind of a contribution to what I believe is a fundamental aspect of what it means to belong to this country. And nobody could have said it better than the welcome return of Lord Hennessy to this House earlier. In 3 minutes, and look at me. Gosh. Well, I returned to my meeting. Guess what? We were discussing in Strasbourg migration and the rule of law.
My Lords, we do need to stop the abhorrent practices of the criminal gangs and save people dying at sea. And we do need to control our borders. I therefore commend the actions the government has implemented as described by the Minister in his opening remarks. However, as other noble lords have said, this bill is not part of the answer. I have had the honour of representing this country in international trade negotiations. In its current form, the bill has the potential to damage the reputation of the UK as a defender of democratic principles, the rule of law and all its facets, including the principle of the separation of powers. In so doing, if passed, it will damage the future ability of the UK to lead on breaches of international law and more generally on the world stage. The UK has a long and proud track record in respecting and promoting the rule of law. Indeed, the most recent International Court of Human Rights report demonstrates our impressive compliance, and the Court takes into account the fact that we have integrated the Human Rights Convention into our public bodies and that is overseen by our judiciary. But this hard-earned reputation is now at risk. Although sending immigrants to safe countries is well established under international law, the bill is being proposed for a very different situation, positioning itself and the treaty debated last week as an answer to a unanimous ruling by our Supreme Court that Rwanda was not safe as a matter of fact. I will not repeat its detailed clauses, but many legal commentators, including in this House, have questioned the bill's legality, arguing that even if its passing enables Rwanda to be deemed a safe country under UK domestic law, it is not relevant in determining whether it breaches our obligations under international law. The Bar Council of England and Wales commented, "There is an obvious difference between a country that is in fact safe and one that is not safe and deemed to be safe. The UK's obligation under international law is to ensure that asylum seekers are only ever sent to countries that are actually safe. The bill does not respect the rule of law, including the separation of powers, as clearly articulated by the noble Lord the Earl of Cornwall, and it breaches our obligations under international law. The great irony, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, stated, is that the bill is proposing that the UK breaches its international obligations but insists that Rwanda meets theirs. Ultimately, government is about two things: the making of laws and the allocation of money. If it is not bound by the laws it dislikes, the authority of government is eroded. That is why this House has an important role in helping the government find solutions, but solutions that do not breach the fundamental principle on which its own authority is based. I will not therefore be voting in favour of the amendment in the hope that our role as a revising chamber can take place. Like so very many in the House, I had the privilege of knowing and learning from the late, much lamented, noble and learned Lord Judge, called out already by the noble Lord Bach. Lord Judge highlighted the critical importance of the rule of law during his lifetime. I will end by using his words from published essays as I urge the government to consider amending the bill to comply with them. He said, and I quote, "The rule of law is indeed our safest shield. It has a resonance for each and every one of us from whichever country we come. Never take the rule of law for granted. Never, ever. The best of constitutions can be subverted."
My Lords, in the short time available, I shall concentrate on my conclusions. The first point that I wish to make relates to the policy which this bill is intended to facilitate, namely deterring small boats. I do not believe that this bill, if enacted, will serve as an effective deterrent. I believe that individuals who choose to make the perilous journey across the Channel in overcrowded and vulnerable boats are unlikely to be deterred by the slight prospect of being located to Rwanda. And those of your lordships who have principled reservations about this bill should not support a bill which cannot achieve its desired objective. My Lords, my second point and my principal objection to the bill is the statutory reversal of the Supreme Court's judgment that Rwanda is not a safe country. Whether Rwanda is or is not a safe country is a matter of fact to be determined after careful assessment of the relevant evidence. This is what the Supreme Court did. And in my view, it is contrary to long-standing principles to reverse by a statutory pronouncement a judicial finding of fact. And I want to turn to my broader objection. This country prides itself on being a country in which the rule of law prevails. We are a country which adheres to its international obligations. This bill trashes our reputation for domestic and international probity. I cite two provisions. Clause 1(4)(b). It is recognised that the validity of an act, any act, I note, is unaffected by international law. And international law is very broadly defined. See Clause 1(6) of the bill. Now, that provision is right in strict law, but its sole purpose in the bill is to provide comfort for the Braverman wing of the Conservative Party. And it is a proposition that we should voice with very great caution. And then consider Clause 5 of the bill, which enables a minister at his or her discretion to determine whether or not to be compliant with the judicial rulings of the European Court of Human Rights. My Lords, members of the international community reading this bill would be entitled to conclude that the given word of the United Kingdom cannot be relied upon. And now, my Lord, I want to say something about Clause 3 of the bill, the disapplication of the Human Rights Act in respect of individuals who would otherwise benefit from its provisions. I call to mind the words of Pastor Nimola, spoken in 1947. First they came for the socialists, and I didn't speak out because I'm not a socialist. And then they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak out because I'm not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I'm not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Now, my lords, of course, the circumstances are very different from those of the 1930s. But beware of the precedent that we would be creating. Best not to step onto a slippery slope, because it can end in some very murky places. Now, my lords, I hope to end with what I hope is a constructive suggestion. I suggest that the bill should not be implemented without a positive resolution of both houses of Parliament. Such a resolution should not be considered until Parliament has received a report on the safety of Rwanda from, for example, a joint committee of both houses appointed for the purpose. And there may be other ways of meeting the objective. In the event of no report, or an unfavourable report, the bill would remain in the long grass, where it should indeed be. And such an approach could perhaps be reinforced by sunset clauses and a constant continuing assessment. That way, at least, Parliament would have an assessment of fact on which it could properly rely. And incidentally, it accords with the judgment of this House in last week's vote.
Hear, hear.
My father would have liked that. My father would have liked to see that.
My Lords, I stand up because I don't see the person named standing. I inevitably, at this point, I'm number 41. I'll be repeating or underlining points, but I just want to make a couple of observations as I start, and I'm going to be brief. First of all, I'm struck that some of those who I've listened to who are supporting the bill, nevertheless, there's a hint of equivocation. It's not perfect. It's not the final destination. And I'm just struck by that. Secondly, I've not heard evidence that what's proposed will work. And thirdly, in the opening comments from the Noble Lord the Minister, we heard that actually progress had been made and the numbers had decreased that were coming across in boats. And my question then is, why are we not putting more effort into those causes that have enabled that reduction to happen? I do not think there is a single person in this House who's not determined that the dangerous boat crossings of those seeking asylum in this country be stopped. Our valuing and care for human life, for the plight of those fleeing danger, places a moral duty upon us to work out a way that stops the perilous crossings and finds a just and safe way for people to find refuge. We know from the government's figures that the great majority of those who've sought asylum in this country through this life-endangering method have had their applications upheld. So we are not talking about people who are risking their lives without legitimate cause. We do need to find, indeed with our European neighbours, as a number have said, safe ways to achieve this goal. This is a good moral purpose to which I believe we would all assent. However, from every angle that I look at this bill, it seems to have lost that moral compass. Indeed, this continues to me to be a deeply immoral solution, treating victims as perpetrators and not providing a real, just, sustainable plan to the rapidly changing global refugee situation. Let me briefly touch on two related aspects of this. His Majesty's government has signed a treaty with Rwanda which they believe addresses the concerns of the Supreme Court that led the court to conclude that Rwanda was unsafe. The government responded to the Supreme Court, arguing that the facts have changed and those changes are now expressed in the treaty with Rwanda. However, as the International Agreements Committee asserts, evidence that these arrangements have bedded down in practice is also needed, a point a number of people have made. And, the committee says, the treaty is unlikely to change the position in the short to medium term. Rather than testing the evidence through the courts, or possibly through the method that Viscount Helsham has just referred to, the government has decided to introduce this bill, which in reality dictates to the courts that they must treat Rwanda as a safe country. The use of Parliament as decision maker in these circumstances is impractical and, to me, troubling. I see the approach of the government as, let me say, constitutionally inappropriate. My second and more fundamental point is the constitutional danger in the exclusion of the jurisdiction of the courts in future cases. Under these proposals, the courts would be required to ignore evidence that may emerge in the future, thus removing the court's ability to protect, as we have heard. No bill should place such limits on access to justice. To my mind, this raises a serious constitutional issue and potentially, yet again, victimises the victims.
My Lords, I'll leave the very important legal aspects of this bill to the many outstanding lawyers who have already spoken. For my part, I would like to focus on much wider aspects of the current situation. Clearly, this is a very critical stage for the government's asylum policies, and by extension, for their even more important immigration policies. Indeed, net migration last year was roughly 20 times the number of people who crossed the Channel. My Lord, this bill sets up a complex system to remove asylum seekers to Rwanda as a deterrent to future Channel crossers. And yet, at the same time, the government are granting asylum to applicants from 6 Middle Eastern countries by a paper process without even an interview. Nearly all of them will have destroyed their documents, and of course, most will have crossed the Channel, so they will have come from a safe country. And young men, my lords, in those countries that I've mentioned, total about 23 million. It's ludicrous to be talking purely law, or right for this body, of course, but when policy itself is lost its way entirely. The numbers could get even worse, because the Migration Advisory Committee have recently suggested that asylum seekers, including those who cross the Channel illegally, should be allowed to work after 6 months in any job. That would surely undermine completely the effect of any bill that may be before us. My Lords, one's left with the suspicion that the government's own policy is to focus on asylum in order to distract attention from the much greater scale of immigration more generally. Well, as has been mentioned already, net migration in the last calendar year reached 745,000. That's an incredible number. It's by far the highest in our history, albeit with some special factors such as Hong Kong, Ukraine, and Afghanistan. So what are the possible consequences if we focus so much on asylum without any reflection on the immigration policy itself? My Lords, Migration Laws, of which I'm President, have done some work on the population impact of asylum and immigration taken together. We've made one projection based on net migration of 600,000 a year at current birth rates. The result was a population increase of about 20 million for the UK in the next 25 years. That would be roughly 15 cities the present size of Birmingham. Now, even at a much lower migration assumption of 350,000, which some other think tanks have suggested, the population increase would be about 9 million. 9 million. So we're looking here at policies that will have a massive effect on the future of our country. In either case, the implications for housing, health and education would, of course, be huge. To take one example, the education sector, according to government statistics, British children could become a minority in state schools in England in about 20 years' time. My Lords, I think Lord Clark of Nottingham was the only speaker to mention public opinion. The wider point, surely, of this bill is that failure to achieve an effective legal structure to deter illegal immigration, combined with a failure to achieve a considerable reduction in legal migration, would lead to very serious consequences for the scale, the nature, and indeed, let it be said, for the continuing stability of our society.
My Lords, it's right that we approach this debate with seriousness and once more the responsibility to ensure real scrutiny of the bill rests with our House. Today, the government is attempting to rectify what the UK Supreme Court has identified as serious and systemic defects in Rwanda's framework and procedures for processing asylum claims. Its past and continuing practice of refoulement and the changes in procedure, understanding and culture needed before Rwanda can be considered a safe third country. However, the bill as it stands risks entangling us in a complex web of ethical and legal dilemmas that could diminish our international reputation, betray our duty to the genuine asylum seekers, undermine the rule of law and place our courts in an exceedingly difficult position. It risks creating a legislative or legal fiction. Much has been said about the infamous late-night pyjama injunctions or Rule 39 orders and the meddling of the so-called foreign courts. Let's be clear, my Lords, the European Court of Human Rights is not a foreign court. It is a shared court. The UK was instrumental in its establishment and has significantly contributed to its jurisprudence. A British judge sits on the court and British lawyers are involved in its administration. In Rule 39 orders against the UK, the context is that the court grants only 2% of requests. Last year there was just one. Also last year the court found the UK in violation of the ECHR on only one occasion, the 38th lowest of all member states. Under this bill, ministers will have the power to ignore Rule 39 orders. Neither these new powers nor any amendments to the Civil Service Code would alter our international legal obligations. Should a minister opt to disregard interim measures, this would place the UK in direct violation of its treaty obligations. My Lords, how can the UK continue to be a global advocate for the rule of law, as many others have said, and honouring international commitments if this happens? To illustrate the unprecedented nature of such an action, no member of the Council of Europe has ever taken steps to disregard ECHR rulings or interim measures, except Russia. And that's not good company to be in. I'm not alone in being perplexed by the inconsistencies this policy and this bill will introduce. Our treaty with them obliges Rwanda to adhere to the Refugee Convention, yet the bill explicitly exempts the Refugee Convention and other international obligations from consideration within the UK. My Lords, the government may not thank me for doing so, but I feel compelled to remind the House of the agreement with Rwanda, which included an intent to resettle a portion of Rwanda's most vulnerable refugees here in the UK, a process that, as we know, is already underway with numbers increasing. Even if the plan is enacted and we will finally have refugees going to Rwanda, the numbers will be modest, in the hundreds at most.
By comparison, in 2023, almost 30,000 irregular migrants entered the UK via small boats. Even so, my lords, it's perfectly fair to ask those of us who dislike these provisions, how are we going to deal with the rest? My lords, there are many tools available to the government. We simply need to know which tools to use and how to deploy them better. And the government has actually made progress, and I would like to commend them for that. Small boats crossing, as my noble friend the Minister has said, are down by 36% compared to 2022. The grant rate for asylum decisions in 2023 was 67%, down 9% on the year before. But when I was Immigration Minister myself, it was actually 19%, applying the criteria of the 1951 Refugee Convention fairly but firmly. And to clear the backlog, the number of staff working on asylum cases has indeed increased significantly, and 112,000 asylum cases were processed in 2023, the most in any year since 2002. The government has signed an agreement with Albania for removal of their nationals and to strengthen cooperation. To date, 5,500 Albanian migrants have been returned. The deal with France last year has greatly enhanced cooperation between our countries, and further agreements were secured correctly with Bulgaria, Turkey, Italy, and Georgia. All of these tools and a number of others have been and will continue to be more effective, my lords, in stopping those boats than these Rwanda proposals. The government should focus on these instead, and I believe the country will be grateful. My remarks today, my lords, stem from a deep sense of regret and disappointment in witnessing how we have become embroiled in what can only be described as an unhealthy obsession with Rwanda. This fixation appears to be an attempt to satisfy certain factions and certain individuals who seem to possess neither the depth of understanding nor the nuanced appreciation of the complexities involved in asylum and immigration matters. For them, my lords, nothing will be enough, neither this bill nor ever more radical ideas. If we are to restore the public confidence in our ability to manage our borders, we should focus on the other tools available and, my lords, avoid the inevitable problems which will ensue, most certainly will ensue, if we persist with these proposals.
When researchers and historians come to assess the work of the 2019-2024 Parliament, I suspect they will be completely baffled by the reasoning that led three successive governments, those of Johnson, Truss and Sunak, to rely so heavily in countering the obnoxious human trafficking of migrants across the Channel on a scheme to send those migrants, despite the fact that a majority of them are likely to have legitimate grounds for seeking asylum, off to a small African country which our own Supreme Court has ruled is not a safe destination for them, and that without even considering their case for seeking asylum here. This scheme, the third legislative iteration of which is before the House today for a second reading, is deeply flawed on the grounds of practicality and of value for money. It requires the upending of the unwritten conventions which have governed the relationship between the legislature and the judiciary for centuries by barring our courts from the Supreme Court downwards from intervening. And it makes a bonfire of large number of this country's international legal commitments and puts others at serious risks of following them onto the fire. Quite a score for one relatively short bill. Now, I don't want to dwell too long on the lack of practicality arguments. We now know that the Prime Minister, when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer, set them out to number 10 pretty cogently. It's argued by the government that this year's Illegal Migration Act has already proved to be an effective deterrent and has reduced the 2023 Channel crossings by 1/3. But that assertion is completely unproven. A substantial part of that reduction has in fact resulted from the very welcome agreement with Albania, which enables nationals of that country to be returned as economic migrants. Nothing to do with the Rwanda scheme. Another unquantifiable but also substantial part of that reduction is due to the equally welcome intensified Anglo-French police and intelligence cooperation. It must be, or else we're paying an awful lot of money for nothing. And while the government refuses to say whether there are any limits on the numbers who could be sent to Rwanda under the scheme, they must fall a long way short of those still being brought across the Channel. So the deterrent effect of the Rwanda scheme is moot, to put it very politely. As for the constitutional propriety, others have spoken about that, and I will not extend my remarks on that. And then there's the bonfire being made of our international obligations by the present bill and its predecessors. The Refugee Convention is first among them, as the Supreme Court recognized in its recent ruling. Then there is the Convention Against Torture, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and other international legal instruments we took pride in signing and ratifying. And that's without taking account of the risk that the bill would empower the government to step out onto a slippery slope which could lead to our departure from the European Convention on Human Rights and from the jurisdiction of its court, so rightly said by the previous speaker, not a foreign court. I am aware that the government asserts we are doing none of these things, but to assert that unilaterally in the face of strong views to the contrary by the bodies set up to interpret and to safeguard those commitments, and on that a reading of the testimony of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees to the Supreme Court, and more recently on this bill, is really salutary. To do that is to make a mockery of the government's otherwise admirable championing of a rules-based international order. So there's a large amount to criticise in the present bill, and little, if anything, to commend it. It is surely a case of the cure being worse than the disease. Cures there are, and they are not simple. All require much closer, more effective cooperation with our European neighbours. They could also be helped if we were prepared to process swiftly and offshore claims for asylum. That's the approach which Italy, Germany and Denmark are said to be contemplating, not the government's choice of denying migrants across the Channel any consideration at all of their asylum claims.
My Lords, I'm in favour of the amendment and opposed to this disgraceful and odious bill. Other speakers have and will address the bill's many faults, moral and constitutional. I will try and explain why it is right and necessary for this House to refuse to consider it further. In making the case, I will echo the speech I made on the second reading of the equally abhorrent Illegal Migration Act. Now, we all agree that the House of Commons has a democratic mandate and is entitled to pass whatever legislation it wishes. The issue before us today is the role of this second chamber when presented with legislation such as this bill that is so dreadful and unacceptable. Now, as my noble friend Lord Grocott reminded us earlier, we are a revising chamber. But the reality is, and we all know this, that there is no way this bill can be revised to make it acceptable. And anyway, the government is opposed to any meaningful amendment. This bill is not here as a serious attempt to address the issues raised by immigration. It's here as a cynical political fraud. So we are not just a revising chamber. We have the power, as set out in the provisions of the Parliament Acts, to also act as a delaying chamber. Ultimately, we cannot veto the proposed laws sent to us by the Commons, but we can delay them either for a year or until after an election. So a government that has a majority in the Commons can overrule this House, but that does not require us to always accept their proposals. And in cases like this, I believe we have the constitutional duty to use our powers of today. Now, in support of this view, I again refer, noble lords, to the words of Sir Winston Churchill on the 11th of November 1947, speaking as leader of His Majesty's opposition in a debate on a fatal amendment during the debate on the second reading of the Parliament Bill. His words set out clearly why and when, in accordance with our Constitution, this House is entitled, even under an obligation, to refuse to consider a bill any further, even when it has been passed by the Commons. He argued the case for this House to take such action on the grounds of democracy. He said, "The spirit of the Parliament Act and the purpose of that Act were to secure the intimate, effective and continuous influence of the will of the people upon the conduct and progress of their affairs." He also said something which is particularly relevant in our current circumstances. He said, "Is the party opposite really to be entitled to pass laws affecting the whole character of the country in the closing years of this Parliament without any appeal to the people who have the vote and who place them where they are?" Those words are particularly relevant in the light of the remarks of the noble Lord Hemmersley of Nipsfield in his closing remarks in his debate, in his contribution to this debate, where he said, "If this bill is passed, we shall be living in a different land, breathing different air in a significantly diminished kingdom. Is that what any of us really wants?" That is exactly the circumstances identified by Sir Winston as to when this House should say no and no further. In other words, the power of this House to delay legislation be used in the interest of democracy. This bill does affect the whole character of the country, and this House, to the extent allowed under our Constitution, should delay its passage.
My Lords, I'd like to thank the noble Lord Davis of Brixton, for that speech. He didn't pull any punches, which I like, but I didn't like anything else he said. I find myself with Sophie's choice here. This is a bill I intensely dislike, but the opposition arguments against the bill I dislike even more. I'm no fan of the Rwanda plan. For example, the absence of a much-promised review of safe routes means that there's no flexibility about who's permanently deported or any ability to appeal. The bill feels performative, very expensive and unworkable, but mainly I object to a narrow discussion on Rwanda as a substitute for tackling what should be obvious to all by now, that we need a complete overhaul of our current asylum system, a review of often outdated international laws and treaties that are regularly used to limit sovereign lawmaking. And here's my dilemma. Too often, opposition to any or all government proposals on migration, certainly since I've been in this House, mean to sway the immovable blocks, effectively, that tell voters you can't do that. I'm worried when this House plays that role itself of being one of those blocks, and certainly cites treaties and laws internationally made that no one in the UK voted for, that I think feels like a slap against the face of the electorate. I'm glad to hear that across the House there's an understanding that the noble Lord German's amendment is potentially improper overreach, a sort of cancel culture applied to scrutiny of legislation. But despite this, when the noble Lord Ponsonby told the House that Labour benches will treat the bill like any other bill, I'm just not convinced that this bill is being treated like any other bill. In fact, all migration legislations and debates I've sat through have felt less like scrutiny or revising in good faith, and more as though they're opposition because of a fundamental disagreement on immigration. But amendments that are being put forward even now, I fear, will gut the original aim of the legislation, and that seems to me to be anti-democratic. There's been a lot of noise ahead of today's debate. In fact, I was reading Politico, and one anonymous Labour peer told that publication that my Lords have been preparing for, quote, trench warfare. He then listed the bill's sins overturning the Supreme Court, being contrary to international law and human rights and so on. And he said, quote, "All these things are likely to put lead in the Lord's pencil." It's interesting that those tools of governance are what excites the juices of my lords in this House and get them worked up, whereas actually they seem rather indifferent and rarely reference public concerns. In fact, they often are sneered at, those public concerns, as with a dismissal sneer of the will of the people phrase. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, stressed the important issue of individual dignity and the value of each individual, the value of each and every individual. And of course he's right, but that was very much with a focus on those seeking asylum. But can I ask my lords to broaden their focus, because I would say that it insults the dignity of the British public when their concerns about the potential security posed by those entering the country illegally in the absence of proper checks are given second-class status versus international treaties. And how to feel vulnerable, I can imagine how vulnerable people feel when they discover that, for example, universities are offering visas to overseas students for lower grades than their kids need to get into on a degree course in this country. There's just a few other issues that are bothering me to finish. Here we are trapped in hours and hours debating the particular safety of one African country, but I feel uncomfortable reading the plethora of briefings sent out by NGOs detailing horror stories from Rwanda, full of human misery, even accusations of torture. But I seriously worry about demonising a country for the purposes of opposing a UK policy and defeating a bill. And maybe I'm being too cynical, but I can't help notice that many of the same NGOs and commentators were cheering on only recently and lionising another African country for taking Israel to The Hague. So why did they then turn a blind eye to South Africa's horrendous record of corruption, massacres for its own workers, a country that has stood by during pogroms of Zimbabwean immigrants and so on? It just seems to me a bit picking and choosing. And then there's the focus on whether the bill will damage our reputation with international institutions. But are such institutions to be treated as sacrosanct? Much play has been made of the UN Commissioners on refugees' condemnation of the bill, and the fact that the UN Commissioner denounced any UK lawmaking that, quote, wants to keep people away from your borders that will always meet the UN's disapproval, would mean we would never be able to control our borders. But I just object to taking moral instructions from the UN on refugees after the weekend's expose that one of its agencies was implicated in the October the 7th anti-Jewish pogrom. I'll leave it there.
My Lords, I don't like the bill, but I struggle, as a number of people have said today, with the alternative, as absolutely nothing else has been put forward, and certainly nothing has been suggested tonight. And I do know that the government is sincere in its desire to crack down on illegal immigration. We have an absurd situation at play in which criminal gangs and people smugglers are taking advantage of individuals, facilitating continued violation of our borders, endangering lives and costing the taxpayer significantly. And when the people of this country switch on the news, they are rightly horrified to see small boats crammed with people and clips of small children being held dangerously in those boats. The British people have proven throughout history, and indeed more so in recent times, that they are hospitable to the most in need and supportive of genuine refugees. However, my lords, the goodwill of the British people has been gravely exploited by the criminal gangs who rely on an outdated legal practice and loopholes to run a mockery of not only our immigration system, but the very goodwill and generosity of the British people. As has been said already, illegal immigration is a danger to race relations and a danger to our society. Turning to the bill itself, my lords, I uphold that it is for the British people alone to decide on who comes and who stays in this country. I have no doubt at all that they wish to see illegal immigration end, and that they are fed up with the ping-pong process of legislation being passed in sovereign parliament,
only for the courts to then block and then any attempt by the government to actually get on and apply it. In building on the Illegal Migration Act 2023, the bill will hopefully allow government to get on with the task of not only deterring and stopping small boat crossings, but also applying some needed morality and fairness to our processes of dealing with the issue of illegal immigration. Whilst I agree that the bill is a mechanism that is key to stopping the boats and preventing the courts from second-guessing the sovereign will of this Parliament, I'm wary that the asylum backlog, marred by the complexity of individual circumstances, could once again see this matter return to the courts on a costly case-by-case basis. The International Agreements Committee, of which I am a member, raised a number of concerns over the agreement. These concerns are the ones that will arise when the bill is challenged in the courts, so they need resolving, and they need resolving quickly. And I don't think this point has been made at all tonight. Rwanda itself wants to see these safeguards in place and resolved and operating, because they need it for their own reputation, and indeed because they are presenting themselves, and rightly so, as a modern leading African country. Would my noble friend the Minister be able to provide reassurance and clarity how the provisions of this bill, which provide limited scope for individuals to raise challenges based on their individual circumstances, that this will not be exploited as a delay tactic, rather than being a sound legal provision to protect the rights of individuals? Further still, my lords, I'm encouraged by the action taken by the government in recent times to secure agreements, such as the UK-Albania joint communique, which has been talked about already today. Working bilaterally in this case, the government has proven that the return of over 5,000 people who have no legal right to be here to their safe country of origin is a powerful deterrent, which has seen illegal Albanian arrivals to this country drop by more than 90%. I have, my lords, in other addresses to your Lordship House, called on government to direct their efforts in perfecting and creating additional bilateral agreements like this, which surely must be the most sensible way to curb the flow of illegal immigration. In this ever-destabilised world, we need a pragmatic and diplomatic avenue for the UK to continue working bilaterally with other nations to collaboratively address the growing complexity of illegal migration, and I would therefore welcome an update from the Minister on how the government is seeking to further their work in that area. That said, my lords, the challenges that we face today are impacting the people and security of the country and require us to act swiftly, and therefore for that reason I support this bill.
Were it not for the thousands of human tragedies and broken lives that are part of the problem which this bill attempts so clumsily to solve, we'd be looking at surrealism on the point of becoming comic. A scriptwriter suggesting this scenario would be told to go away and come back with something a little more credible. But alas, we are faced with a proposal to put legal fiction into statute. My learned predecessor, John Lee, Clerk of the House of Commons in the middle of the 19th century, once said, "To hell with precedent, the House can do what it likes." And 200 years ago, so it could, perhaps. But now we have an infinitely more complex and nuanced relationship between Parliament and the courts. Still, a key element of our constitutional settlement and the protection of our freedoms is the rule of law, not what from time to time the government of the day uses a Commons majority to say what that is, whatever the courts may have said or may say. I fear that over the next few weeks, if there are continuing disagreements between your lordships and the House of Commons, we will hear an awful lot of nonsense talked about the Salisbury-Addison Convention, and I immediately exclude from that possibility the lapidary contribution of the convener earlier on in this debate. Other noble lords have spoken and will speak about the legal complexities, but in the short time I have, I thought it might be worth taking a moment to look at the relationships between the two houses. The Salisbury-Addison Convention, as it became known, wasn't invented in 1945. If it had a progenitor, it was the third Marquess of Salisbury in the late 1880s. In an age of widening suffrage, he said that your lordship's house had an obligation to reject and so refer back to the electorate, especially contentious bills, usually involving a revision of the constitutional settlement. We've come a long way since then, of course, enacting the Parliament Act 1911 en route. There's no doubt that a manifesto bill has a special significance in the relationship between the two houses. But this animal has become elusive. The Labour Party manifesto in 1945 was, with Atlean brevity, only 8 pages long. It was a clear and specific checklist of intentions. Nowadays, manifestos may be 10 or 20 times that length, and they've taken on the character of a philosophical tract. Distilling legislative intent is not always easy. In 2006, the Joint Committee on Conventions examined the so-called Salisbury-Addison Convention. Their report is well worth reading, and the committee didn't support any attempt to define a manifesto bill. It concluded that the 1945 convention, which was, of course, between parties rather than between the houses, had evolved, and it recommended naming the convention the Government Bill Convention. The logic of this was that rather than struggle to find manifesto lineage in a bill, it was better to treat the endorsement of the elected House as being sufficient democratic authority. My Lords, I think that that is a reasonable position to take. I would not support voting against a bill, even this bill, on second reading, and rejection on second reading would be, for many outside this place, would be read as a suicide note. However, I would counsel care and restraint in seeking to characterise the democratic authority I referred to a moment ago. Phrases like the will of the people are not appropriate, as well as being, in terms, manifestly untrue. If this bill is given a second reading, I imagine it will be significantly amended on report. If so, I expect your Lordship's views to be widely misrepresented. I can hear echoes of enemies of the people. Exchanges between the houses are not a face-off. They are a constitutionally valuable way of identifying any common ground and of giving the Commons the opportunity to think again. We should not buy into the urban myth there should be only two, let us say, two exchanges. When the bill for the Corporate Manslaughter and Corporate Homicide Act 2007 was before Parliament, there were 7 exchanges between the houses, as I have some personal cause to remember. If on this bill there are continuing disagreements, we should have confidence in the strength of our arguments. My final point is that when there are exchanges between the houses, it is important to see them not as disagreements between the Lords and the Commons, but between government and Parliament. And that, I think, puts them in their proper context.
Lords, listening to the speeches this evening, a number of noble lords state their opposition to this bill on what they say are moral grounds. I'm not qualified to comment on the international legal aspects, but I do not accept that those who oppose this bill can claim the moral high ground. And let me just make 5 quick points to explain that. Firstly, it's not correct to say that those individuals seeking to enter the UK on small boats are coming to the UK because they need to seek asylum here. Of course, many originally may have come from countries where they face persecution, but once they arrive in France or Belgium, they are already in a safe country. European citizens are not allowed to claim asylum in the UK because of that. So their choice to board a boat and seek to enter the UK is a choice that they would rather live in the UK as a more tolerant country offering better prospects. That's a very reasonable aspiration. But we have immigration rules to control the number of migrants coming to the UK, which they are seeking to evade. Secondly, it's not right that would-be migrants who adopt that, who bypass our immigration system, should be given precedence over others. It's a valid point of view that we should have no limits to immigration, open borders to all, but as others have said, in the modern world, that is simply impractical. So if you accept that the UK should have immigration controls to limit the number of people who settle here, then you have to accept that those rules should be enforced. Of course, we always have been and continue to be willing to accept our share of those fleeing persecution, and we should be proud of our record in that regard, as my noble friend Lord Stewart of Dilton said in his opening remarks. However, it's not fair or reasonable to allow migrants coming from an already safe country, choosing to come here as a matter of preference rather than necessity, to bypass our normal immigration controls and jump the queue by paying people traffickers to smuggle them in. Thirdly, while many in this House have argued that Rwanda may not be an attractive location compared to remaining in the UK or France, if we pass this bill, it will be those who choose to get in the boat to be smuggled into the UK who are making their choice to go there. We will not be imposing this outcome on unsuspecting individuals who come to the UK on different terms. Anyone seeking to bypass our immigration system will be making that choice in full knowledge of where they will end up. It will be their choice about how comfortable they will be in Rwanda, not ours. If they're not comfortable, they can safely stay in France and apply to migrate to the UK in the normal way through our normal procedures. And then there are the numbers arguments. Some argue that the policy cannot work because they say thousands of migrants cannot be accommodated in Rwanda. My lords, that misses the point. If the policy is successful, it will be very few individuals who are actually sent to Rwanda, because the certainty of being removed from the UK will remove the incentive to come here illegally. In fact, the most successful policy would be if no migrants are sent to Rwanda. Finally, there are those who argue the magic bullet, that there's a better solution. But the only alternative offered to stop the flow of small boats is to crack down on criminal gangs. Well, my lords, while it may be possible to do more to disrupt the large criminal gangs, you do not need much organisation to procure a small dinghy and sell it to those who want to make the crossing. We cannot patrol the whole French coastline. So, my lords, this alternative is simply not credible. So long as the Channel crossing remains a viable route into the UK, people will keep coming. So, in summary, I simply do not accept that it is the moral high ground to allow a situation to continue where people smugglers will put more lives at risk through dangerous channel crossings, or when migrants who bribe their way onto these boats to evade our immigration controls can jump the queue over others who may have a better claim to settle in the UK. My lords, that is not moral, but that is what will happen if we block this bill. So I'll support this bill on the basis that stopping the boats is the moral high ground, and I urge other noble lords to do the same.
My lord, so finally we have it here. We've been waiting quite a long time for this bill, and it's very irritating that it's so misleadingly named, because of course the Rwanda Safety Bill is the opposite of what it is, and really it should have been called the Rwanda Not Safe at All Bill. And what it amounts to is a stupid, messy, inhumane, cruel, immoral and idiotic way to actually think that you can solve the problem of migration like this. The government has created this problem by not putting in, for example, better, safe, legal routes. There have been lots of answers coming from these benches about other possibilities. And, sorry, did somebody speak to me? Because that's not on. So the government's created this problem, thrown together something they call a solution, which isn't a solution at all. It's Viscount Hailsham who keeps talking. Can the whips have a word with him, please? And then this government has dishonoured both houses by tabling it and bringing it to us to debate. It was wrong to bring this bill to us. It was wrong to develop it at all. So first the title, Rwanda's not a safe country. We've heard that again and again from the courts. The UK has just accepted for asylum Rwandans who were in fear of persecution if they stayed in Rwanda. That doesn't sound very safe. And just because this government says it's safe doesn't make it safe. I've heard some ridiculous things from that side of the chamber. I've also heard some very good things, by the way, but some quite ridiculous things about how Rwanda is safe. It really isn't. Secondly, we'll be in violation of an international treaty. Do we want to be seen as a country that can't be trusted, that signs an agreement and then backs out of it, doesn't stick to it? I would have thought not. This is an exceptional bill that needs us here in your Lordship's House to take exceptional action. Stopping a government with a track record of introducing draconian laws from overruling our courts is what we're here for. It's our job. Today we're talking about the rights of refugees, but if you accept this bill going through, then what's to stop a government with a big majority from disapplying other human rights? The path to a totalitarian state isn't just the government banning strikes and effective protests or restricting the right to vote, all of which have happened. It's ministers pushing through laws that say this group of people deserve no human rights, and the courts are banned from helping them seek justice. Today it's refugees, but tomorrow there'll be another scapegoat to target. Some of them will be vile people doing horrible things, but that's the point of human rights. Human rights are for all of us. They are there to defend everyone's right to justice, whether they're saint or sinner, whether the government likes them or hates them. And Convention is on the side of rejecting this bill. The Labour front bench doesn't like the Lords blocking what MPs have voted for, and I understand that we should use this power sparingly, but Labour, as we have heard, has done it. They had their own successful fatal motion 11 years ago, and so I think they could support today's fatal motion if they just held their noses. Going back a year before that, we rejected, last year I'm proud to say that all the opposition joined together to beat the government on the water pollution rules. And going back a year before that, we rejected outright the 18 pages of government amendments restricting the right to protest, and we forced the government to come back with new legislation. The Rwanda bill wasn't in the Conservative Party manifesto. Disapplying the Human Rights Act was not in the party manifesto. Convention allows us to reject it. And of course, there is the point which someone else did make, that it's going to take us hours. We are going to be sitting here a very long time. And many of us, I think, probably don't have that many hours left. And we really should think, is that how we want to spend them? Fighting this government and not winning and having all of our amendments sent back because that end of Parliament doesn't understand what we're here for. And if the Prime Minister genuinely believes that this is the will of the people, then he should call a general election. Please give the public a chance to have their say about this and about the PPE corruption, about the mess they've deliberately made of the NHS. Now, I talk to a lot of people outside your Lordship's house, and some people are, of course, concerned about the boats arriving for all sorts of reasons. But on doorsteps, in streets and offices, shops and pubs, the talk is less of stop the boats and much more of stop the Tories.
Well done.
My Lords, I'm glad to follow Baroness Jones of Molescombe, and I'd like to thank my noble friend the Minister for introducing this bill to deter illegal migrants making the perilous journey across the high seas. Despite the law being there, it has not been executed because of successful legal challenge and will not deter. It remains a hollow threat. The new bill responds to this threat. And the new bill responds, to the legal challenge and the Supreme Court judgment by ruling out any generic challenge based on debate about the safety of Rwanda. But this bill is not without its own problems, and some of them have been referred to today. I'd like to raise two. Will, for instance, a successful challenge on individual circumstances become the prototype for other challenges of the same sort? Will there be a successful challenge to the Strasbourg Court? And what will be the response by a Minister of the Crown to an interim remedy? While I am willing to give the bill a chance, I am concerned it is not a satisfactory basis on which to ask the UK Parliament to pass a law. I'm concerned about an attempt to have it every way, to be within international law, yet disapply certain parts, so that the UK somehow avoids its parameters. I would urge my noble friend to ask the government to exclude clearly and categorically, for the purpose of this bill, the provisions of those international treaties which make it impossible to honour the mandate to the electorate as to control the UK's borders. The attempt to run with the hare and run with the hounds is bad for politics. It's bad for the courts, and it's bad for the constitutional arrangements where Parliament makes the law and the courts interpret it. We have a sea border. We have our own Parliament. We have the finest judiciary in the world. It is time to capitalise on these facts. We need to make our law clear and, if need be, exclude clearly those parts of international law which bind this country and replace them with our own law. Otherwise, we shall reap the constitutional and political instability faced by many Western countries because we seem to be failing to honour the promise the electorate sees as its priority. Across Europe, settled governments are crumbling, political systems have been undermined, constitutional stability and order have been threatened, and voters have lost confidence in the politics of business as usual. The EU is now proposing another measure to control illegal migration, which involves quotas and fines on countries which don't take their quota, and is not set to come into law for I think, a year. That is no answer, and nor do the people of nor do our neighbouring countries consider it sufficient. In Germany, the left coalition seeks control over migration. France finally passed its own immigration law, and within weeks, the Constitutional Court of that country has challenged parts of it. Denmark is trying its own scheme, and in Holland, Geert Wilders was elected because he promises to combat immigration and may undermine the stability of the Rutte government. The UK government should clearly and boldly reject those elements of the existing international treaties which make it impossible for it to act against illegal immigration as the electorate wishes. In my view, it should aim to return to its initial proposal of the coalition years to introduce its own Bill of Rights, which cover these things with the generosity we have always shown to asylum and protection claims from people in need. So far from making itself an international pariah, the UK would show itself to be a leader, the one country brave enough to face today's facts and open the way to solving a problem that concerns almost every developed country.
My Lords, I want to start by emphasising that this bill is unlawful. It contravenes international law, it contravenes our own laws, it is unworkable, it is unaffordable, and in my view it is immoral because it involves taking incredible risks with human life. And I just want to quote Lord Sumption, because you'll remember that when the judgment from the Supreme Court came down, Lord Sumption was interviewed by the BBC, and it was suggested to him that already government was saying that it was going to pass this kind of bill. And Lord Sumption said, quite shocked, he said, it would be profoundly disreputable of the government to pass a law which flew in the face of a judgment recently given on the facts that Rwanda was unsafe. And that is this shameful thing here. Of course, the Parliament is, of course, entitled to do what it likes. But to be saying that black is white, to be saying a place like Rwanda is safe when it clearly isn't, is shameful. The Supreme Court was clear about the facts. They based much of it on the judgment that came from the Court of Appeal, written by Lord Justice Underhill, a very, very distinguished judge, whose judgment and whose contribution was as long as War and Peace in number of words, describing the failures of Rwanda in the past, its failures in considering applications for asylum, the ways in which it did return people to refoulement, and the climate of fear that exists inside Rwanda, where there's no independent judiciary because, of course, they're captured out of fear of Kagame, who rules with a rod of iron. People are in fear of speaking out. So if you go to Rwanda and ask people about their system, of course they can't tell you the truth about what takes place. I received an email only today from NGOs in the Congo who deal with issues of immigration, and I asked if any of them might be prepared to give us assistance at the Joint Committee of Human Rights, and they said no one was prepared to speak because they're so in fear of the long arm of Rwanda. And they're entitled to feel that because the man who was the subject of the great film Hotel Rwanda, who managed to evacuate so many of the Tutsi who were being massacred during the terrible genocide, he himself was arrested, picked up in Dubai, kidnapped, brought back to Rwanda. Why? Because he had criticised Kagame. In 2018, 12 Congolese asylum seekers who made a peaceful protest about the rotting food that they were being asked to eat, were shot dead by the Rwandan police. So, you know, if we're absolutely morally content to be sending people back to these risks, then I think that we should think again. But let's be clear, the purpose in this. This is because we have an election coming up and the government wants to run up the flag, the old subject of immigration, and to put people in fear of what that might mean. The government knows that they can't fix Rwanda's legal system in a matter of months or even years. So they have basically struck a deal with Rwanda to take everyone we send, and that's economic migrants as well as asylum seekers. A person will get a place in Rwanda irrespective of whether they are an economic migrant or a refugee. All comers are going to be fitted in unless, and here let us talk about the unless. And I was very glad to hear it mentioned by Lord Kirkhope, because in the treaty, as it was in the Memorandum of Understanding, but never mentioned to the general public, there is this special arrangement, which is that Rwanda can send its vulnerable asylum seekers to Britain. Who are these vulnerable asylum seekers, you may ask yourself? Well, one of the problems is that, for example, Rwanda has a problem on issues like homosexuality. Not that they have a law against homosexuals, but a homosexual would have great difficulty getting by and living a life as a homosexual if people were to know that in Rwanda, and the persecution of homosexuals is very real. There is a whole issue about, for example, the Hazara, the Afghani Hazara, who are a minority within the Shia tradition of Islam, totally persecuted by Sunni Afghanis. Is there any risk to them if they were taken there for asylum? And what about people with mental illness? There are very few psychiatrists in the whole nation of Rwanda, despite there having been a genocide 30 years ago. And 25% of the population suffer from mental illness which cannot be treated. So the vulnerable people who are going to be sent here to make use of our medical treatment are going to be those poor asylum seekers. So it's costing 400 million for very little. But of course, it's all about performative politics, to use the term Lady Fox mentioned. Performative politics at the expense of human lives. We should be ashamed. We had a proud tradition of the rule of law, which I hold to my heart. Let's not forget it, but we are forgetting it here.
My Lords, we've had many excellent speeches today. I will therefore speak briefly. My Lords, I'm sure we all support the purpose of this bill, to prevent and deter unlawful migration. However, as Lord Hailsham argued so strongly, this bill will not achieve that objective. Secondly, our UK immigration policy must not involve the UK breaking international law or human rights. This country has a proud history of upholding at all times international law and human rights, as a result of which the UK has a priceless reputation, enabling us to play a key part in seeking to persuade rogue nations to reform their policies in line with their international obligations. Only when Rwanda is a safe country, and truly a safe country, and when the UK Parliament has endorsed this position, can persons be removed from the UK to Rwanda in compliance with all our obligations under international law. In order to satisfy the definition of a safe country, all the provisions of the treaty with Rwanda must be implemented by Rwanda, including the establishment of a non-refoulement commitment, strengthening the monitoring arrangements and strengthening Rwanda's end-to-end asylum process. And all these matters must be bedded in. If this highly questionable policy is to be pursued, and I really have picked up fairly strongly, it is highly questionable, the vital need is for this bill to be delayed until Rwanda has implemented all the provisions of the treaty, and those provisions are bedded in, as I've mentioned. Only then can the bill legitimately refer to Rwanda as a safe country for immigration purposes. My Lords, delay is the role of your Lordship's House in this situation, together with a request to the government to think again.
Of anger and a lot of outrage this afternoon. We've heard a lot of agonising about nebulous concepts like international influence and reputation. We've heard much effort to sideslip away from our dualist system of international and domestic law. We've heard a lot of advocacy of a purist view of separation of powers that has never actually applied in this country. And if I may say so, we've heard a surprising degree of deference by this sovereign parliament to a Supreme Court that did not exist 2 decades ago, which is simply not a constitutional court in the US or European sense, much as many people seem to wish it was, and which has decided it is the fount of wisdom not just on law, but on complex issues of foreign policy. Indeed, when it comes to the safety of Rwanda, it seems that the government's facts are just judgments, but the Supreme Court's judgments are facts. Maybe it's useful to get back to the essentials. Perhaps it's old-fashioned, but I believe it's the job of a national government to set terms for who may enter the country and to control the border accordingly. Indeed, I think that proposition would be widely agreed in this country, but seemingly not here. Here it's suggested by many noble lords that in significant areas the terms of entry have to be set by international conventions agreed decades ago, by a European court that seems to believe it has the right to define the extent of its own powers, and of course by the people, traffickers and criminals who make it possible for large numbers of people to take advantage of these terms. We're told, in other words, that the British government should not in practice be able to set the terms under which people can come into this country. And I put it that starkly because we can then see that that's not a proposition that would command widespread assent in this country. Now, this current situation cannot, in my view, be sustained in modern conditions. The government is right to do what is necessary to re-establish control. Control must mean that the government defines the conditions for entry into the UK. That one of those conditions is that if you arrive illegally, you don't have the right to stay and must therefore go somewhere else. And that we have no obligation to take in just anybody who shows up and can claim asylum in whatever numbers. And it may well also have to mean that if international law, whether it's the ECHR or any other agreement, says anything different, then so much the worse for international law. Now, all these things may be unpalatable, and I know they are unpalatable to many in this chamber. It's much easier to avoid thinking about them. But if you don't do those things, you don't have control. Now, to the extent I understand the alternatives most widely advocated by noble lords, they seem to involve establishing so-called safe and legal routes for the many people who currently show up here illegally. In other words, to acquiesce in the reality that we don't control our borders and to give up trying to do so. For the truth is that safe and legal routes will be rapidly overwhelmed by the numbers and illegal arrivals will continue. Now, the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop, who's in his place, reminds us that all human beings are of great value, and of course I agree with him, and for the same reasons. Of course we should welcome the stranger, but in my very humble view in this area, you can't get from that undoubted existential truth to a political proposition, a proposition that large numbers of people from many, many countries around the world, if they can persuade a criminal trafficker to take them, have the de facto right to settle in this country. Those are propositions, in my view, of a completely different nature and kind. Now, to conclude, it follows logically from all this that, of course, I support the bill and its deterrent purpose. I do admit some doubts as to whether the bill in its current form is going to be robust enough to achieve the desired end. I think it would certainly have been better if it had been amended to strengthen the exclusion of international law as proposed in the Commons. In my view, we will one day have to go there in this area. But it's done now. The Commons debated it fully and has now spoken. I support the government in bringing it into force swiftly, and I hope noble lords would do likewise.
My Lords, as I have listened to your Lordships debating today, I have been very much aware that your Lordships are seized of the fact that our role is to scrutinise legislation, not to rubber stamp government proposals, as I think we're being asked to do by number 10. And this is our duty, and I have no doubt your Lordships will fulfil that duty with integrity. My Lords, last week we voted that the Rwanda Treaty, on which this bill relies for legitimacy, should not be implemented until the mechanisms and processes it establishes have been given effect. For the moment, they're aspirational. And anyone who's been involved in the process of establishing new systems and mechanisms knows that these things aren't done properly, even in a country like the UK, which has the advantage of a long-established judicial and criminal justice system and is familiar with accountability mechanisms. Rwanda is not that type of country. My Lords, I know this bill applies only to those who have come to the UK by unsafe and illegal routes, and that the destruction of the human trafficking business, which facilitates access to the UK by these routes, is a very necessary and desirable aim. That, my Lords, goes to the heart of this bill. And my Lords, the analysis, among others, by research led by the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law, finds inter alia that the bill and treaty will put the UK in breach of its obligations under Article 4 of the ECHR, Article 10 of ECAT, obligations to identify and assist every potential victim of modern slavery and human trafficking, regardless of immigration status or method of entry. The Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission has said that this bill will deliberately abdicate responsibility under the 1951 Refugee Convention. It will threaten the international refugee protection system and risk the erosion of the UK's standing and ability to collaborate in the multilateral system. My Lords, we cannot, by stating something, make it a reality. If Rwanda is not safe for some people, and many noble lords have pointed out why and where it is not safe, and have pointed to the people who have been given asylum here from Rwanda, then the question must rise, what does it mean to say it is a safe country? As the Law Society for England and Wales has said, simply put, the Supreme Court found Rwanda to be unsafe. Legislating the reverse will not change the situation on the ground. We cannot, by legislation, make the statement in Clause 1.5 a reality. We haven't been told what has changed since the Supreme Court judgment, apart from the making of the Rwanda Treaty a few weeks ago, which, as I have said, contains a range of aspirational measures which will require very significant work to become operational. As the Law Society also said, as the bill stands, even if the court is presented with overwhelming evidence that Rwanda is not safe, it would have to ignore that evidence and treat Rwanda as a safe country. Redress, which pursues claims on behalf of survivors of torture, makes the very important point that the bill sends out a dangerous signal that the UK is willing to circumvent the rule of law and so undermines the international rules-based order. It says the UK has historically led the way in establishing the rule of law and should not now contribute to the threats it faces internationally. But, my lords, we know, because we have seen it in your lordship's house, that this government is getting into the habit of disapplying its human rights obligations and of undermining the rule of law. I point yet again to the Legacy Act passed in Northern Ireland, which removes all rights to compensation under the civil law, to inquests and to prosecutions, except in very limited circumstances. The Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission advises that refugees and asylum seekers are protected by Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, and that rights particular to refugees and asylum seekers are within the scope of the Good Friday Agreement, by virtue in particular of the commitment to civil rights and to incorporate the European Convention into domestic law. It cites many measures which are binding on the UK and which continue to set standards for human rights protection, below which the law in Northern Ireland should not fall. Yet this bill seeks to deprive individuals of that protection. It suggests that the current relationship between the UK courts, UK Parliament and international law is balanced, but this bill will create an imbalance. My lords, we've heard so many voices articulating the dangers and indeed perils of this bill. Undoubtedly, we have to find ways to resolve the problem which gave rise to the bill and to dismantle, if possible, the highly lucrative businesses which are profiting from the plight of those who seek a safer and better life. And my lords, I don't think there are many of us who could live in Syria or Afghanistan or anywhere else on a salary of about £10 a month, which is the average salary. My lords, this bill is not the way forward. At the very least, until Parliament can be assured that the mechanisms and institutions of the Rwanda Treaty are in place, and that there is consideration of each asylum seeker and of any particular vulnerabilities they have, Parliament should not exercise its sovereignty. It should exercise its sovereignty and decline to pass this ill-thought-out bill. As the noble Lord Carlisle pointed out, Government have yet to respond to the decision of your lordships on the Rwanda Treaty, which is so fundamental to this bill. This bill does not stand alone. My lords, we will appear ridiculous if we pass a bill saying that Rwanda is safe, simply to overrule our independent Supreme Court, which has said that it could not be considered a safe country.
My Lords, I refer to the Register of Interests for support from RAMP. I'll start by simply noting, rather than repeating, the concerns I raised in last week's debate: the incompatibility of the treaty and bill with our international obligations, the treatment of LGBTQI plus asylum seekers and children, and the widespread scepticism about claims of a supposed deterrent effect. Today, I want to focus on Clause 3's disapplication of the interpretive and remedial provisions of the Human Rights Act, in part because of this clause's contribution to the bill's incompatibility with our international obligations as advised by the UNHCR, with implications for the Good Friday Agreement, as the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission points out in its very critical advice on the bill, but also because of what this means both for human rights and for how asylum seekers are seen and treated. And I'm echoing here some of the points made by the Right Reverend Prelates, the Bishops of London and Durham. A briefing paper from the Joint Committee on Human Rights chair warns of the significance of disapplication, to quote, "Human rights are meant to offer a fundamental level of protection for every person on the basis of their humanity alone. As noted in a previous report, if those protections are disapplied when they cause problems for a policy goal, they lose the fundamental and universal quality that characterises them. This is arguably particularly the case when they are disapplied in respect of a particular group." End of quote. While, as just has been said, the government is beginning to make a habit of disapplication to marginalised and unpopular groups, the briefing points out that disapplication of Section 6, which places the obligation on public authorities to act compatibly with human rights, has never before been attempted and represents a significant inroad into human rights protection. These concerns are echoed in numerous briefings, including from the EHRC, the Law Society and Amnesty. My Lords, let us stop and think what this breach of human rights universality means. In effect, it's saying that asylum seekers are treated as less than human. To quote the Noble Lord Singh of Wimbledon, as a lesser form of life. Their humanity is not worthy of human rights protection. Stop the boats is the government's mantra, but what about the human beings in these boats? Do they somehow stand outside the universality of human rights? The government have paved the way with the dehumanising language they have used to talk about asylum seekers, the language of invasion, breaking in, cannibalise, language which has helped to induce the public concern that the government cites to justify its policy, a point made by the UN High Commissioner on Refugees speaking to the BBC last week. Words matter, as the Migrant Rights Network stresses. Their significance is brought home by Irfan, an asylum seeker who writes how he came to realise, I quote, "These are not just words. They build a completely new identity, which then justifies how you will be treated, seen and talked about. The language that dehumanises people makes it seem acceptable to place them in inhumane conditions and cut off from society. My Lords, this language now makes it seem acceptable to deny human rights protection." A statement from Min Voices, a group of refugees and asylum seekers, some of whom are from Rwanda or neighbouring countries, ends, "We are human beings, wanting and seeking a safe future." By King, a young client of Freedom from Torture, who fled persecution, asked in a recent Big Issue piece about the Rwanda plan, why is the UK government refusing to treat refugees like human beings? Perhaps the Noble Lord the Minister could give her an answer. Instead of an approach which, to quote the British Red Cross's Voices network of those of lived experience, disregards the well-being and dignity of vulnerable individuals seeking refuge, we need, in their words, a more humane and compassionate asylum policy. My Lords, I hope we can help achieve such a policy, because if the current bill passes unamended, I will feel nothing but shame.
My Lords, I wish to make 3 points, points which have already been made several times within the context of this debate, but which will not suffer from repetition and which will also allow me to contribute to later stages of this bill. My Lords, I think it is unreasonable that this bill asks parliamentarians to override the rulings of the Supreme Court, thereby touching on a constitutional convention of the separation of powers. I think it's equally unreasonable that this bill insists that Rwanda is safe, not could be safe, might be safe, but is safe. I think it is also unreasonable that this bill asks parliamentarians to vote to undermine very important international conventions and much UK domestic law. My Lords, this bill needs radical scrutiny and amendment, and thereafter what it needs is a steadfast resistance to the pressure of government to accept what is, to my mind, a very bad bill.
My Lords, I'd like to refer, Noble Lords, to my interest in the register. I am an immigrant, the daughter of immigrants and the granddaughter of immigrants. My grandfather came to this country in 1938. But I support the government on this bill because I do firmly believe that when we have spent millions of pounds in aid trying to help countries like Rwanda become more accountable, have greater governance, become safer and more transparent,
then to vilify them like we are doing here today really does make me quite sad and upset. I work a lot in Africa, and I see the progress that countries in Africa are making. And can you imagine what they must all be thinking of us, vilifying them the way we are here today, when we spend millions of pounds in aid trying to support them to become more accountable? What's the point then of all those millions, billions being spent by the global communities? Of course, we have to be fair, and I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be a lawyer. I don't have the expertise or the experience of good lawyers. But what I do know, and I think it's actually what Baroness Fox said, we cannot be hypocritical here, where we look at one country and it's fine, and yet another country and it's not so fine, just because we happen to be wanting to take asylum seekers that should not be here in the first place to a country where we deem it unsafe. I sat here and listened to this debate, and I've watched the debate on the TV, and trust me, I am not a person of the Conservative Party to the far right of anything. I have spent my lifetime fighting for the rights of people. But I also have found myself fighting for the continent that constantly is put down because it's poor. And I didn't want to say it, but I am going to say it because I've sat here for listening to most of the debate today. Is it because it's poor and Africa that we have this debate where we can vilify a poor country who's come through genocide, isn't perfect, but neither is most countries on the earth perfect? But instead of trying to say we will work with Rwanda continuously, we will support Rwanda, we will support the people that are going there, we sit here and constantly call it unsafe. And I think that's unfair on a country that's gone through so much trauma itself. And to the people that have actually, I was looking at the statistics of Rwanda's economic growth. 6.6% GDP growth last year. So they're doing something right, and we need to be encouraging the fact that democracies are trying to become more democratic. But by standing here and vilifying them as unsafe because we deem it so, because in the West we deem who's safe and who's unsafe, perhaps it's time we start to actually have a discussion, an honest discussion with ourselves in what we really want as our place in the world. And our place in the world should be a place where if we work with countries to elevate them up, they become safer and more economically viable, so that people don't want to leave those countries and that they are part of the growth. So, my lords, I'm sorry that I heard the word odious so many times today. I heard the word black and white. And it really does impact on me as somebody who has worked so hard to be part and parcel of this community, to make sure that fairness runs through all of us. But that fairness has to then translate to countries that genuinely want to be on the path of growth. And we sit here in our lens and decide who's safe and who's unsafe without actually saying that we will be part of the solution to make them even safer.
There are not many advantages, speaking so late in the debate, but one advantage is that you can experience what is the feeling of the House. And I have listened to all of the 55 speakers who have preceded me, and except for 4 or 5 of them when I was out of the House. And of those, my lords, that 37 members of your lordship's House have spoken against this bill, including 5 members of the Conservative benches,
who made very powerful speeches, and we all remember the powerful speech of Viscount Lord Hailsham and the powerful speech of Lord Clark of Nottingham. And against that, there have been only 10 speakers who have spoken in favour of this bill. My Lords, again at this time of night, I think it's best for me to go straight to give you my reasons why I am strongly opposed to this bill. Let's work on the facts. In the official statistics issued for the year of 2022, it is recorded there were 8,756 Afghan migrants arriving here and who applied for asylum status. Of those, 97% were granted asylum. This is hardly surprising, taking into account the reports we still regularly receive of breaches of human rights by the Taliban. Only on the radio a few days ago, I heard a report that not only were women banned from education, but they were banned for going out to work. And therefore there were serious problems of supporting families with the mother not being able to go out to work. So let us therefore move to the officials. Let us therefore move to the statistics for 2023. We don't have the official statistics out yet, but we have been told that apparently there's been a drop in the overall figures for the migration of the boat people, and that has gone down from about 45,000 to 30,000. My Lords, it's therefore reasonable to conclude that there are now about 5,000 Afghan migrants eligible for deportation to Rwanda. Look at the journey that those migrants have made. The distance from Kabul to Calais is 4,168 miles, which is nearly double the length of the journey from one coast to the other of the United States of America. I cannot tell your lordships their exact route, but the assumption is that they took a land route. The assumption is that they would have had to go through Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, and then decide whether to go northeast to enter Europe via Greece, or north or west to enter Europe by Italy. They won't be travelling in any air-conditioned coaches, let alone aeroplanes, and their only means of doing this colossally long journey must be by hitchhiking on lorries. Now, what is going to happen to those Rwandan, those 5,000 Rwandans, if they are deported to Rwanda, which will follow from the implementation of this bill, if the illegal migration bill is held to be lawful. There will be the loss of asylum right, and they will be branded as illegal migrants. If they try to get back here, they will be rejected. Therefore, I ask the whole House, and looking round to all those benches, those who are still here, is this remotely fair or right? Can we possibly allow this to happen when we have the constitutional right to stop it by refusing to allow this bill to pass through this House? Whether we do this now or attempt to do this now for second reading, or whether we attempt to do this later at third reading.
My Lords, the Government is stuck with the Rwanda scheme, despite the Rule 39 decision in Strasbourg in June last year, or 22 rather, and despite the Supreme Court's decision which concluded that Rwanda was not safe. The Strasbourg Court's interim ruling has been described as one by a foreign court delivered by a judge in pyjamas. I don't think that's a helpful way of characterising it. All courts need to have the ability to make interim orders, sometimes at inconvenient times of day, and the court is not foreign to us, as long as we remain members. However,
The decision was based on Strasbourg Court's own rules rather than what is in the European Convention. It was made by a still anonymous judge. No reasons were given, and there was no chance for the government to come back on a return date. Now, this breaks just about every rule of natural justice and procedural fairness that normally applies in applications for interim relief. As to the Supreme Court's decision, it said that Parliament should not legislate to reverse the decision of what is the final Court of Appeal in this country. But Parliament has done that precisely in relation to 3 decisions, to my certain knowledge, in the last 2 years. I was chairman of the Independent Review of Administrative Law, and the panel considered carefully whether or not it was appropriate for Parliament to reverse decisions of the Supreme Court. We concluded that Parliament should think long and hard before doing so, but it was perfectly orthodox for Parliament to take such a course. Indeed, the submissions we received from all senior judges did not suggest otherwise.
On this point, is there not a difference here? That there's a difference between disagreeing with a view and disagreeing with a finding of fact?
I'm grateful for that motion. I'm coming on to that particular point. There were certain unusual aspects of the decision of the Supreme Court, which is normally concerned with points of law of general public importance, rather than findings of fact. I think, in fact, it might be better to describe the decision as rather more of a risk assessment based on the evidence before them, rather than a finding of fact. But in any event, the government has since responded to the court's concerns, as your lordships have heard. And I ask the question rhetorically, if the matter were before the Supreme Court today, would the judges come to a different conclusion? One should bear in mind that even before the new steps taken by our government and that of Rwanda, this case was finally balanced. The Court of Appeal were not unanimous on the matter, and the Divisional Court found in favour of the government. And I also note Lord Sumption's evidence to the Joint Committee on Human Rights acknowledging the government's response to the Supreme Court. The bill tackles some really big legal issues. In the view of the lawyers for the government, it's gone as far as it can go without infringing international law. We know that there remain opportunities for litigation. Lawyers have already announced their intention to take them. But the arguments on the law have to wait to committee stage. At this stage, it's important to consider what the alternatives to the Rwanda scheme are. So I turn to Labour's position, and I would like to mention Sir Keir Starmer. He's been criticised as being a lefty lawyer. Well, I've had the privilege of being against him in court, and if he's a lefty lawyer, he's certainly a good one. I also think it inappropriate to criticise him for the fact that some of his clients would not necessarily feature high on everybody's desired guest at a dinner party. So what is his policy vis-à-vis the boats? There has been some talk of better relationships with France and better safe routes, but at the absolute centre of what is said to be the strategy is apparently Sir Keir himself. He reminds us regularly that he was DPP from 2008 to 2013. He wasn't in charge of the Border Force or the National Crime Agency, he was supervised prosecutions at a very macro level, which is why I am reluctant to blame him for shortcomings in relation to the prosecution of, say, Jimmy Savile or even the poor victims of the Horizon scandal. But he cannot have it both ways. Is it really suggested that on the very arrival of Sir Keir, a former DPP at number 10, the smugglers will simply roll up their rubber dinghies and give up their promising and profitable business model? Is Labour's alternative deterrent none other than Sir Keir himself? Well, I'm afraid I'm unconvinced by that. So it comes to this. Rwanda is, at the moment, the only game in town. We all agree we must stop the boats. The government has made progress, but needs to go further. This bill will enable the scheme to take effect, courts here and in Strasbourg permitting, and it may, and I admit it may, deter those who sustain the people smugglers' business. Other European countries face the same challenges and are actively considering similar schemes. Of course, your Lordship's House will scrutinise this bill carefully, but we should retain some constitutional modesty. The elected House has passed this bill. There are many people in this country who consider their government should be able to control our borders against illegal migration. We should not ignore them. In the absence of any cogent alternative, while we should strive to improve the bill, we should not wreck it.
My Lords, it's a great honour to follow the Noble Lord Folkes, and unlike my noble friend Baroness Verma, who I have to say has just given an exceptionally powerful speech, and I was very pleased to be in the chamber to hear it. Unlike her, I have not heard as many speeches in today's debate as I would have liked, because I have been attending to other parliamentary business in the Moses Room. But I'm quite sure that there will have been lots of speeches by distinguished noble lords drawing on their expertise, and particularly their legal expertise. My own perspective paints a bigger picture, and whilst it will, I'm sure, go against the majority of opinion that has been expressed in this House so far today, it is a perspective I feel is one that I would like to give. My Lords, earlier this month, in a debate about the standing of parliamentary democracy, I said that the post office scandal illustrates powerfully what is driving many voters' disaffection, namely that those of us in positions of authority do not listen or take seriously what voters are telling us if what they say or want does not correspond with what we have decided is right and want to do. The same is true in how we react to the majority's demand for lower levels of legal immigration and an end to the large numbers of illegal migrants entering and staying in our country. Instead of working together over the last 8 years to address one of the underlying causes of Brexit, we've decided the real problem is that, at best, the voters don't understand why they're wrong and can't have what they want, or at worst, they're bigoted for their views. As I've said before in other debates, people do not expect simple solutions to complex problems, but they do expect people such as us to be motivated by the kinds of simple values that any decent, upstanding citizen instinctively shares. We evidence that to them by how we do our job, which must include listening and showing that we understand their experience of the problem only we have the power to fix. The travesty of our collective response to the public's demand that we, the whole of Parliament, get a grip on illegal immigration is that, time and again, convinced that we know better, we have chosen to stand alongside those who enter our country illegally and about whom we know nothing over our fellow citizens who are affected by our decisions and on whom we rely on to pay their taxes, abide by the law and generally keep the country afloat. My Lords, when it comes to immigration, our repeated efforts to thwart what the majority have voted for is the clearest representation of the division between insiders and outsiders that led to Brexit and all the other democratic shocks that have since followed. That a majority of members of this House persist in obstructing at every and any opportunity all measures to deal with illegal immigration shows voters that we've learned nothing and nothing has changed. Now, to those who argue that a majority do not support this bill, I would argue that it's hardly surprising people who want tougher action to prevent illegal immigration are losing faith in our ability to succeed. We've done nothing to show we want to. And just to be clear, it's normal for people who are angry and want us to clamp down hard on illegal migration to be, at the same time, welcoming of those who come to this country via approved schemes. My friends and family in Beeston Rylands, the area where I grew up, and has recently become home to hundreds of people from Hong Kong, are testimony to that. Whether the Rwanda scheme is or not implemented will likely do little to change the Conservative Party's prospects come the next general election. And that's not why I support this bill and doing whatever it takes to deter people attempting to enter our country illegally. For me, this is about our duty to deliver what people voted for, regardless of our own politics. And the fact we are having to consider a bill which is causing so much angst amongst noble lords is, in my view, a result of our collective failure. People go on about populism and populist politicians and how they need to be counteracted. Perhaps those same people should consider why people are pushed towards populism and populist politicians in the first place. My Lords, unless we start listening and taking seriously what the majority of voters want and work together to improve conditions for them, because they are the people who uphold all that we as a country say we stand for, we should not be surprised if they deliver for us yet more electoral shocks.
My Lords, I would like just to begin with an anecdote which has some tangential connection with what the noble Baroness was saying. In 1988, when I was minuting Mrs. Thatcher's, noble Lady Thatcher's meetings, I minuted a meeting discussing the Immigration Act 1988, which required polygamous immigrants to choose which of their wives they wanted to have with them. She listened to it and nodded it through. And then she said, "Why do we always discuss second and third order issues and never the big issues? We have never in this country had a big, real discussion about the level of net immigration, legal and illegal. And it's the biggest change we've had over the last 30 years, and we've never put it to the electorate or heard their views or explained to them the policy we followed." And I thought today, as I listened to the noble minister's introduction, that is also true of this bill. It is an important part of immigration policy, but not of the biggest. The biggest issues are what are in the manifesto in 1919, which is the bringing down the net level of immigration. And there's no context for this bill in that way. It's difficult politically because it takes you into issues like the NHS manpower, it takes you into issues about social care. But it nonetheless is where the real issues lie, and this is a kind of displacement activity, hectic, frantic activity to distract attention from the big issues. I'm also conscious, when I was Permanent Secretary of the Home Office, we had a discussion of the world trends in migration, and it was in 1996. It was a disturbing discussion, and we agreed that there was a coming storm. This is not a new problem. Governments have had decades to get ready for it. And we discussed all sorts of things, some of which are not relevant now, including whether we should continue to have a border control policy rather than something like the French with ID cards. And there are big issues there which do need public discussion. Someone mentions third-party safe countries, and it was dismissed pretty rapidly on the grounds that you would never find a safe country now. So I find myself looking at this bill thinking, well, here we are experimenting with that conclusion. I am opposed to this bill. I think we've heard some very powerful speeches which I support. I hope when we come to committee stage, because I think we will have to go through to committee stage. I don't think we'll pass the noble Lord Jones motion. When we come to committee stage, I hope we can pursue some sort of amendment which requires the government not to activate the Act until the Supreme Court has certified that Rwanda is safe. I think there is scope there for some sort of deal. You can phrase it as you want. But in the meantime, I'd just like to ask the Minister, the noble Minister, noble Lord the Minister, a few questions. Would he please give a reply to my noble friend Lord Kerr about why exactly the Rwanda option is considered likely to be an effective deterrent? What is going on in the imaginary mind of the immigrant who's suddenly at the Channel changes his mind and stays in France? What is it that's putting him or her off after they've been through mountain ranges, plains, wars, famine, desert, goodness knows what? One small final risk before they get to their desired objective, the UK. What is it about Rwanda that is likely to put them off? That's the first. I think we need to get inside the mind of the imaginary immigrant. Secondly, I am disturbed deeply by the constitutional implications of this bill, which have been put out far more adequately than I could. I'd just like to know the limits in the government's mind of this new power, I think it's new, to declare fact by legislation, even where the facts are untrue. I mean, for instance, would it allow the government to pass or propose a bill which said that every returning officer in a general election must conclusively treat every vote for the Labour candidate as a vote for the Conservative candidate? I mean, or the other way around, if you wish. There's a sense in which you cannot use legislation to tell lies. And I think it's a very worrying, and it's a lie in the sense that nobody knows whether Rwanda is safe or not. And I think it's very worrying new innovation. And finally, does the Minister think that ministers should be able to instruct civil servants not to comply with international law? Those are three questions I'd like answers to.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble Lord Wilson of Dinton and his vast experience of Whitehall and the formation of policy. I want to concentrate on Section 5 of the bill and a legal issue at the very heart of it, which is whether a minister should be able to refuse to abide by an interim order of the European Court of Human Rights made under its Rule 39 procedure. The President of the Strasbourg Court, in a media interview given only last week, asserted that her court does have the power to grant interim relief and that Member States have an obligation to comply. But the contrary position had been powerfully presented only the previous evening by Professor Eakins giving the 37th Atkin Lecture in this city. The present Rule 39 dates from 2013 and provides that the full court or a single duty judge, quotes, may indicate to the parties any interim measures which they consider should be adopted. That doesn't sound like a legal obligation, and that's for a simple reason. The 1950 Convention contains no, I repeat, no provision for a single judge or even the full court to grant interim relief to any person. And that omission was not an oversight. There was an attempt in 1950 to give the court such a power, and that attempt was rejected. And on every subsequent attempt to give the court that power, the Member States have refused. Now, that's not to say, as the noble Lord Folk said, that a power to grant interim orders might not be useful or sensible or desirable. But that's not the question. The question is whether the court has that power, and the Member States repeatedly decided that it should not. And for a time, the Strasbourg Court itself agreed that it did not have a power to grant interim relief. It so ruled authoritatively in 1991. It ruled to the same effect a decade later, in 2001. But in 2005, the Strasbourg Court performed a jurisdictional U-turn. It held that by failing to comply with an interim measure ordered under Rule 39 to prevent a deportation, Turkey had breached Article 34. That's the article which provides that Member States must not hinder the right of an individual to access the court. Now, perhaps that case was rightly decided on its own facts, although I doubt it. If the deportation was a breach of Article 34, then whether there was a breach of Rule 39 as well doesn't really make any difference. But that decision became the very slender basis for the court to assert in a later case in 2009 that any non-compliance with the Rule 39 order necessarily also amounted to a breach of the Convention. Why the change of heart by the court in 2005? It appears to be what one might call judicial envy. The International Court of Justice had held a few years earlier, in 2001, that states had to abide by its interim measures, and it seems that the Strasbourg Court decided that what was good enough for The Hague was also good for Strasbourg. But there's a critical difference. Article 41 of the statute establishing the International Court of Justice specifically provides for provisional measures. In other words, the ICJ statute contains in terms precisely the power which the Member States had consistently refused to agree to give to the Strasbourg Court. Now, as the noble Lord Folkes explained, there are also severe procedural problems with the approach the Strasbourg Court takes. Those problems are not my concern this evening. I welcome the fact that the Strasbourg Court is trying to address those procedural problems. But none of that addresses the underlying jurisprudential issue, which is whether the Strasbourg Court has the legal power to issue binding interim relief in the first place. In the absence of locating that power in the Convention itself, it's been suggested that over the years, state practice has given the Court this power. I do not find that argument persuasive. I don't have the time now, but that state practice is neither uniform nor consistent. The details are set out between pages 35 and 41 of Professor Eakin's paper on this topic for Policy Exchange, which repays reading in any event. I'm sure we'll come back to it in committee. So far as the UK specifically is concerned, we have said, rightly, and for good political reasons, that compliance with Rule 39 orders is our usual policy. And all other things being equal, so it should be. But accepting compliance as our usual policy is quite different from accepting a Rule 39 direction as a legal obligation, which we should not do because it is not.
Noble friends, Lord Jermyn and Lord Thomas, told us that we have a bill in front of us that the government is asking us to support, which compels decision-makers to treat as facts things that have already been found to be false and to bar courts and tribunals from considering any evidence or arguments to the contrary. I've listened carefully to every contribution in this debate. They have not been contradicted. In addition, these benches can't support a bill which states in Clause 1 that both Houses of Parliament considers a country to be safe, when actually one House of Parliament last week conclusively stated we cannot yet make that judgment and refused to do so. So it's not only that we are asked to consider alternative facts for Rwanda, we are now even being asked to legislate a false record of our own votes. But we are not alone in saying that we cannot make this judgment about Rwanda. So did the Supreme Court. And as we heard, so did the Home Office officials, who have subsequently judged, since the government said that Rwanda should only be considered a safe country, have themselves determined that Rwanda is unsafe for 4 of their nationals who we have given asylum to, whilst the Home Office itself was drafting this bill to determine Rwanda safe. I'd be grateful if the Minister can confirm that that is indeed the case. The Government has said that the treaty addresses the Supreme Court's concerns, but is now asking us to bar the Supreme Court from judging whether it does. These benches reject this. Lord Stewart said at the start that the Supreme Court used out-of-date information when it came to its judgment. But we know, and he knows, that the Supreme Court gave considerable weight to the UNHCR, who just this month also concluded again that the UK-Rwanda arrangements are, quote, incompatible with the letter and the spirit of the 1951 Convention. And fundamentally, the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law told us, I quote, safety is a factual question which cannot be conclusively determined in advance for all cases by the legislature. enacting a conclusive deeming of Rwanda as a safe country is a legislative usurpation of the judicial function. We agree. Some in this debate, such as the Noble Lords Lord Dobbs and the Noble Lords Lord Hannon, have said that they have to do this bill, they have to support this bill, because, alas, opposition parties are not in power. Now, there is a ready solution to that, of course, for their quandary. And an alternative argument from the government benches was that by the Noble Lady Baroness Goldie. She said that this bill is, I quote, the only thing to do. And the Noble Lord Kerr quoted Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll's also said, if you don't know where you are going, any road will get you there. And I say with great respect to my friend, Annabel, Baroness Goldie, we're not going to follow you on that road. Now, some noble lords have raised the constitutional issue of our voting today, or defying the will of the people, as the Prime Minister said. Well, let's deal with the will of the people thing first. This is where the Prime Minister has determined that any piece of his legislation emanating from the government, a government bill, is the will of the people and therefore must be passed. And he said it about this one, and he said it to us about this one. And we've had many ministers and advisers from the Commons at the bar just to make sure that we were aware of that. Now, however, there's a wee flaw to this argument, as according to the Hansard Society, in the last session of Parliament, the government itself defied the will of the people by withdrawing a whopping 10% of its own legislative programme, or 6 bills, 4 of which had actually been in the 2022 Queen's speech. So if the government itself is so defiant of the will of the people to such an extent, we're being modest with just suggesting that this one should be withdrawn. The second argument is voting on second reading. This is unusual. Of course it is, as my noble friend Lord Jermyn said, but it's not unheard of. In 2000, the Criminal Justice Bill was rejected at second reading in this House. On that occasion, my noble friends joined the Conservatives and some crossbench peers in voting down a bill at second reading in this House. And then, as my noble friend indicated in 2011, on the Health and Social Care Bill, Labour voted against a bill that had just passed the House of Commons on second reading. And I respect him greatly. I'm not sure if he's in his place, but Noble Lord Grocott intervened on my noble friend to complain about that process. The Noble Lord Grocott forgot that he'd voted in that division, as did 5 of his colleagues who've spoken this evening on the Labour benches. So all parties, and many on the crossbenches, including 20 on that bill, I say to my noble friend, the Noble Earl Loyal Canoe, have made sincerely a decision to vote at second reading. So that really isn't an issue for this evening. Others have referred to the Salisbury Addison Convention. I am not an expert, as the Noble Lord Lisvane is, of course. But even if this bill got close to being anything like something that was in the 2019 Government Manifesto, these benches have never adhered to that convention. But if that bill wasn't in the 2019 Conservative Manifesto, it might be worth reminding ourselves just briefly regarding immigration what was. Page 20. Australian-style Ponce-based immigration system. The commitment, I quote, there will be fewer lower-skilled migrants and overall numbers will come down, close quote. The result? The ONS estimate that net migration to the UK was 745,000 in 2022, up from 184,000 in 2019. Overall numbers are record high. So the Noble Lord Frost was in Cabinet then, and I and others feel his pain for his regret for failure. We felt that in his contribution. But he admitted it, so that's to be welcomed. Also on page 20, the brightest and best visa. Remember that? That was when the UK was going to be the catnip for the world's global talent through the global talent visa. The result, 3 applications in 2 years. And on page 21, and this is where it gets, I think, very worrying. Page 21, we are committed to the Windrush compensation scheme, close quote. But it has taken my noble friend Baroness Benjamin and others in this House to be tireless campaigners on this, given the delays in inaction from the government, so that a tragic result has been 4 years on. Over 50 people have died before receiving recompense. And on the overall record on wider management of immigration, it's not much better. Actually, it's worse. According to the Home Office figures in 2013, the then government returned 21,000 migrants voluntarily, but this fell to 4,000 in 2021. For those who had no right to be in the UK, the government in 2012 returned 15,000 people, but in 2021 that had shrunk to 2,700. The Lord Dobbs said, "We cannot wait. We need this bill because we cannot wait." Well, on these benches, we've been impatient for years for action on this, and the government has not acted. And it wasn't just us complaining, because the independent review in 2019 by the Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration warned of consequences of poor data sharing and low morale among Home Office staff, warnings unheeded. And if I make a personal plea this evening of this contribution that we heard this evening with a warning that we should heed, it would be from the noble Lord Hennessy, who is a moral and intellectual guardian of our Constitution, and we should heed his warnings. But the government now seeks to present the whole issue as that of just for those who are seeking asylum. We know that there is a much lower share of failed asylum seekers as part of returnees, 8% in 2021 compared to 2010, where it was 23%. So we know that those who are arriving here, no matter how they arrive, have a higher cause, and the government has considered that cause, and the government has given refuge to them, not under 1951 rules, but under 2020 rules. And the noble Baroness Stowell said, the government had been blocked all along to have this solution. The government has had every single migration measure it wanted passed. It is that side's issue, not ours. So the Home Office itself shows us that those seeking refuge are a smaller part of the problem than over a decade ago, but that we know that returns are a much bigger problem because of the government's own mismanagement. Yeah. And now £290 million was spent, and a further £78 million on a notice for tender last autumn, for nothing, as the Lord MacDonald said. But now we have a policy which is meant to be a deterrent. But the noble Lord Green was right. How successful will it be if a government issues a press release in the morning saying that their migration policies are a deterrent, but then admits in the afternoon that they gave 12,000 refugees without face-to-face interview right to leave for 5 years and potentially right to work? How will that be successful? Now, a perfectly legal and acceptable returns agreement with Albania is working, but the government has failed to agree other legal return and resettlement agreements. The very agreements that the noble Lord Bellamy said in the illegal migration bill proceedings would be necessary, the noble Lord Hannan said would be desirable, but the then Minister Lord Murray told me was not a silver bullet, and we've not seen any progress since. And we are not alone to also highlight the issues. The National Audit Office report on immigration enforcement ended with the words, "The Department's success in meeting its mission to prevent illegal immigration through greater compliance with immigration laws is unclear." But on this bill, the government's position today depends on the treaty to sufficiently conclude that there is no risk of Rwanda deviating from its terms. But the Supreme Court found obligations which Rwanda had previously breached were already contained in its agreements and in binding international law. But as the noble Baroness Fairhead had said, we don't then set aside the ability to question this in any other treaty that we have signed, including a trade treaty that we've said. Not only that, we've not made any concerns unchallengeable. Parliament is being asked to judge Rwanda safe in a primary legislation in perpetuity, but the government's own admission is that it will only be in that situation when the treaty is fully operational. But the Minister opening this debate was not able to answer the simplest question from the noble Lord Carlisle. When will it be operational? The Minister told us that we have to have no doubt Rwanda is to be a safe country, but the Minister had plenty doubt in answering when. So how will we in Parliament know? We've been told time and time again that treaty making and treaty keeping is a prerogative power, not a parliamentary one. Now apparently it is our power. And given that a key part of the Supreme Court's ruling was that Rwanda had agreements already in place but didn't adhere to them, how will we know? The government says it's a monitoring committee, but the monitoring committee in Article 15 of the treaty has no powers of enforcement. It can simply report to the joint committee, who only has advisory powers itself. My Lords, before I close, I just wish to pick up on the point from my noble friend Baroness Northover and the Bishop of Durham with regards to trafficking. In 2022, 2,658 people who arrived in irregular routes successfully were referred to the National Referral Mechanism for report. But the US State Department Trafficking in Peoples report for Rwanda for 2023, which the Home Office itself cites as a gold standard, and the Home Office operates on that TIP report, said, I quote, "The government of Rwanda did not meet the minimum standards in several key areas. The government continued to lack specialised standard operating procedures to adequately screen for trafficking amongst vulnerable populations and did not refer any victims to services. The government provided support to and coordinated with the March 23 movement armed group which forcibly recruited and used children." And it concluded, "Scarce resources, lack of training, limited capacity and conflation of human trafficking with other crimes hindered law enforcement efforts." And we are now expected to send a trafficked woman by a British gang arriving undocumented, who cannot even claim that she's been trafficked here in the UK, but we're going to send to another country who will then somehow operate on a system where the TIP report has said is not even meeting minimum standards. Yeah. But before I close, I do wish to pick up on the points that Baroness Verma made with regards to what is the UK doing with our reputation for Rwanda. We're seeing it through the lens of vilification and ignoring development partnership. Well, it is the government that is saying that being sent to Rwanda is a deterrent, not the opposition. And before the MOU was agreed, even before the MOU was agreed, in this chamber, I raised my alarm that the government slashed development partnership support from £85 million in 2018 to less than £16 million. And now the financial partnership relationship with the government of Rwanda is almost exclusively that of migration. It is the government's lens, if you're looking at the relationship with Rwanda, not ours, and I regret it. So let me close, my lords, with quoting from the debate that we had in 2000 when the House did take the decision to defeat the government at second reading. And I quote from Lord Williams of Moston, who opened it. He said, "I recognise that most of those who will speak tonight are my personal and professional friends and that will feel unable to support the bill. I recognise that their motives are entirely honourable. It is not their motives I question, but their conclusions. My lords, equally, I do not question anyone's motives in this chamber of how will they vote this evening, but the conclusions that these benches have made, for all of the reasons that my noble friend indicated and my noble colleagues have had, this bill should go no further."
My Lords, it's a real privilege to join with everyone and to speak after Noble Lord Purvis, but also to join with others in the debate that we've had throughout most of the afternoon and well into the evening. Can I just start with a context here for this particular debate? And just to say, for the avoidance of any doubt, this is not a debate between those who think we should control our borders. It's not a debate between those who think we should have an immigration policy. It's not a debate between those who think we should stop the small boats and all of the rest of us who don't think we should have any policy with respect to immigration, with respect to controlling borders, with respect to stopping the boats. Everyone accepts there's an issue around all of those particular challenges for us. But the context of this debate is what is the right way to go about dealing with that particular problem. And therefore, that is what is before us today. And I think that if we get to a point where you're either in favour of stopping the small boats or you're not, it does nothing for the legislative progress that we would all wish to make. I want to say from the outset that we've opposed this bill at every stage in the other place, and we continue to oppose the bill and the measures contained within it. We don't think they'll work, we think they're unaffordable, and they have real questions with respect to the rule of law. But let me also say that we, as His Majesty's opposition, believe that it is not appropriate for us at this stage to pass a fatal motion and to support the fatal motion. And we will not do that, because we do not think that that is the appropriate way for us to act. And Lord Purvis has laid out, as he's quite obviously entitled to do, and said he respects everybody's opinion. And of course we respect everybody's opinion, but we do not believe that at this stage it is appropriate for the House of Lords to do that. We believe that the revision, the way of scrutinising the legislation, that this is the traditional role of the House, is the way forward for us. And I just gently say to noble lords opposite, who remind me of the constitutional proprieties with respect to this, that I look forward to them, if there is to be a change of government, I look forward to them voting for, or failing rather, not to block or get in the way or unnecessarily delay a number of Labour bills that will be brought before your lordships, including the ending of the re-establishment of employment rights from day one. I look forward to noble lords welcoming that with open arms and not wishing to delay that at all. I look forward to them on votes at 16 in particular being of something that they can vote for. But the serious point to be made is that there is a proper role for this House, and we believe that that is to scrutinise and to amend, but not to block. And can I just say, I thought Lord Baker's point was the one that we take on board. The opinion we want to change, the battle we want to win, and the vote we want to win is at a general election where we can vote for a change of government. And that's what where we want to win that particular battle, and we will do whatever we can to do that and to win with that. So here we are again, and some noble lords have pointed out, I think Baroness Stoll pointed out about the fact that there seems to be this House seems to be getting in the way of immigration legislation for the government, preventing the government from tackling a very real problem. Well, I didn't notice that with the Nationality and Borders Act. We had that passed 2 years. If that was supposed to solve the problem. Nobody blocked that. We made suggestions about it, but nobody in this House blocked it. We only had the Illegal Migrants Act a year or so ago. That was supposed to solve all the problems. Nobody blocked that, but we passed amendments and opinions and said that things needed to be done with respect to that. And as I've said from this front bench for His Majesty's opposition, we do not intend to block this particular bill. Our proposition is not just the proposition that we say. Former Prime Ministers, former Home Secretaries, the current Home Secretary perhaps, the current Minister maybe, but certainly the previous Immigration Minister themselves have all questioned the bill as to whether it's unworkable. Robert Jenrick MP said it's both legally and operationally fundamentally flawed. That's not anybody, that's a member of the governing party, a former senior member who's got other aspirations, I think, should it work out for him. But he said, he raises also a number of questions. £400 million spent, not a single asylum seeker sent to Rwanda. And what is really remarkable is the Rwandan government says that it will take a couple of hundred, 200 or 300. You could ask the question, what on earth are we doing spending all of this time debating Rwanda when it's dealing with a couple of hundred of the asylum seekers? Perhaps the Minister could tell us what's happening to the other 27,700 that came in under the... Where are they going? How does the Rwanda policy work with respect to that? And that's if they can find them, because we now understand that the government have lost thousands of them. They don't know where they are. So one sort of says that, you know, the Rwanda bill that we've got here really does beg a belief. But as I think Lord Clark made the point, Viscount Helsham, a number of other noble lords, it is quite astonishing when you actually read on the front of the bill, as Clause 2 does, when it says every decision maker must conclusively treat the Republic of Rwanda as a safe country. As Viscount Helsham said in questioning Lord Fawkes, and Lord Fawkes may be right, I'm not a lawyer, but it does seem to me if the Supreme Court is making a finding of fact, if you then seek to change that by legislation, that doesn't seem to me to actually be constitutionally the right way forward. And because, again, as others have made, what else could you change because you found a Supreme Court as a finding of fact, not something that was consistent with what you wanted it to say? And, of course, it's made even more worrying and troubling by, this is a Conservative government, the party of law and order. Clause 2.3 tells us that any court in determining any appeal under this is brought forward on the grounds that the Republic of Rwanda is not a safe country, must be ignored. It's quite astonishing that these sorts of things. So our own courts cannot determine the rights and wrongs of legislation under this. And I would say even the government under Margaret Thatcher might have found some of this difficult to believe was actually happening. My Lords, various clauses disapply the rule of international law, disapplication of the European Court of Human Rights and disapplication of various other international laws. Let me just say this with the UNHCR. There are some who say that it doesn't matter that we are accused and stand accused of breaking international law, that the UNHCR says that the Rwanda Bill and the treaty are inconsistent with the Refugee Convention, are inconsistent with the European Court of Human Rights, are inconsistent with other international laws. We're told by some that this doesn't matter, that this is of no consequence. But many noble lords have talked about the importance of our global standing, our international reputation. I think that matters. If the government is saying it doesn't matter and the public don't care, I'm quite happy to go to the country and argue that Britain's place in the world matters, that our global reputation matters, our obedience and application and adherence to international law matters. And let me say this, if we don't think international law matters, what are we doing in Ukraine? What are we doing in the Red Sea with respect to the Houthis? What are we doing with respect to what we're saying with respect to China? And there's some of the applications, some of the policies that they've got with respect to Taiwan and the operation of there in the South Pacific. If international law and conventions don't matter, and you can disregard them when you want, what does that say for the international rules-based order? And our country, of which we are all proud, is a country should be and is right at the forefront of actually standing up for that as a senior member of the United Nations, of NATO, and so on. So I say that does matter. Some say that that is irrelevant to the British people and to public opinion. I say that it's not. So, my Lords, there are to be and will be amendments, and we read, even in the government as included in 1.3, many of the obligations that it expects the government of Rwanda to take up to ensure that it's a safe country. But of course it says agree to fulfil the following obligations. As noble lord after noble lord after noble lord has said in this debate, as many noble baronesses have said in this debate, we have no way of knowing whether these obligations are actually going to be fulfilled or not. It's said they will be, but we don't know. It will be an act of faith. It will be a belief it's going to happen. It will be, well, we hope it will. And yet there is no mechanism within the bill with which we can actually ensure that we hold the Rwandan government to account so that we know that the things that we want to happen will happen. And I suspect that the amendments will seek to address that particular point, that will seek to say, is there not some way that we can at least make a reality of the various things that have been put in the bill? As I say, my Lords, and there is no difference between any of us in wanting to deal with this problem. The Labour Party is continually goaded by the fact, on the basis that if the Conservative government, His Majesty's government rather, continually says we have no plan, then sooner or later people will think we've no plan. Now, it may be that you don't agree, that noble lords don't agree with what we're saying, but time after time, I've said in this chamber, and my noble friend Baroness Smith has said, and many others have said, that we believe that there should be tough measures to tackle the criminal gangs. We do believe we should establish new agreements with other countries. We do believe in the establishment of safe and legal routes. We do believe that the asylum system and process should be speeded up so that applications are dealt with speedily and effectively. And as the Archbishop continually points out, we also believe that it's necessary for problems to be dealt with at source through a new way of looking at that together, so there's a sharing of the particular problem. That's the plan. If people don't agree with that, argue about it. Say it won't work, as we say about the governments that it won't work. But I'm quite happy to go and put before people that 5-point plan as a better way of dealing with those problems than what the government lay before us. My Lords, what we have, we need to ensure that above all, my Lords, we have a system that is built on our traditions of fairness, of openness, of recognising that this issue needs cooperation and sharing, not the offloading of responsibility to others. It also needs a system rooted in a system of international law and respect, a system our great country helped to establish. This bill deserves to be amended to protect those principles as far as possible. The government will get its bill, as I say, even if amended, but the reward will not only be an unworkable system, but with a cost to our international standing and reputation. Now is the time not for us to panic, not to ditch our principles, but to put forward an asylum system and an immigration and asylum law that will work and be based on the principles on which this country has always been proud.
Yeah. Yeah. My Lords, I'm grateful to all noble lords who've spoken today and have shared their thoughts on this legislation. We've heard many thoughtful speeches from many noble lords. But I particularly welcome the valued insights of my noble friends, the Baronesses Goldie and Verma, and Lords Wolfson, Dobbs, Horam and Murray in particular. It is clear from across the benches that there is common ground in needing to find a solution to the challenges that we are facing. And can I, just for the record, I would like to say that, of course, I agree with the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, on the individual worth of individuals. Stopping illegal migration is an important issue for both the public and this government. Parliament and the British people want an end to illegal migration, as my noble friend Lady Stowell powerfully argued, and therefore we need a deterrent. As noble lords have heard me say last week, we made progress towards stopping the boats, but we must do more to break the business model of the criminal gangs and deter illegal migrants. And I would say to the noble Lord Kerr, there is evidence of deterrence. There's evidence that it works, and I'm grateful to my noble friends Lord Udney, Lister and Horam for reminding us of Albania and the Australian example. The dangerous channel crossings are often made by young, fit men in search of better life opportunities. Many of those have travelled through safe countries in order to reach the UK, as my noble friend Lord Hannan set out, and they've paid substantial amounts of money to the criminal gangs to facilitate their journey. As the noble Baroness Lady Goldie highlighted, these criminal gangs could not care less about the safety of migrants. They only care about the money. And I think noble lords are in agreement that we cannot let this continue. The Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and other noble lords were right to place this bill in its moral context. But proceeding with this bill is the moral course, as my noble friend Lord Blackwell powerfully noted. We must put a stop to the dangerous channel crossings that are putting lives at risk. And we must put an end to this mass trafficking of people to save lives. That is the humane thing to do, and it is the fair thing to do, as my noble friend Lady Verma argued. By delivering our key partnership, relocating those with no right to be in the UK to Rwanda and not allowing them to stay in the UK, we will deter people making these journeys and we will save those lives. We also need to ensure that we are meeting our international obligations. And so the treaty the Home Secretary signed in December last year sets out to Parliament and the courts why Rwanda is and will remain safe for those relocated there. This bill makes it unambiguously clear that Rwanda is safe and will prevent the courts from second-guessing Parliament's assessments. The Prime Minister has been clear that he will not let a foreign court block flights. We simply cannot let Strasbourg dictate our border security and stop us from establishing a deterrent. I will now turn to the matters raised in the debate, including the points addressed in the amendment moved by the Noble Lord German. So a number of Noble Lords asked why the legislation seeks to confirm that Rwanda is safe when the treaty simply sets out the aspirations of what should happen and the measures are not in place. My Lords, the Supreme Court recognised that changes may be delivered in the future which could address the conclusions they came to. We've been working closely with Rwanda on these changes. The partnership with Rwanda is now set out in a new treaty, binding in international law, with specific provisions to address the court's findings. Since the evidential position considered by the UK domestic courts in the summer of 2022, we have obtained further specific information, evidence and assurances from the government of Rwanda to explicitly address the challenges raised by the claimants and the UNHCR in the litigation, and the findings of the Supreme Court following its judgment in November. This primarily takes the form of detailed standard operating procedures, reviews of contracts for services the government of Rwanda have procured, for example with accommodation facilities and medical insurance companies, and new and revised training programs. My Lords, the Noble Lords Purvis and Coker mentioned this all in the context of the UNHCR. Rwanda has successfully hosted over 135,000 refugees and asylum seekers in collaboration with the UNHCR and other organisations. That is not including the nearly 2,000 supported in Rwanda by the Emergency Transit Mechanism to evacuate to safety refugees and asylum seekers trapped in or fleeing civil war in Libya. That is also supported by the EU, which will support the operation of the ETM until 2026. And the EU also announced a further €22 million support package for it. As recently as December 2023, the UNHCR evacuated 153 asylum seekers from Libya to Rwanda. And the European ambassador to Rwanda described the scheme as, and I quote, a crucial life-saving initiative to evacuate people facing major threats and inhumane conditions in Libya to safety in Rwanda. He went on to say, it is a significant example of African solidarity and of partnership with the European Union. We are grateful to the government of Rwanda for hosting these men, women and children. My Lords, regarding our own agreement with Rwanda, we have taken crucial steps forward to respond to the Supreme Court findings, which recognise that changes could be delivered to address their conclusions. Both the Court of Appeal and the High Court found that the principle of relocating individuals to safe third countries for their protection claims to be assessed was consistent with the UK's obligations under the Refugee Convention, and the Supreme Court did not disturb this. My Lords, it is imperative that we continue to work at pace to stop the boats, save lives, and break the business models of the evil criminal gangs. And the fundamental accusation that Rwanda isn't capable of making good decisions and is somehow not committed to this partnership is wrong, as Lady Verma pointed out. I disagree with that, my Lords. Rwandans, perhaps more than most, understand the importance of providing protections to those needing it. I would at this point say to the Noble Lord Coker that the monitoring of all of this is of course dealt with by the treaty, which we debated at some length last week. My Lords, turning to the early intervention from the Noble Lord Carlisle on the motion set down by this House not to ratify the treaty. My Lords, you'll be aware that a resolution made in this House of the treaty does not necessarily stop its progress. The International Agreements Committee report did not fundamentally find anything objectionable in the treaty itself. The report was about implementation, not any flaws within the treaty. The treaty will therefore follow the usual processes with regards to scrutiny and ratification. Ultimately, the Minister responsible can decide to issue a statement declaring the treaty should be ratified in any event, and the Home Secretary will confirm the government's position in due course. The Noble Lords Carlisle and Purvis also asked about the timings of the bill. This reflects an answer I gave also last week. Both the treaty and the bill need to progress to their respective paths through Parliament in the usual way before they can be ratified or receive royal assent, respectively. Rwanda will also need to adjust its own legislation and ratify the treaty on their side. And once these things have happened, the bill and the treaty will be operable. My Lords, the Noble Lords Ponsonby and German asked about the government's safe and legal routes. The UK is a generous country, and we're proud of that fact. And we're proud of the fact that we've helped so many refugees to safety. The government has made it clear that we will continue to provide sanctuary to those most in need, but we can only act within our capabilities. So I would say to the Noble Lord, Lord Paddock, it's not about I'm all right, Jack, it's about capability and capacity. While the compassion of the UK is unlimited, our capacity is not. Local authorities have played a vital role in delivery of our safe and legal routes, and they are feeling the pressures caused by both legal and illegal migration. We can only bring people over on safe and legal routes when local authorities are able to receive them. We do remain committed to looking at new or expanded safe and legal routes to the UK for those most vulnerable, but only once we have drastically reduced the unacceptable number of illegal, dangerous and simply unnecessary small boats crossing, which are putting huge amounts of pressure on our public services.
The Noble Lord would answer the simple question I put at the early part of this debate. If that is true, why does the government not accept that those who are accorded refugee status through the process that this government wished to apply in Rwanda should be allowed back into the United Kingdom?
My Lords, I will come back to that. On the 20th of October 2023, the Home Office launched the consultation on the cap on safe and legal routes to understand local authority capacity. This consultation closed on the 9th of January 2024. Home Office officials are currently reviewing those responses and are planning further engagement with the respondents through a series of regional dialogues to validate responses and to determine a capacity estimate. We will produce a summary of the consultation by the spring, and in the summer of 2024, the government will lay a statutory instrument in Parliament, which will then be debated and voted on, before the cap comes into force from 2025. So in answer to the Noble Lord, Lord Blunkett, I would say we have to wait for all of those things to take effect, and I have no doubt that this matter will be up for debate again after 2025. The Noble Baronesses Lady Whittaker and Lady Brinton asked how we can deem Rwanda to be safe if we are granting Rwandan nationals refugee status in the UK. My Lords, Rwanda is a safe country, which is what this bill asserts, and the meaning of what it is to be a safe country is set out in Clause 1.5. However, our obligation when an asylum claim is lawfully lodged and admitted to the UK asylum process for consideration is to carry out individualised assessment of a person's particular individual circumstances. If after that assessment there is found to be a reason why a person, based on these individual circumstances, cannot be returned to their country of origin, then it is correct that we grant them protection. It is important to stress that people from many different nationalities apply for asylum in the UK, and this includes...
My Lord, may I ask this question? Will it be possible under Clause 4 for an individual seeking the court's ruling on whether their individual circumstances might give them a reason to not be sent to Rwanda? Is that because they are able to argue that it may generally be safe, but it's not safe for me? Will they be able to argue it's not safe for me? Meaning that they're homosexual, or that they are ill, or that it's not safe for me.
My Lords, quoting from the bill in answer to the Noble Baroness, it is the person in question based on compelling evidence relating specifically to the person's particular individual circumstances, rather than on the grounds that the Republic of Rwanda is not a safe country in general. It's pretty straightforward. My Lords, it is important to stress that people from many...
My Lords, I did actually ask what were the grounds that people from Rwanda were given asylum here for. What was their well-grounded fear of persecution about?
My Lords, each individual case is different, and I don't know the particular circumstances of them. It is important to stress that people from many different nationalities apply for asylum in the UK. This includes nationals from some of our closest European neighbours and other safe countries around the world. So that is why there are a small number of cases where we have granted asylum to individuals from countries that we would otherwise consider safe. This is a reflection of our system working, my Lords. An individual claim is not a reflection of the country as a whole, and this process also reflects the safeguards which the bill provides to individuals, which I've just read out from Clause 4. Each case will be considered on its individual merits by caseworkers who receive extensive training. All available evidence is carefully and sensitively considered in the light of published country information, but I can't comment on the specifics of individual cases. My Lords, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, and the Noble Lord, Lord Blunkett, asked what support will be available for those who are particularly vulnerable. Rwandan officials will have due regard to the psychological and physical signs of vulnerability of all relocated persons at any stage of the application and integration process. Screening interviews to identify vulnerabilities will be conducted by protection officers in Rwanda who have received the relevant training and are equipped to competently handle safeguarding referrals. Interpreters will be available as required to ensure relocated individuals can make their needs known, and all interviews will be conducted with sensitivity for the individual's well-being. The government of Rwanda has processes in place to safeguard relocated individuals with a range of vulnerabilities, including those concerning mental health, gender-based violence, and addiction. All relocated individuals will receive appropriate protection and assistance according to their needs, including referral to specialist services as appropriate to protect their welfare. Article 13 of the treaty makes specific provision that Rwanda will have regard to information provided about a relocated individual relating to any special needs that may arise as a result of their being a victim of modern slavery or human trafficking, and shall take all necessary steps to ensure that these needs are accommodated.
How will they know? The Illegal Migration Act prevents someone who may well have been trafficked from even starting the process of claiming that they've been trafficked here. So how will the Rwandans know? Because we are not collecting that information.
My Lords, as I've just said, the treaty makes specific provision that Rwanda will have regard to information provided about a relocated individual by the United Kingdom.
I'm grateful, but that's prohibited in the Illegal Migration Act.
My Lords, I will have to write to the Noble Lord on that very specific question. These are also detailed in the standard operating procedures as part of the evidence pack released on the 11th of January in support of the bill. Furthermore, my Lords, the UK is also providing additional expertise to support the development of Rwanda's capacity to safeguard vulnerable persons. The Noble Lords, Lord Cashman and Etherton, asked about the treatment of LGBT persons if sent to Rwanda. Rwandan legal protection for LGBT rights is generally considered more progressive than that of neighbouring countries. The Constitution of Rwanda includes a broad prohibition of discrimination and does not criminalise or discriminate against sexual orientation in law or policy. As set out in paragraph 36 of the government's published policy statement, the Constitution of Rwanda prohibits at Article 16 discrimination of any kind based on, amongst other things, ethnic origin, family or ancestry, clan, skin colour or race, sex, region, economic categories, religion or faith, opinion, fortune, cultural differences, language, economic status, physical or mental disability. The Noble Baroness, Lady Brinton, asked about unaccompanied children who were deemed to be an adult being relocated to Rwanda. As the treaty sets out in Article 3, Paragraph 4, we will not seek to relocate unaccompanied individuals who are deemed to be under the age of 18 to Rwanda. Any unaccompanied individual who, subsequent to relocation, is deemed by a court or tribunal in the UK to either be under the age of 18 or to be treated temporarily as being under the age of 18 shall be returned to the UK. Any person who has been relocated to Rwanda...
I'm sure that the Noble Lord the Minister wants to be accurate. And is it not the case that he should recognise that homosexuality is illegal in Rwanda? The penal code criminalises same-sex sexual activity, and individuals found guilty of engaging in such activity can face imprisonment. If that is right, is Rwanda really a safe country?
Well, my Lords, I'm not familiar with that part, I'm afraid. However, I have just read out the relevant clause in this particular bill, which deals with specific individual circumstances. Any person who has been relocated to Rwanda but who subsequently receives a court or tribunal order from the UK that they must be treated as a minor and are therefore a child who is in Rwanda without a parent or a guardian shall be provided with suitable accommodation and support that meets all of the requirements for families with children set out within the treaty under paragraphs 1.1 and 1.2.2 of Annex A, Part 1 of the treaty, until the child is returned to the UK. With regards to concerns about the impacts of the policy on children treated as an adult, let me reassure my lords that there are safeguards in place to prevent that from happening. The Home Office will only treat an individual claiming to be a child as an adult without conducting further inquiries if two officers, one of at least Chief Immigration Officer grade or equivalent, have separately determined that the individual's physical appearance and demeanour very strongly suggest they are significantly over 18 years of age. If doubt remains about whether the claimant is an adult or a child, they are treated as a child for immigration purposes until a further assessment of their age by a local authority or the National Age Assessment Board. This will usually entail a careful, holistic age assessment known as a Merton-compliant age assessment. And only once this assessment is complete could the individual then be treated as an adult if found to be so. My lords, many noble lords have asked whether this bill will comply with international law. The provisions are consistent with our international law obligations. They retain rights challenged based on compelling evidence of serious and irreversible harm in specific individual circumstances, which will arise in narrow circumstances. So in response to the points made by Lord Jermyn and Lord Howarth, the bill makes clear that it is only for a Minister of the Crown to determine whether to comply with an interim measure of the Strasbourg Court. I'm grateful to my noble friend Lord Wolfson and the noble Lord Fawkes for their comments on this. I'm not going to get drawn into speculation about hypothetical scenarios, but the international binding treaty agreed between the UK and Rwanda contains binding commitments to ensure the scheme is compliant with international law, including the ECHR, and it also makes clear that domestic courts may not have regard to the existence of any interim measures when considering any domestic application flowing from a decision to relocate a person to Rwanda in accordance with the treaty. The Permanent Secretary for the Home Office has confirmed that if we receive a Rule 39, instead of deferring removal immediately, as the guidance currently indicates, officials will refer the Rule 39 to the Minister for an immediate decision. And in answer to the noble Lord Wilson, the Cabinet Office has confirmed that it is the responsibility of civil servants under the Civil Service Code to deliver that decision. Consideration will be on a case-by-case basis, depending on the facts. And I'd also remind noble lords that as the government has set out, both the UK and Rwanda are committed to making this partnership work. As my noble friend Lord Murray set out, the Section 19(1)b statement is not specific to one provision. It applies to the bill as a whole. A statement under Section 19(1)b makes clear in this instance that the Home Secretary is not able to state now that the bill's provisions are more likely than not compatible with Convention rights. There is nothing improper or unprecedented about pursuing bills with a Section 19(1)b statement. It does not mean the bill is unlawful or that the government will necessarily lose any legal challenges on human rights grounds. Parliament clearly intended Section 19(1)b to be used as it is included in the Human Rights Act of 1998. It's an important measure to safeguard parliamentary sovereignty. Section 19(1)b statements have been used by governments of all stripes before. For example, the bill that became the Communications Act of 2003 included a provision banning paid political advertising on TV. The use in this case recognises the novel and ambitious approach taken by this bill and the fact there is room for argument both ways. We are testing the limits but remain satisfied that this bill is compatible with international law. My lords, the bill allows decision makers and the courts to consider claims that Rwanda is unsafe for a person due to their particular individual circumstances, as we have discussed. As the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, noted, the bill does not disapply Section 4, Declaration of Incompatibility, DOI, as this is the only substantive remedy against the conclusive presumption that Rwanda is safe. So retaining DOIs allows the courts to respond to changing circumstances in the future and for this question to be brought back for parliamentary consideration. But of course the final say on the matter will remain with Parliament and the government because Section 4(6) of the Human Rights Act make clear that a declaration cannot affect the operation or validity of domestic legislation. The effect of retaining this Section 4 is therefore beneficial in terms of limiting domestic and international legal challenge and crucially does not undermine the operation of the bill and in doing so reaffirms parliamentary sovereignty. The court could not grant interim relief on the basis of a DOI having been granted because of the clear and unambiguous language of Section 4(6) of the Human Rights Act. The Noble Lady Baroness O'Lone asked about the impact of the bill in Northern Ireland. This bill will apply fully in Northern Ireland in the same way as it does in the rest of the United Kingdom, and this is explicit on the face of the bill and will always be the case, reflecting that immigration policy is a UK-wide matter. There is nothing in the Windsor Framework, including Article 2 or the Trade Continuity Agreement, that affects this. The provisions in this bill do not diminish the rights and commitments we have made on the Convention on Human Rights in the Belfast Agreement, and the government remains fully committed to that agreement in all its parts. The government is unshakable in its commitment to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and the bill does not undermine this. The Noble Lord Ponsonby asked about the costs of this.
Noble Lord, if he'd actually read the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission advice on this matter and has taken cognizance of the number of measures which he lists which are affected and the fact that it is an Article 2 obligation under the Windsor Framework.
I've just set out to the Noble Lady, the government takes a different view from those opinions. My Lords, the Noble Lord Ponsonby asked about the costs of this partnership. The spend on the MEDP with Rwanda so far is £240 million. Further funding will be provided to Rwanda once the partnership is operational. Costs and payments will depend on the number of people relocated, the timing of when this happens, and the outcomes of individual cases. Spending will continue to be reported as part of the annual Home Office reports and accounts in the usual way. Those focusing solely on the cost of this partnership are missing the point. It is incredibly frustrating for the British people and the taxpayer to spend billions to house illegal migrants in hotels. The daily cost of hotels to migrants is £8 million, and the cost of the UK's asylum system has roughly doubled in the last year and now stands at £4 billion. Criminal smuggling gangs are continuing to turn a profit using small boats. We must bring an end to this. The government recognises the extraordinary level of interest in this partnership, and we take our responsibility to be transparent seriously. However, that must be balanced with the nuances of managing our international relationships and respecting commercial sensitivities. We've said we'll do what it takes to curb illegal migration and stop the boats, and as we explore avenues of doing this, it would be against our direct interests to release all financial information. Costs and payments will of course depend on the number of people relocated, the timing of when this happens, and the outcomes of individual cases. Every individual's needs are different, and funding will only be provided while an individual remains in Rwanda. Spending will be reported as part of the annual Home Office reports and accounts in the usual way. My Lords, I'm getting to the end. Lords have asked whether this bill will, by disapplying international law, have a knock-on impact on wider international treaties and potentially worsen the UK's relationship with the ECHR. My Lords, we have a long and diverse history of freedoms in this country, and we are proud of the UK's heritage and culture on human rights and democracy. But no country has all the answers to global human rights challenges. We continue to engage others about our ongoing journey on these issues, a point made by many noble lords, and actually emphasised by my noble friend the Foreign Secretary on the 16th of January. My Lords, I'm again thankful for all the contributions made to today's debate. It is absolutely essential that we tackle illegal migration, bring an end to such dangerous channel crossings, and save lives. And I would say to the noble Lord, Lord Coker, that the integrity of our border also matters. I therefore urge noble lords to support the government in delivering the partnership with Rwanda and our wider plans to take control of our borders and stop the boats. These are difficult choices to make with regards to tackling this issue, and that is what this government is doing, and we will continue to do so. The bill will enable us to stop the boats, and I commend it to the House, and I invite noble lords to reject the amendment standing in the name of the noble Lord, Lord Jermyn.
Yes. My Lords, I have just read a report of the debate from a senior broadcast journalist. He says that the majority of peers in this House regard this bill as an unholy abomination. I think, therefore, in order to sort this matter out, I beg leave to test the opinion of the House.
Yeah. The question is that the amendment in the name of Lord Jermyn be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a division. I will advise the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. The question is that the amendment in the name of Lord German be agreed to. As many as that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. Not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, not contents to the left by the bar. The question is that the amendment in the name of Lord German be agreed to. There have voted contents 84, not contents 206, so the not contents have it. The question is this bill be read a second time. Many of that opinion will say content, the contrary not content. The contents have it.
I beg to move the second motion in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this bill be committed to a committee of the whole House. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended.